The moon. You'll never see. You'll see a shadow, yeah, but you'll never see the moon approaching or going away from. Try and see. I don't know where you're at, if you're going to be anywhere near the path, but try and see if you can spot the moon at any point other than the shadow part.
Matthew, let me ask you a question. Do you think what you think takes place in the sky, meaning the moon getting in front of the sun, that could happen if those two objects were half the size and twice as close to us?
If they were both half the size and twice so close, yeah, it's just proportional. I posted a picture of the solar eclipse. This guy took several exposures at different levels, and so you can see that it's the moon in front of the sun.
Now that's been proven not real for a long, long time. Try to do it yourself.
You're saying this guy?
I'll give you $1,000 to your favorite charity if you can produce that on your own, Matthew. $1,000 to your favorite charity.
I'll have to decline because I don't have the photographic equipment. But you're saying that all the people who made all those images are lying?
Yep. They're all lying. If you take a snap, there's no way you're going to be able to take a snap of that. It's impossible. That can't be done. And if you can do it then,
so it's HDR.
Yeah, that's another phony. Yeah. Yep.
So you have to take multiple exposures to get different parts of the picture. That's just what like your phone does when you take an HDR picture. But it's the same process, and lots of amateurs have done this. And
yeah, you can say all the things you want. You cannot take a picture of that snap. And if you can do this, right? How about a little bit further as it exits? Can you do that?
At that point, the sun's too bright. If any of the sun is showing, then it's too bright.
Yeah, like I said, if you can show me a one snap picture, it doesn't exist, can happen, never will happen. So all these things that you're showing are not a snapshot. Boop.
Yeah, so all these amateurs all around the world are just faking it and posting all these.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, they're stacking them. They're doing stuff to them. It's not one picture. Correct. Try it yourself.
Why did they credit 3 people with that last picture that you posted, Matthew?
Yeah, because 3 different people took the images. They used images from 3 different cameras.
Oh. Okay.
So 3 pictures, not one. So I was right in what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. It's a stacked picture, just like HDR. And you're saying that implies that it's fake.
Correct. Not fake, but not a picture. Not a snap picture. Click. I don't know, like maybe I'm not being clear enough.
But I thought you said that flat earthers could predict the location of the sun and the moon without using the globe theory, right? Like you know where the sun and the moon are going to be and all these cycles and all that, right?
When did I say that? We're talking... Now you're completely changing the subject.
No, I'm saying that if you can correctly predict the sun and the moon, where they're going to be, post-diction, not prediction and all that, then you should know that the sun and the moon are going to intersect on Saturday.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Remember what I said to begin with? When this occurs, whoever's filming it, I said, let's see if you can see the moon as it enters, and I specifically said not the shadow part, and as it exits. That's what I said specifically. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You think you can do that? You think anybody can do that?
No. You can only do it during a total.
Why is that?
The sun's too bright.
The sun's too bright. Gotcha. But you could only do it when it's at one certain position during this whole process, and if you stack pictures on top of each other. This is what you're trying to say to everybody.
Because the dark side of the moon is so much darker than the face of the sun that only when it completely covers the face of the sun is it even possible.
Right. Okay. Look, if that's what you want to believe, if that's the story you want to go with, fine. I mean, everybody's free to choose. I mean, to see for themselves what they want to believe.
Sure, it's a reasonable, internally consistent story that predicts exactly what's going to happen. What's your story?
It's not a story. We were talking about the eclipse and how we cannot see it ever entering. Now you're changing it. Now you're saying that the predictability. Now you change because you see that you're wrong on this, right? And you see that it's not a real picture exactly as I said.
I
So
never
now you're
said it
trying,
was. I
now
always
you're
said it
trying to
was a
change the
stacked image.
subject. Okay, all right. So now you want to go to the predictability of a model. You want to change the subject.
No, I'm saying that you were saying it's not the moon in front of the sun, and I'm just repeating that. Hey, even flat earthers say they can predict where the location of the sun and the moon are. Well, if you do that, you'll notice that the
I
sun
didn't
and
say
the moon
it's not the moon.
coincide.
I said you can't see
He
the
never
moon.
said that.
Yeah,
Oh, so it is the moon.
He never said that either.
Oh, is it the
exactly.
moon?
Why are you trying to strawman me instead of like being honest and answering question, like staying
Sorry.
on subject?
I assumed that your questioning of it was because you were saying that it's not the moon, and I admit that was a invalid assumption. So then I guess I could give you just a question: is it the moon blocking the sun?
How would he know?
By looking at it?
Exactly.
If you can't see the moon going in front or behind it, how would you know if it's the moon in front or behind it?
By paying careful, close attention to the cycle of the sun in the sky and the cycle of the moon in the sky, and then you can plot them and see that they intersect on Saturday.
And it would show if it was in front or behind?
No, but it would show that they're in the same point in the sky.
So what I said was correct.
Sure, so
Yep.
that leaves two possibilities. The moon is in front of the sun or the sun's in front of the moon. Well, looks like
No,
it's
it doesn't.
blocking the moon.
No, there's way more possibilities than that. To say that it's blocking the sun, I think is jumping the gun. I don't know if that's what SC says, but I say that. I personally think you should be able to see the moon, but I don't
I
agree
agree with that.
I don't agree that when the sun is shining bright on the moon that it has a definite like crisp line of where the brightness is. Like I don't think that's how that would work either, but call me crazy.
Have you ever seen a partial eclipse?
Yeah. I'm not talking about the partial eclipse. I'm talking about just a regular moon in the sky, like a half moon, and half
the moon
of it's
phases.
bright.
Yes.
And
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it happening that way, but I don't know. I wouldn't make a claim about it. That's also why I would say that. Well, that's one of the reasons I would say it's not the sun reflecting off a rock floating in the sky. So then I get into I don't think a rock floats in the sky.
I'm pretty sure earlier you said it's. I'm pretty sure earlier you said rocks could float in the sky.
No, I definitely said they wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't think rocks float in the sky either.
Well, float, orbit, whatever you want to say you think they're doing. I don't know why you want to play semantics at this point. We'll go right ahead.
Orbit is different than floating.
Right, I agree. Whatever. But when I throw a rock up in the sky, it doesn't orbit anything. It just falls back down. It tries to, I've never seen it. I can't do it. When I look up there, I don't know. I can't. It doesn't compute in my mind.
You're right about that. The rocks, if you throw rocks up in the sky, they fall. Same with satellites and the moon.
Right. They're not going
They
fast
fall.
enough. I know the story, man. I mean, you act like we're like don't know your story better than we often teach Clovers their story, but I think you're educated.
That's true. I am.
But don't act like that. It makes you look, whatever the word is, pretentious, sir.
Sorry.
All right. But you understand what I'm saying, right? You're pointing towards a medium that you and I really can't go into and saying things are happening there that don't happen where we're at. Like we can only trust those who've taught us that this is happening, and it has to be a certain speed, and the mass is this, but we were wrong about the mass, but don't worry about that. We're going to change that soon. So that would change. If you change the mass, it would change the speed that it's going. If you change the speed, that would change the orbital rate, the orbital path that it takes. So you can't just say one thing and say teach me how it affects everything, and that's not going to affect it. I mean, earlier, Jay Ace, I'm not saying you're Jay Ace or support him. I'm just saying he said, well, the math may be wrong. Well, if the math is wrong, that makes everything wrong, right? You agree with that?
Right. You'd have to figure out something else.
Yeah, it's tough. You would really have to do some serious adjustments. But anyway.
But no, I agree. You can't go to the moon. I can't go to the moon. So we can't directly experience it. And so we have two options. We can just throw up our hands and say, oh, we can't tell anything about the moon. Or we could come up with lots of different explanations and stories and see which one seems most reasonable.
Yeah, I've done that.
I'd rather do that than just like give up, I guess.
No, yeah, me too. I've done that. And I respect yours, and I want you to respect mine. That's all.
Got it, yeah.
I believe there's a superfluid. I mean, call me crazy. I think whatever's up there can be is and has been put into its path in a frictionless environment where it resets every year. So that's what I would, if someone held a gun to my head, that's what I would say is happening.
Yeah, I would agree with you that it's frictionless. I would say that it doesn't look like a superfluid because it's not fluid. It's just sort of kind of solid. It doesn't change shape or anything. It changed illumination.
Well, they have super solid also that's frictionless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I would say it doesn't reset exactly every year. The moon has one cycle and the year has a different cycle. So they're slightly off.
Yeah, but if it's on their paths and speeds, those paths and speeds are the same basically every year. That as close as we can measure. I mean, off by this much and saying that it's off when it's that far away and that long of duration of time just could be a rounding error or a human error or a tool error.
You could have different layers of superfluids that are going at different speeds, or the speeds themselves are just, the things themselves are just going at different speeds, whatever.
Right. And if they're at different altitudes, it's going to be different stages of superfluid. So that might have something to do with it. How the magnetism close to the Earth would affect that, because that definitely has something to do with its path. You have to have I forget what they call it now.
I think this made its way into the mainstream. The SVT, it's called super vacuum theory or something.
It's been in and out of the mainstream for a while now, but they kind of, they don't give much credit to the people who are researching it. But today, there's people researching it.
Superfluid vacuum theory. I think it's SVT is like the initials for it.
Yeah. They've recently discovered super solid. They can recreate it in the lab like they did the superfluid. It would give a good excuse.
Yeah, that's how they make
the helium is going.
That's how they make rocks float.
Yeah. They can make anything float and take a certain path. The superconductor, I believe it's called, can be out of oxygen. So, whatever. You combine that with some type of electromagnetic field, and you have yourself a path that objects can be put on. I think that was done by the creator, but call me crazy again. Whoever did it is a genius. To call it a random act is kind of oh man, it's like you're putting your own science down, right? Like,
bro, it all came from an energy explosion, bro. Come on.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I do like the Big Bang.
Do you know what kind of force? What's that?
Well, I like the Big Bang theory when it's put in a way that I can understand it, like a man and woman bang, and then that soup is the fluid that's transferred, and then the baby comes down the birth canal and is delivered at the dock by the doctor. That's the goods. That comedian tells that. It's hilarious. Owen Benjamin. I haven't heard him in a long time. He gives a story about that. It's hilarious. Someone's got an open mic typing. I have a topic. It has to do with the sun. I don't normally talk about the sky, but I do like the sky. Like it's intriguing. I just
Me
don't
too.
use
Let's
it
hear
as
it.
proof. So I've taken pictures of the sun that on certain days appears to be very, very close and large. So my camera has captured that. On different days, I zoom into the sun in the same position and it doesn't look that close or that magnified. So I don't think it's the camera zoom doing it because I'm using the same camera and zooming in and out in the video, right? Sometimes it appears, distant and small, and sometimes it appears close and large. So would you think the atmosphere is doing that? The conditions of the atmosphere?
So if you have a really bright light, the glare can light up pixels next to the actual position that it's at. And so it's going to be hard to actually measure anything that is like blowing out the camera lens. So if you can't see a sharp edge, then you're probably looking at the glare. That's why it's helpful to have like a solar filter if you want to take actual images of the sun, where you can see a sharp circle. Otherwise, it's just a big bright light, kind of like staring into headlights in a foggy day or something like that. You see a big glare, but that's bigger than the headlight itself. So kind of depends on how you took the picture.
So Matthew, for you, it doesn't like it. Not a shred of like concern of why you don't see the moon at all
No, because
coming or
it's just
leaving, and then it just makes the whole day night.
right. Because if you carefully track the location of the moon, in fact, I saw it this morning. It's a little bit ahead of the sun, and we know that every day it gets an hour. It rises an hour later. And if you like look at the sun and the moon tomorrow morning when they're both up, you can see. Well, it might be hard to see because it's a crescent moon right now, but you can see that it's right in front of the sun. And the next 2 days it'll get closer and closer to the sun. And so if you carefully track that out and plot it out, you'll see that it will cross right in front of the sun Saturday at 9. So if we see something happening Saturday at 9:20, then it's reasonable to assume that it's a moon because we track the moon. Now, the fact that we can't see it in the brightness of day isn't super surprising because it's dark up there and the dark side of the moon is facing us. So especially when it's right next to the sun is so bright it's kind of drowning out any light that you might get from the moon.
Yeah, but as it comes near, you don't think we should see like a little bit on the side, or
No.
a little bit of glare, a little bit of sheen, nothing
No,
at all.
I mean,
No light coming around an edge, nothing whatsoever.
I mean, if you
Not
hold
a
like
rock out of a line, a mountain on the moon out of a line, an angle, nothing, not a single. That really, you think that's possible?
right, because at that point it's exactly lined up. So I mean, we do see mountains on the moon when it's in front of the sun. The outline clearly shows, you know, the contours of the moon.
Well, I guess to each his own. I guess if that makes perfect sense to you, it's cool.
It's
And
just simple
also,
observation, right? It's just saying, look where the sun is, look where the moon is, plot it out, use the cycles. I don't care if you use the flat Earth cycles or the globe Earth cycles. The cycles are the same. You can tell where the moon's going to go. It rises 1 hour later each, well, 29/24ths of an hour later each day. And sure enough, if you plot that out, the location of the sun and the location of the moon in the sky will coincide on Saturday morning. So what else could it be?
so you keep going back to a model, you keep going back to a prediction, but I'm asking you the actual visual.
A post-diction, to be clear.
Why are a post-diction? Yeah. Well, it's like a clock. It keeps happening all the time.
Right.
It's hardly. Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is the visual. The visual. Like, there's nothing that makes you go, just a little bit about the visual.
No, I think it's exactly as we'd expect.
Okay, fair enough.
What happens if you hold, let's say you hold a dime way at arm's length right in front of the sun? First of all, you're staring at the sun, so that's a bad idea. But second of all, I think it's going to be kind of hard to see the back of the dime. I haven't tried this, but you know what I'm saying? Like, the sun is so bright that you would see it covering up the sun, but I don't think you'd be able to read the date on the dime, for example.
So you think you can recreate such an event? You think
No.
you can recreate?
Well, I
No.
sort of. I mean, putting something dark in front of something bright, you'll see that it washes out. The bright light washes out the dark thing, and it's going to be hard to see the dark side of the dark thing. That's all.
So that's not what I asked. I asked, do you think that you can make?
You cut out.
Sorry, I got a thing there. Sorry. What I'm asking is, do you think, like what you're saying, like something could cut out, like going in front of a light? You think you can recreate that? Like, get an object, make it come in front of the light, and not be seen at all, like block something and then leave again. You like happens in an eclipse. You think you can recreate that?
Are you asking if I can put a dark object in front of bright light? Yeah.
That's not what I asked. I can put an object in front of a dark light too.
Yeah,
It's not.
that's what I'm saying is happening. A dark object in front of a light. That's all that's happening.
But you would be able to see the dark object.
So
Yeah.
if it's late at night and a moth flies in front of your car headlight, I mean, if you're standing in front of a car looking at the headlight and a moth flies in front of the car headlight, would you be able to tell what color the moth is, or is it just going to look like an outline, a silhouette?
Who said anything about a color? I said, can you see it or can you recreate it? If you think you can recreate a moth doing that, show it. Tape it and show it. Bet you can't do it. I've been asking people for a long time to do this, bro. And we even had a professional photographer. I'm trying to find his GIF right now. He tried it. He couldn't do it on his first attempt. He said he was going to try it again.
Okay, do you see the picture I just posted?
Yeah.
So how come we can't see that person? We can't. It just looks like a black silhouette. So you can't see what color of shirt they're wearing. You can't tell what color their skin is. This type of thing happens all the time.
This is not the same thing.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
When the moon goes in front of
Is he the
sun.
same size? What? You
When
think
the
if you
dark,
follow him, you won't be able to see him? Get out of the silhouette? If you follow him walking to the left, you think you won't be able to see him eventually?
eventually, yeah. And we'll be able to see the
Okay.
moon in a few days.
In a few days. In a few days. Why in a few days?
Because the moon moves slower than the sky walking.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, bro, nice try, but you know, showing me a still picture of a guy next to the, where is he, on the beach or wherever he is? I mean, if you think that's recreating what I asked, I mean, okay,
Wait,
but it isn't.
you're saying we're not going to be able to see the moon in the sky tomorrow at all?
Maybe tomorrow, but Friday probably not, just because it gets so close to the sun that there's not much of the crescent left, so it's hard to see. I think you could see it if you used binoculars, but you'd have to be real careful because it's right next to the sun. And
He
certainly
thinks.
right before the eclipse starts, you won't be able to see it.
Hmm.
But we know it's there based on, the prediction, post-diction of we watch. It's a very steady march where the moon goes and where the sun goes. So there's no question where it is, even if we can't see it.
Has there ever been a picture of it as it approaches the sun with some type of special wavelength filter?
That's a good question. I don't think so, just because there's so much contrast and luminosity. And the only pictures I've seen are when it's in total eclipse, like during a total eclipse. Then you can set the camera to capture the dark side of the moon, close side of the moon.
Surely there's a filter, right? That would allow the moon to be seen and not have the sun glare it out.
I don't know.
Sure.
The sun is really bright and the sky is really bright.
Yeah, but the filters are really good, man.
Yeah, but I think the sun and the sky are kind of like broad spectrum, so they're shining in lots of different wavelengths. So I don't know if a filter would work. I mean, otherwise, if there were, then we could just use that filter to still do astronomy during the daytime.
Oh, yeah, good point. Let's do something like X-ray filter or some type of just some kind of real.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they can do X-ray astronomy in the daytime, I think.
Right. So I've searched, and maybe I didn't search hard enough, but I thought that'd be a pretty cool thing to present as a picture of the moon as it approaches the sun. Complete new moon. You can't see any of it. No crescent, yet you see it in some special type of photography.
We should have one of our satellites take film of the dark side of the moon being lit up by the sun.
Zanuck, will you be able to watch the solar eclipse on Saturday?
I'm hoping they're saying it's going to be. The weather was really nice, and then casted so nice.
Yeah, it was super overcast today here in Southern California at that
Yeah,
time.
I was
But
talking
I'm
to my buddy
hoping
down
it
there. He
clears
said,
up.
yeah, they're saying Saturday will be partly cloudy. It'd probably be, yeah, it should be good.
What city or state are you in? Well, I
I'm
mean,
in like I'm in the Bay Area, like the San Jose, San Francisco area.
oh, it's going to be like 75% there.
Yeah, so we'll get a good. I wish I had better photography. I'll take pictures of the phone and the telescope. That's not a good combination. My SLR cameras were good. I had some Pentax zoom. I still have old film too, but nothing. Some cool filters. Maybe I have a friend who's a professional photographer. Maybe I can have him.
Zanuck, I posted a link for you if you want to see the exact timings from San Francisco.
Oh,
But I
good.
think
Thanks.
it's going to be like 80%. Here in Southern California, it's like 70, 71%. So.
Right. Cool. Oh, so it's good. And too. Usually it's kind of foggy in the mornings lately, but till 11 a.m. Two hours.
What time is it there right now? Zanik? It's 7.
7 o'clock. Yeah, 7:09.
So what time is it gonna be at your
Like
place?
8 in the morning till like 10:30.
8. So it'll be 10 to 12:30 where I'm at.
No, it travels across, so it kind of depends. It'll be a few minutes later because the shadow moves from west to east.
Gotcha.
What
There's
city
a
are you
place
near?
in the States where it has totality. I forget where it is.
This one, it's nowhere because the orbit of the moon makes it smaller than the sun this time, so it's just an annular eclipse.
You sure?
Yeah, April 8th is a full eclipse.
Okay. I thought I heard somebody say somewhere, I think San Antonio or something like that. Like this time around, there's a full eclipse on that one. Okay, I could be
So
wrong.
no, San Antonio will experience a full eclipse on April 8th, and there's some place in Texas that's in the center line for this eclipse and that eclipse. But this time, the center line just means you'll see the moon go straight through the middle of the sun. So at one point, it'll be right in the very middle of the sun and just look like a ring of fire around the moon.
Well, I hope there's no clouds because the last one I
Yeah, me
caught,
too.
I didn't get a good. Yeah,
Were you in
started
the?
off all
Where were
cloudy.
you? Where were you for the last one?
Montreal.
I traveled to Oregon to see it, to see the full eclipse. It was pretty amazing.
Did you film it?
Nah, well, yeah. I mean, I have some pictures. I was more filming us and kind of like took a couple pictures. But there were so many people with cameras. I was like, yeah, I'll let them take the pictures. It was really cool. And I explained it. It's not like you're seeing something cool. It's more like something is happening to the world because yeah, it looks like this big hole in the sky, and it's cool looking. And the cameras and pictures capture some of that. But if you're there experiencing it in person, it's like the whole world is changing. Like sun becomes darker and darker and then disappears in this ginormous, like the blackest empty hole that you could see is what it looks like, and then this kind of like wispy stuff around it. So I don't know, it's hard to explain. That's why I'm like rolling the dice and flying to Dallas, Texas to watch the other eclipse, even though there's only a 50-50 chance with the weather this time. So instead of rolling the dice, I'm flipping a coin. How's that?
Well, I hope it's not cloudy. That's all I could say because I'm ready.
Yeah, me too.
Even though it's going to be a little tiny, puny one here, still.
Yep. Yeah, it'll still
Jesse,
be something.
how do we explain the fact that the approach and the exit of this sun, the sizes don't change? One's going faster than the other. One's being blocking the other, and they're going away from us. Doesn't it make sense that they would get smaller time during the eclipse? One more than the other, especially if it's by a good portion. And by the way, how far do flat earthers think the sun is versus the moon if they're eclipsing each other? Isn't one supposed to be 3,000 miles away, and the other one's supposed to also be 3,000 miles away? That doesn't make sense. So how far apart are they?
You have one more wish, and then I have to go back into the bottle.
Okay, and the last wish would be, how far apart they would be from one another if they're the same angular size.
How do you expect me to know?
I don't know. The flat earthers seem to know that it's 3,000 miles away, and that makes sense for the Eratosthenes test.
Oh, here in the Strawman City, you're starting already, right? You just came in and you're starting with Strawman.
I've been here
Who
the whole
says it's
time,
3,000 miles
being
away?
very
I
close.
don't.
Everyone, it seems, that no argues the point, seems to know this value of 3,000 miles based on this angular position of the sun and the moon and your observation relationship. moon, Eratosthenes test. I mean, it all seems to point for either round Earth or 3,000 miles distance. I never thought about it, but I've always wondered what those people would say the distances between the moon and the sun being blocking the sun.
And the whole problem is that this time around, they're not the angular size. The sun is slightly bigger. So
Yeah.
By the way, Xanax,
Well, you guys have bigger problems than the distance to the sun.
Yeah, I don't think we have any problems. You guys have them. That's just my personal opinion.
Zanuck, I was going to say, just FYI, Eratosthenes has two S's, even though most flat earthers say Eratosthenes. It's Eratosthenes, not Aristophanes.
Eratosthenes. I always spell it like Eratosthenes.
Yeah, two S's.
So I remember how to spell
Not
it.
Eris, but Era.
Era.
The fact that you said most flat earthers say it this way, because I guarantee you can go on the street and talk to 1,000 different Glovers. First of all, they wouldn't even know who he was.
Yeah, they don't know who he is.
Second of all, they wouldn't know how to pronounce it. It's weird.
Yeah, I think it's right spelling. Eratosthenes. Put it on paper. I only learned how to spell it because it's flat Earth. Them to thank for that. That's probably even wrong anyway. Is it? Eratosthenes.
Like the day pick of the moon?
Yeah, that's what it looked like this morning. I saw it like that this morning.
I had a big melon. He was on the Greek. That was like a picture of him for the Greek nickel.
You need a big brain to come up with all that bull.
Let's see, when you have a picture of you, like your little side view, and you're on the nickel 100 years from now, what are they going to say about you? This guy was a Greek polymath, mathematician, geographer, poet, astronomer, music theorist, man of learning, becoming a chief librarian at a library. What are they going to say about Odyssee's autobiography say? Biography.
What are they going to say about you, Zanuck?
Well, I have my list.
Philanthropist, truth teller.
Truth teller, helped countless flat earthers see the truth, saved their face in front of massive opposition to their ignorance and stubbornness.
Do you like Eratosthenes' poetry?
I wouldn't even know one if I read it. Do you?
I was just wondering if you remember read it.
I dig his music though. Man, he had a wicked beat.
Probably doesn't even rhyme, not even in Greek.
276 BC.
Ask yourself this: how does somebody 2,000 years ago figure out freaking shape of the Earth, or even try to even contemplate it?
Sticks and shadows.
Yeah, so
I mean, come on.
Eratosthenes
Seriously.
wasn't proving the shape of the Earth. He was measuring the size using the assumption that the Earth is a globe. So he was merely calculating a size based on an assumption. He wasn't proving anything.
Yeah, maybe he had too much wine that day. Who knows?
He whipped out his cell phone and called his buddy real far away and told him to take this measurement at the same time.
No, he read a book. And he read a book that said in Syene, on the longest day of the year, there were no shadows, and the sun reach down to the bottom of the well. So he knew that the sun was directly overhead Syene on the longest day of the year.
And then he hired that guy to step it off, paid him whatever he needed to pay him, walk 500 miles.
That's how you know that one guy is real too. He got like bit by a spider and then got these crazy powers to like walk on walls.
These are all like fairy tales, right?
Well,
See,
like a lot of things from that long ago, we have stories of stories of stories. So we're pretty sure that there was a guy named Eratosthenes, and it seems reasonable that he did this, this calculation. But it's kind of legendary, and in fact, he came pretty close to the modern number, so he did fairly well.
I think they've taken a lot of the work of these people and they changed it around and try to make it fit their, their paradigm. Or maybe massage the truth a little bit,
Wait, so you're saying they faked all those ancient documents that have these stories about Eratosthenes, or what?
I think anything's possible. Well, they've done a lot of skullduggery around the turn of the century, They massaged math, they messed with philosophy, history, they messed with history, education.
I would say that they learned a lot about history, a lot about science, a lot about mathematics in the past 100 years. That's for sure. I don't know if they messed with it.
Remember, I said around the turn of the century, right?
I told somebody that I lived in a house that was built around the turn of the century, and they're like, "Oh, that's so cool! You live in such an old house. When was it built?" And I said 2003.
Yeah. Well, it's true. I have to say the turn of the other century. I'm forgetting.
Yeah, come on, man! It's been 23 years already. No, but I know what you mean. I think people still, when they say turn of the century, that's what they mean.
There are cathedrals everywhere for those with eyes to see.
Yeah, it's in the stones. I always say that it's in the stones. They can hide, they can change everything else except the stonework.
So you're a truth seeker.
I guess, yeah.
That's good to hear. We're a rare breed nowadays.
Hey, I see. That's why they carpet bombed everything, to get rid of all that old stuff.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of people say that. A lot of those wars was to get rid of stuff like that. In Iraq, they looted the museum there. They said that was part of it. They looted a lot of museums there, and that was like one of the, if not the cradle of civilization. Yeah, nice picture there, Ricky. How come there's never a shade? Like a shadow? I know what you're gonna say before you say it, but no shadow.
No shadow, no future.
Yep.
Yeah, the gradual fading out of sight is definitely not a shadow.
That's the part I don't get. If the moon is a physical object, why does it just fade away to where we can just see right through it?
You're not seeing through it. You're seeing the sky in front of it.
Well, you're seeing the shadow on top of it.
I didn't get to really. I said something earlier, but I was on mute the whole time. So I'm going to say it now. Notice next time when it's foggy in your area, look at the sun. It's really, really white and really, really small. I think fog is a good filter.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, be careful when you're looking at it. It has to be dense enough. But yeah, I would recommend getting
Yeah.
some solar eclipse sunglasses, and you can look at the sun even when it's not a solar eclipse, and it's cool to see.
And is it really dark?
No, it's really bright, but if you're wearing solar eclipse sunglasses, you
But I
can't
mean, the
see anything.
glasses, they're really dark, right?
They're especially made for looking at the sun, yes.
So you can't see anything besides the sun?
No, typically not. I mean, I suppose if you're looking straight at a bright light, you might see it faintly, but just the sun.
So does it just look like a white circle, like in your vision?
If you have a fancy solar neutral density filters, then yes. But most cheaper ones, like I have, it looks kind of yellowish just because that's the color of the film in front. And usually it looks like a circle, but lately there's been some sunspots, and so if they're big enough, you can see them with the naked eye.
Oh, that's interesting.
So where's the other half of the moon?
That's what
Matthew?
I'm saying. Can we not
Where-
see
in which
stars
picture?
on the other half of the moon? Or they disappear into the shadow or whatever we call it.
Yeah, they disappear. The dark half of the moon blocks the stars and planets sometimes if you happen to see an occultation, which is kind of cool.
Moon shadow, moon shadow.
Is there any globers in here?
Yes.
Oh well, I'm surprised they still exist.
What are you talking about? Everybody you know in real life is a glober.
You don't know anybody personally that you talk to, not on here, that's a flat earther? You need to get out more. Interesting people.
I have never met a flat earther person.
Man, you got to stand up in a room more often and say, "Is there
I
any
do.
flat earthers here?"
Any flat earthers around here? Who thinks the earth is flat?
If I were
I
to
meet
add
them
up my
all the time, man.
friends,
I'm in front
if
of
I were to add
thousands
up
of
my
people all week
friends
long. I should make an announcement.
and the friend of friends, that would be about 30 to 40 people. And out of those 30 to 40 people that I know of, well, if I include family, we're talking probably like 50 or 60. There's only one person I know that is a flat earther, and that's an acquaintance.
Zanuck, I've met dozens, but that's because they go to these flat Earth meetups here in Southern California at Renee's house.
Where do they meet up at?
Sunset Beach on the equinox and solstices.
Really?
Yep.
Try to make it down there and meet up with you.
I don't know a single flat earther that I've met personally that's been to a meetup. I've never been to a meetup.
Well, isn't there a Flattoberfest in Las Vegas in next weekend or 2 weekends from now?
I think so.
Flattoberfest? Really?
Yeah, they're having a festival in Las Vegas in October.
I'll just throw in there that we're all flat earthers. It's just that most of us don't know yet because we've been lied to.
Really? Who's lied to us? Who's doing the lying?
We've been deceived anyway. Maybe
Yeah.
there are some people. I'd say some people have lied, and other people have just, gone with the flow.
Who's lied to me? That can't be good.
I'm not saying anyone directly has lied to you, but in the past, I'm sure that there were people that knew, and I'm sure there are people that know now. So quite possibly you have had people lie to you, but I don't know. I don't know the people in your.
What have they lied about? What have they lied to me about?
How would he know
I
what
don't.
they've lied to you about? You're saying you haven't been lied to by your authority figures? I don't think that's what you're saying.
What have
I
they
hope
lied
not.
to me?
Right.
And if
How
you've
would
been
he
lied
know
to,
that?
yeah, it's kind of like when someone says, "Oh yeah, I always catch my child out lying." It's like, no, you catch your child at the time you catch your child. You missed a dozen other lies.
I would say if you've ever had anyone say the boat you're looking at the beach is going over the curb, I believe that's a total deception. Whether they know they're deceiving you or not, that's a deception.
I've seen it.
I agree.
I've seen it live. The place to do it is a place like Cabo at the tip of Baja, where you can see cruise ships going in a straight line going down, and you will see them rise. Bridge comes up, exhaust ports first, then the entire boat will be in view, right directly opposed to me on the beach. And as it goes north, it'll start sinking. So
Yeah, that doesn't mean
stops.
it doesn't mean
Pretty
anything.
cool. Pretty cool.
Well,
It tells you that the boat is going behind the curve.
I wouldn't
It's a
expect.
great.
No, it doesn't. I wouldn't
Sure it
expect
does.
any other. No, it does not.
It does. Because
I
you
wouldn't
know how,
expect it to do anything other than that on most days.
where did the boat go? When I see the smokestack just right above the surface of the water before it appears, where did the rest of the boat go? Because angularly, the rest of the water didn't change. The boat has gone down. Why is the boat going down?
So the water that take the boat out of the equation. The water's not appearing to rise up.
No, the horizon's where it is. I mean, big circle around you. Like,
Right. It appeared the horizon, the water is what you're saying. You're looking out over the water, right? The water horizon has appeared to rise up towards your eye
No,
level, right?
it doesn't move. Where it eventually ends up is still doesn't change in position as I'm watching. All I see is the boat move.
I didn't ask that. Is the water appearing to be at your eye level?
No, it appears to be slightly below eye level.
Okay, slightly below. Cool. At what distance, if you're a 6 foot tall man, would that happen? That point be?
Right around 3 miles.
Okay, if the boat goes beyond 3 miles, which I'm sure you're saying that ship is doing,
Yeah, it is.
what
Sure.
would happen to the boat?
It gets smaller.
Right?
Yeah.
And it would go behind that appearance of a horizon, right? If it goes beyond the horizon. Like the water isn't rising up, right?
Well, the water's still the same level. It's not changing.
Right. It just appears to rise up due to perspective, I would say.
No, it's going down. The bridge is going down. The smokestacks
No,
are going down.
that's
The hull's
not
going
what all
down.
y'all.
Everything's going down. And as it goes down, it's losing.
You're missing what I'm
parts of
saying.
what you see.
Before the horizon, in your foreground.
After the horizon.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. We haven't got there yet. You've just advanced there because you want to insert your Earth curve. I'm showing you how it can be something different. And actually, you've already agreed that it can be different. So I'm not sure why you're fighting this. So in the foreground, when the water appears to rise up, even in like Soundly's pictures of the power line and bridge, the power line and the bridge appear to be going up until it gets to their horizon, which it depends on the elevation of the viewer, what distance that would be. And then after that, everything appears to be going down below that horizon, right? Bunch of appearances.
Well, I mean, the angles and the sizes, the position with the smokestacks changing size, comport what you're saying.
Right, I would say that has a lot to do with perspective and seeing into the distance, but also
you zoom in and we see the
conditions
same.
of the. Yeah, you
no
cut
change
right in there. Yeah, you cut right in there. You want to talk about zoom now?
I tried again and you talked again. So
yeah, because zooming in is just magnification. That's why you can see a sunset with your naked eye and it appears to be setting, and then zoom into that sun and there's actually sky underneath it.
well,
it hasn't
you
set.
You can say that, but what I'm telling you is that we can zoom in and it's still missing half
What do you
the
mean
boat.
I can say that?
150
I just
feet of
said
the
it.
boat is missing.
Yeah, missing. Yeah.
Zoom in all you want. It's not going to make the boat
beyond
show up.
the horizon. Well, at a point, even the zoom in camera has a limit, right?
But
and
I
if
still
it,
see the top perfectly clear. You're only missing.
Yeah, until it gets further away, and then you don't see the boat at all.
No, but it's going down too, and it's getting smaller.
Back here, can I jump in for a second?
It's appearing to go down, but things appear to go up sometimes too.
No,
like the city, the skyline of that bay shot, and like something's happening in the videos that I've taken where the boat can't be over a curve, and it's halfway blocked. What phenomena is that?
Oh, there's
Come
zooming,
on,
which is a
You're
real,
smart enough.
real
For you to say that's
attribute
Earth
of.
curve 100% without doubt.
Well, you asked me a question, then you started talking over me again. I said
Yeah.
it could be looming. The conditions where things are rising above where they should be.
Like the foreground of the water is rising up, and the background of the shrimp boat that's obstructed is
doing
of
the water behind the object.
Yeah,
is
you
going
cut.
higher.
Didn't you just cut me off?
I thought you sound like you stopped.
Right. So I'll start again. So the foreground and the background can be doing different things, but with perspective, the foreground is going to usually appear to rise up, and the background, which is beyond the horizon, is going to appear to be lower or in its actual position, which would be below the horizon because it's appeared to rise towards your eye level.
If you say so.
No, I know so, and you know so too.
Well,
that's why
here
you
I got
said
I got some perspective. In this 2 pictures, I got perspective marked on it as far as pixel count for these cross members of the ship. So you can see very clearly that even though I've zoomed in, I've retained the size, proportionality, yet it has fallen down below the hull. How is that possible? I mean, why don't you be honest and let's not fight about it. Just tell me how this is possible.
I'm not fighting about you. I've looked at these pictures for years that y'all been posting for like 6 years. And that smokestack is magnified for one. It's way larger than when you first show it if you measure it. And then the water itself in front in the foreground is not in its actual position. Like if that ship was floating in the air, if the conditions were different and there was sky appearing to be under it, you would say that was a mirage or due to the conditions it's doing that. But when it's under the water, you don't say that's a mirage or the conditions causing that. You say that's Earth curve. It's weird, man.
No, it's
The
not really
opposite
weird.
the opposite phenomena can happen. That ship could appear under certain conditions to be floating in the air, and it can also
that's
appear to
optical
be
illusion.
underneath the water. Yep, optical illusions. You got it.
Angularly, you can. That's not the case. Like I said, the floating ships are an optical illusion. There's no, I mean, even involved with it. It's just basically things that are, are causing this optical effect. We can show that very clearly.
Come on.
Yeah. So
we know that ships don't
different
float in the air.
filters.
That's why we know they're optical illusions or mirages.
No,
and we know that we know. Hang on one second. I'm gonna get this out. And we know, just like the ship floating in the air doesn't happen, so it must be an optical illusion. We know that ships don't go underwater. You almost let me finish. So we know that we know. Sure, I did. You have a warped brain, bro. We know that ships don't go underneath water. That's why we know it's an optical illusion. It's called a mirage.
You're doing it again. Just finish. You said the same thing 3 times in a row. So
very simple definition of mirage is an optical illusion caused by the
these two pictures are mirage. These two pictures are mirage,
mm-hmm.
but it is not a mirage that's caused by any kind of optical effect. It's more of a vision effect because colors are blending in. It makes you look like it's higher than it is. But when you look at the bottom of the ship and measure it with an angle meter of any shape or kind, you will see that that ship is not floating, that the water is being obscured by its color.
Yeah, I'm saying the water in the foreground is in a different spot. Just like in the bottom pictures of the ships floating, the water in the foreground appears to be lower. And the water in the foreground of the ship that's being hidden, the water appears to be higher. Hello? 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 Anybody home? I think you're starting to get it now. And look at that ship. It's all distorted and refracted. Holy ship.
It's far away. It's 26 miles away. Yet
I know. That's how you get more.
Why do you think you can clip me? Why do you think it's okay to do that?
Just look at that picture you just posted, man. Look at the mirage in the front. Look at that mirage that you're posting right now as Earth curve. Look at that ship. It's all mirage at the bottom.
It's 26 miles away. How high was
so it's mirage.
How high was the observer?
Hello?
How high was the observer from the 26-mile ship?
He doesn't know. He didn't take that picture. That picture's been used for years. I have close-ups of that picture in my file, like I'm on my phone. I keep it on my phone because it's so ridiculous. To say that light only goes one way and does certain things when you can show show a ship and a motel floating in the air and call that a mirage, but show the same exact boat or the same exact building like the Marriott appearing to be underwater and call that Earth curve. And deny that the conditions are different and all that.
I will send you money to buy a 6-pack of beer and a turkey sandwich and go to lunch and train. I'm still talking. You take the 6-pack of beer and the turkey sandwich. And I'm going to send you a bag of chips. And I want you to sit down on that shore and ponder why the Marriott Hotel is half missing.
I was there Sunday. I just posted a picture of me being there Sunday. You think I don't go there? You think I don't ponder? You see that levee right there that I'm standing on?
Where's the picture
Sunday.
of the hotel?
This was Sunday. I just posted it. Hello? You know your buddy Soundly that goes 27 miles away from the airport on the North Shore and then shows you a plane missing? And you don't think the airport is lower than that levee? And you let him lie to you? The same guy that says he can see Earth curve from ground level with 20/20 vision? You think I don't ponder? I was there Sunday.
I hope you ponder.
Yeah, I know. I pondered. I drove across
the picture
the bridge.
that I constantly show you.
I went
the other side of the bridge.
I went at the 3 mile mark, right? and I could see both shores. So it doesn't take long going over the bridge to realize that the center of the bridge is not 90 foot up. Now, standing on one shore and looking across on most days, you get a mirage. I even have a picture of that. I can show you exactly where it starts. And it depends on, because I took it at different angles, the angle that you get towards the bridge. The closer you get to the bridge, the less of the bridge you see. It starts miraging even more. I mean, what part don't you understand?
I understand it all. Sure.
Yeah, I know you do. See how the bridge, you can see more of the stilts, and then it gets to the about 8 miles away, and it looks like it's in the water. Yeah, that's just perspective. The water and the bridge appear to be merging together to that point. That's the limit of my vision on that day.
That's just perspective.
Yeah, just perspective, not Earth curve. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, whatever you said.
Well, no, you just said it, not me.
I was mimicking you. I was kind of talking.
Well, you're saying that's not perspective? That when we look
no,
over Lake
this is not perspective. So why don't you go this way?
So we don't see in perspective?
Go take this picture. Go to this part of the bridge.
I've been there. I've been there.
Go take
Sunday.
that
I was there Sunday.
Would you please go take that picture? Stop it, Bracky, please. It's getting.
I'm taking that picture.
Take it again on that side of the bridge with both the parking structure and the Marriott, wherever those two buildings are, next to each other, and zoom in. It's taking it from some beach. We see nothing. You have to zoom in.
Well, I have my cell phone, but that's right. That's right where that is. Way. Yeah, I got to do it at dusk with a telescope with a camera attached through double pane glass, and for you to believe that the bridge is curving.
Okay.
So that's not perspective right there. The bridge doesn't appear to rise up and then go down towards a point. The water don't appear to be at eye level. You know where that red line you're drawing is? That's eye level, right?
Have you been back every single day and taken that same photo?
No, he didn't. He didn't take that picture. Soundly did. You know, the guy that says you can see Earth curve from ground level with his 20/20 vision.
Because if you want to get any kind of accurate thing, you need to go back every single day and get shots from and video from every single day because it changes every day.
Yeah, minute to minute. I'll show you 6 days apart. You can't even tell it's the same bridge. I'll also show you that Marriott building that he's flashing on a gift that he didn't take with a line drawn through it at eye level. I'll show you it appearing to float in the air that I've taken from this exact same beach years ago. I'll post it right now. What says you on that day? The conditions are different or Earth curve changed? So tired of arguing with y'all, man. You admit that it's perspective. You have to, because we see in perspective, and then deny that perspective would make it see like that. Wow, look at this building.
Globers never change.
Look at this same Marriott building.
And Zanuck, after the 21st of October, we're going to set up a thing and go over all of our information together. I will bring hundreds of screens of everything that I know exact distances to. So, Zanuck, you better bring everything that you know the exact distance and proof of your own personal proof that those things are the observer height and the distance that they are. If you don't have proof, it's inadmissible. Because I'll bring proof for every single thing that I show.
I have proof, and I took a picture of the setup. I got pictures of the airport and the airplanes. We know how large they matched them to the actual proportional size models to show where the landing gears would be. You got the Bay Bridge there. See that there's no way, even with a mirage, that's where it should be 20 miles away. I mean, everything's there. And I'm going to do it again. I've already done it 4 times. And I'm going to keep on doing it. And we keep on taking the same pictures. And we're never going to see. Okay, look.
You're roboting.
I'll take more pictures, and you're going to. You got a map there exactly, and I'm going to be very accurate about what I'm taking pictures of. And hopefully, I'll have a nice sailboat, all mast, come toward me, which I always do. Even last time, and I took pictures of them also to see how much of it is hidden by Earth curve. And you'll be able to see it yourself too. And hopefully,
make sure that you know exactly how far the sailboat is from you.
We won't know we know there'll be somewhere between. It doesn't matter how far exactly it is. We know at some point in time.
No, it doesn't
traveling to. Come on, please. I'm still talking. We know. Hey, I'm still talking. We know as it comes toward us that it's somewhere between the endpoint of the bridge God, can you not do that?
Yeah, but you can't say you know and then just
We
say
do
Earth
know.
curve.
We know how far it is
No,
from
you
San
don't
Francisco.
know.
We know
it's
the
Earth
runways
curve.
are man-made. We know how far it is away from the Foster City Highway 84 bridge, and we know how
Please
far
tell
the
me
Bay
this
Bridge
is
is from
not
there
your
too.
best example of
Okay,
Earth
you're
curve.
just still talking over me, so I'll let you talk because obviously what you have to say is more.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Put yourself on mute because when you claim it's Earth curve and say you're viewing something from a certain distance, that's freaking ridiculous, dude. That's like me saying, "Look at this picture. It's rising up. The horizon is above the crosshair, so we live on concave Earth." That's equally as ridiculous.
If you have looming, that
Yeah,
will happen.
if you have something other than what you expect to have, which is a flat plane, water seeks and finds its level, it's probably looming, sinking, or some other
The weight,
optical illusion like the ship floating in the air are appearing to, or the
the weight,
building floating in the air are appearing to, or the bridge appearing to go underwater and curve when you know it doesn't because you've driven over it and have other pictures on different days that
the
show
way,
that it's
the way you
not up
prove it.
below the water or
Hello,
curving, like I just posted.
the way you, God, that was long. The way you prove it is differential measurement. So if you do see this and it looks like the Earth is concave, all you have to do is change the observer's position, take the measurement, and if you can do it several more times, if you're in an air building, that'd be fantastic. But you can do it like I do. I can do it on the ground at 3 feet. I can go up a little higher to 6 feet. I can go to 12 feet, up to 20 feet, and I can climb on top of the fence also and go 25 feet. So I can get
And
a bunch
measure
of
what?
measurements, and then by the positional change of the objects in the distance, you can actually determine what the refraction actually is by differential measurements.
So full of shit. You can't measure that mirage that I just posted. What are you gonna get? A measurement of the mirage. Measure the bottom of the building where I show it floating in the air. Take that angle measurement and then shove it up your Earth curve ass. All you're doing when you're looking long distance over water or claiming that you're measuring it because you have a crosshair that's a couple inches from your eye and it's showing the object below or above the crosshair, or you're measuring an angle to an apparent position, and if it's a certain way, you're going to call that Earth curve. Kiss my ass. Those days are over, sir. This is 6 days apart, by the way, guys. The two pictures I posted last, one with the bridge and the tower in a certain position, and 6 days later or before, I can't remember which happened, the bridge appeared to curve towards me. I went to the other side and the bridge appeared to curve that way, like 20 minutes later.
Yeah, you could literally do the same photo, not even 6 days apart. It could be 4 hours apart, and it could do that.
Yeah, this just happened to be 6 days. I was on my way to my boat, went there and took these pictures. I was freaked out. I was like, I've never seen this before. I couldn't
But Zanuck,
believe.
you can't just sorry, Zanuck, you can't just get a photo of a boat or whatever and say it's getting halfway down, so therefore it's going over a curve. You need to know the distance to that boat. If you don't know the distance to that boat, it's inadmissible. You can't use it.
It's not even just the distance because I have a boat that's only 3 miles, 3.2 miles away from me or so that can't be Earth curve, that is obstructed halfway by water. It can't be Earth curve. So
Exactly, that's what I mean. But because you know the distance and you know that it's 3 miles, you can sit there and say, well, 100% that's not true. But if someone just takes that photo and doesn't know the distance and they say, well, that's Earth curve, then you can sit there and go, well, hold on. No, it's not, because it's only 3 miles away. How can half the boat be gone?
no, that's what
No.
they call it, Earth curve. Great proof of Earth curve. They don't even know the viewer height or the distance to the boat, and then call me a liar.
Well, I just 2 days yesterday, I just went into one of Wolfie's videos where he took a video of Bathurst lighthouse from 19 kilometres away. He was 6 foot up, and he's sitting there and going like, "Oh, what's happened to half the island?" Well, the problem with that is that he told us where he was, and he told us the height, 2 meters to the camera height. Well, from 19 kilometres at 2 metres, there should be 14.75 metres of hidden. The actual lighthouse is 17 metres above sea level. So that leaves 2 meters between what should have been the water and the lighthouse. Yet you can clearly see probably 8 to 9 meters below the lighthouse. So obviously that had nothing to do with the earth curve, because if it was earth curve, it would only be 2 meters below the lighthouse, not 8 to 9 meters. It was the optics of the day. His video is debunked in 2 minutes.
Yeah, we know that. We know that now. That if they want to deny it and keep going with Earth, every time they say Earth curve from a photo, I'm laughing now because I can't tell it's flat from a photo. So how the hell can you say it's Earth curve?
Exactly. But this is
when
why I'm always saying, sorry, bro. This is why I'm always saying, well, what's the distance to it? Because it matters, right? So as an example, like I've said before, I've got a spot that's 14.3 miles away from 6 inches. I've filmed it, and I've got film of this Zanic, and I can prove it, right? And I can prove the distance. From 6 inches, you can see the shore break, which is a maximum 4 meters high. Then I've got another day from 6 inches, almost 160 feet is missing. What happened? And also, Zanuck, every single time you have an inferior mirage, the horizon appears to be higher. Right? And I can prove that with hundreds of photos that I know the exact distance of everything. So we're going to go over this. So you better make sure that you bring everything. And you better make sure that you know exactly the distance to everything and the observer height. Because I have hundreds of screenshots of this stuff. Hundreds. And if you ever want to just go from one of my screenshots into the video to prove what I'm saying, and that screenshot is where it is and where I took it from, we'll just come out, I'll go into the actual file, I'll pull the file up, we'll open the video for that day, and which, you know, the file still has all the day written on there and the time of the file, when it was. So we'll go into it and I'll show you the actual video. I'm not just taking a picture of someone else's thing and then showing you, oh, look at this. No, I will show you the actual video of where I was and where it was taken from and how high I was. So you better bring something similar, or anything that's not like that will be inadmissible. You can't use it.
Yeah,
Rant over.
even in Soundly's picture I just posted, you wouldn't get the water tower being above the center of the bridge, because the center of the bridge, remember, is 90 feet higher than each shoreline, and the part where the boat goes under, that's 8 miles away, is 60 foot above the water. Yikes, man. They're posting perspective and mirage pictures and calling it Earth curve. Pure perspective. This one is post-production. It's stacked, so it makes it clear, but it's also compressed perspective. He admitted. He's the one that taught me. Him and Jesse are the ones that taught me about compressed perspective and told me that their photograph was compressed perspective.
Yeah, there's the you know, that other one that everyone keeps posting as well, of that container ship going past below the other ship. You've seen that one? It's posted in the text all the time.
Yeah, it's got one container ship closer and the other one further away and the one further away. Yeah, I have 2 shrimp boats like that.
Well, I found the original video and the original poster of that, right? So he gives the data of where he was and where the ship was. Well, if you put in that longitude and latitude that he had, he says that he was 10 meters above sea level, but the drop pin takes you to a point that's 5 meters above sea level. And all in that entire area, I looked everywhere in that area, went to the beach. The highest point I can find is 7 meters above sea level. He said the ship was 16 miles away. Oh, it's 16.1 miles from that drop pin. Well, then I think that gives 30 feet. So it should have had 30 feet hidden. But yet, if you look at that ship, and I'm looking at these ships almost daily, right? If you can't see the very top part of the bow of the ship, at the bow of the ship, if you can't see the whole section of that, you're looking at least 50 feet missing. So on that, even on that particular one that these guys keep showing, there's actually more like 50 feet missing, but that guy's actual figures show there should only be 30 feet missing. So once again, that's not proving Earth curve, that's proving the optics. It's conditions of the day. Everything they post is bullshit. And I'm like you, man, I'm sick and tired of them, and that's why I've been sitting there. There's like 5 or 6 of them that are always in the text chat, and I've challenged every single one of them to come onto the VC and go over all this information, and not one of them will do it. They just want to sit in the text chat and just rant on like little babies.
Yeah, those 2 shrimp boats I posted, I have it on video too. But they're only about a mile from each other. They're partner boats. So they fish, the same, they're fishing the same water. They're just dredging back and forth right there for shrimp. And one of them is about out my horizon and the other one's only about a mile further. And it just, it's just an optical effect. Now, I will say, if most days things will appear to be lower than the crosshairs, but that doesn't mean, that's just because that's how it normally would be. It takes other conditions to make it appear any different or appear to be above the crosshairs. I've only seen it a couple times. One was at Lake Pontchartrain years ago, and then Jose and them called me a liar forever until I got George to post his thing that was higher than the crosshairs. But now Jesse has done it. Jesse Colossi did it at the Salton Sea. The Jesse that comes here, Gordon, I think his name is, he did it after only shooting a couple months, out over the water. It happens all the time. Just people don't get it.
Yeah, well, this is a game where I say we need the distance, right? Because just as an example, I've got a ship where I have probably about 8. I've done 8 screenshots of it, but the ship sat there for 12 days in the exact same position. And I have footage where my camera is 6 inches above the ocean, and you can see the entire ship. Granted, there is a superior mirage also going on, but you can see the entire ship from 6 inches. And then I have one from 2 foot on a different day where maybe about 20 feet is missing. Yeah, there should have been more like 60. Then I have multiple viewings of it from 20 foot. And at 20 foot, there should have only been about 14 feet missing. Yet one day there's 60, the next day there's 10, the next day there's none. Right? It's just the conditions of the day. So even at any time when you see a ship that's like half gone, that's what I'm saying. Well, what's the distance to it? And how did it look the day before? How did it look earlier that morning? Did it look the same in the morning? Did it look the same yesterday? What about the day before that? Did it look the same then? It changes every single day. So these guys want to go over it. No drama. Hundreds of screenshots of these things. And once again, I can prove every single one of them. They're mine. They're my personal footage. I can prove every one of them. So I'm just sick of these people as well, man. I'm sick of them posting these things. So you better. So after the 21st of October, apparently Zanuck is going to go over this with me, and you better bring enough, Zanuck. Yeah, I'm with you, Rakia. I'm sick of it as well. It's been going on for way too long, and that's why I've been out there just constantly filming every day. I don't go out once a week. I go out every single day, and this week I've been out every day, twice a day, except for today. So I'm not sure if there's anyone that really has quite as much data on this stuff as what I do, apart from maybe people like the Plain Truth and Wide Awake, guys like that. But I guarantee you there's no Glober that has anywhere near the kind of information that all of us have.
So what do you go out and do every day? Twice a day?
Film, ships and land.
What
Not
did
every day
you
is twice a day. Just every day this week has been twice a day.
What did you think of this week's Globebuster show?
On refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. There's a few things in there that I might watch it again because I'm going to go on Speaker's Corner and show some stuff to Jaron. So I've just been putting about maybe 7 or 8 real short little videos together. So I'm going to go on there and present.
I think we know less than ever.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I think that it's not that they're getting refraction wrong. It's just been reverse engineered to fit a ball. Obviously,
there's also more than one type of refraction and more than one type of mirage. And if we're going to get a combination of any of the two, then we don't even have a fucking name for that. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, imagine fixing a car, right? And you go, well, it could be the sensor or it could be the wire. And and you're like, okay, go get a sensor. And it's like, no, that didn't change it. Okay, return that and go get the wire. And it's like, all right, well, that didn't fix it. Well, what if it was both? You never would know, because who's thinking about that kind of combination? Here, we're thinking, well, it must be one or the other, and life isn't like that, really. And I'm convinced. Can I ask you a question about what they call standard refraction?
You can. I'm not. Yeah. Go for it.
No, there is no experts anymore because the experts are giving me too many stories. So they're saying that it's only measuring vertical, and I'm going, well, that's normally due to temperature, because that's the normal gradient is in temperature. Plus there's pressures, plus there's thinness as you go up and stall, but that's all like that ends up being a pressure density. So their shit is based on, pressure caused sometimes by temperature. And so there's these different densities, like pressure density. Then they have the temperature gradient. They have all these different things that they're stacking together, but each thing is gradient. So what is gradient? What's a time lapse? And all these words that they're throwing at me, and I'm going, fuck me, right? So I'm looking at the word standard refraction for 5 years thinking, how dare they just throw in an amount without measuring? Well, I was very wrong about what they meant by standard refraction. In my understanding today, which now nobody agrees with, it's just the way air looks. Kind of like if I looked out the side of my car window, if I roll down the car window, on the refraction index, that would be a vacuum. There's no resistance. There's no glass. There's nothing you're looking through. That's 0 on the refraction index. Actually, 1.00000 is a vacuum. And 1.00013 is our nitrogen-rich air that we breathe. And standard refractions based on that at room temperature, sea level, room temperature, shit like that, And so what I'm saying is that's like putting up a piece of glass now, like rolling up the window in the car. It's not tinted glass or anything, but it's just like there's something there that makes it a little less clear. But mostly you can see through it. But imagine stacking up a shitload of those, like every meter or every mile or miles worth of glass. You'll eventually, what they say, I believe, or now looks like my own definition, you'll experience a lapse rate. You might slow down light going through all that shit. And you might even have a gradient horizontally because it's getting thicker and thicker as you go. But there is no vertical gradient yet. There's nothing to cause up and down. So I'm still cool with this like horizontal thing that I understand standard refraction is a thing. When they go, there's always a gradient, there's always refraction. I get it now. It doesn't even have to do with weather or any conditions. It's just the way fucking air is. And if you stack it, it'll become gradient. But for them to have what they call a lapse rate and slow it down, it's got to get pretty thick. Then you have to have an irregular lapse rate. Like something has to affect it on one side or above or below it to make it an uneven lapse rate to want to bend. So I think I understand standard refraction, but I don't think that has anything to do with the bending of light. I think there's other factors, mostly temperatures, that have to do with
I
the
think
bending.
even saying the word standard refraction is really an oxymoron, really, because like, what is standard refraction?
It's the
When
way
you go
air,
out,
it's the
observation.
clearness. It's the clearness of the air when you look
Oh
outside.
yeah, for sure. But what I mean is, when you actually go out day in, day out, multiple times through the day, like every single day, what's standard? It's different every single day. Which one's standard?
Because that's not refraction. It's all this other shit. That's what we're saying. It's other shit. It's not refraction. You know?
Well, I mean, it's just it's the conditions. It's I generally just say, like, there's never a moment that you can actually look that there isn't some form of refraction taking place. There's never a moment that you can actually look over at anything almost, apart from maybe something that's very short distance to you, where there's not some form of refraction taking place.
Bear with me because I may be wrong, but I'm powering through my beliefs these days. Is that there's mostly when they say refraction, they're talking about atmospheric refraction. And there's a good chance when you get down all the way at the bottom of that, where yes, you will have the maximum density and such, and maybe the most noise, as they like to say. But I don't think you're in any vertical gradient when you're down below a meter or two.
Of course you are. That's where the whole idea comes from, this close to the surface and looking across the surface. The angle of incidence you've left out on every single thing you've said.
Haven't gotten
Dan, I'm still talking.
And we
Dan,
have
let me just
no
finish my
angle of
sentence.
incidence.
You've been talking for 10 minutes.
But we haven't gotten to the surface yet.
Let me just finish my sentence. And you've already been talking. I've listened to every word you said. And now I'm going to come back with it. One sentence. All I'm asking. So just be polite and calm yourself. So yes, the last meter is the greatest amount of density at the very surface. The temperature inversion is what we talk about near the surface of water. Temperature usually goes down as you go up. We see an inverse of that, and that changes that density gradient ever so slightly to increase the looming effect. The looming effect is caused by the density gradient going from low to high as you go to the surface, and the angle of incidence, which is the sight across the surface as it curves.
Now, when you say looming, you mean like a distant sunset looming upward, right?
Everything looming up as you
So
close to the
why is the laser bending downward? Make up your mind. Like, is my laser bending downward, or is everything upward?
It bends downward. That makes things loom up. Don't you get it?
No.
Okay.
Those are two different things.
When something bends downward, that is the straight. That's what you're seeing. That's what you would see visibly. And if it bends downward, that means it would loom objects up because you're seeing around the curve.
Cool. What conditions create looming?
A temperature inversion very close to the surface of the water.
Okay, if you have, and would that be cold temperatures above warm temperatures?
No, cold temperatures below warm temperatures.
Okay, when you have cold temperatures above warm temperatures, what would that cause?
You could have a sinking if it's dramatic enough.
Why would it have to be dramatic?
But because you can't have, there's nothing above that surface that could be that dramatic to make light bend upward. But it's possible if you had like freezing cold air across a bathtub, you might have a sinking environment. Light would bend up toward the denser water, depending on the angle of
just the opposite conditions would need to hold true. If you had a 10-degree, whatever was causing your looming, if you had the opposite of that, you would have sinking.
No, because you're counteracting a force of nature, which is the pressure gradient is greater going down. Temperature just slightly change. If you have a hot water and a very cold
fair enough.
air,
I'm not going to argue.
Hold on.
I'm agreeing.
Hold on. You got to let me finish the fight because you didn't get it the first time. if you have hot water, like a bath, like let's say you have a hot springs like at Yellowstone or something, and very cold air above it, that might be sufficient to make light bend slightly upward. You could have a sinking. Yes.
Can sinking occur? Yes or no?
Yes, sinking can occur.
Stop talking about a bathtub and such extreme conditions that it might not ever occur. Does
well, you got to realize you're fighting against
out in the
density
atmosphere, not in your bathroom. Now you're cutting me off. Quit bringing up my bathroom in a bathtub when we're talking clearly about the atmosphere. You did twice.
I changed it to Yellowstone Park for a distance.
Can sinking occur in the atmosphere, and does it occur?
Very rarely, because you have to have a temperature gradient. So you have to have a temperature gradient that is so sufficient. Can you stop interrupting?
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to tell people that's a lie. When you say very rarely,
if you have a temperature gradient that can offset the density gradient of the natural hydrostatic stack up of air, which is always going to be greatest at the surface, then yes, you could have sinking. It can happen. It does happen, but it's very rare.
I've been trying to say on the rare part. Guys, I've been trying to say this for a couple of minutes. Your interruption, Zanuck, was at the point where I'm saying at the bottom of the density tower, the atmosphere, the dominant factor is going to be your surface to air variation, where they're claiming that we're still going to have a density gradient in the air to the air properties. So if we get down to the bottom, the dominant factor is going to be the surface to air property. That's going to be your dominant feature, not the air to air. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, not correct. It's all the air. The air near the cold.
At the bottom of the density tower, you have honey, and it's consistent all the way across. If it was wider, it would be looking across more of it.
Dan, the light does not bend through the dirt. It's the air it's bending through. The air that's closest to the surface.
Someone say
Dan,
that.
you got to stop doing it. You got to let me finish the sentence. Dan,
I'm asking what it means.
That's twice you've done that. Let me just finish the sentence.
Dude.
You cut me right. I had 3 words out and you jumped in. Just let me finish the sentence. You have the air that is close to the surface. It becomes less temperature. It loses temperature near the surface. That causes a temperature inversion because normally temperature goes down as you go higher.
Whoa.
Let me just finish. Please, let me just finish.
Slow down. You're not making sense. Start over.
Normally, temperature goes down as you go higher.
There is no normally anywhere.
Yes, normally.
Start over.
Normally.
Surfaces make sense. Where are you talking?
3 degrees.
Please.
3
no
degrees
bathrooms. No Yellowstones. Could you make references to where we've worked over and over again?
I'm not talking about that at all right now. I'm just talking about only temperature going down with altitude, about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. Don't interrupt. God, every time I say 4 words, you're chiming in, without exception. Stop doing it.
To understand, you're talking about atmospheric layers, and you want everyone to understand that.
I'm not talking about lenses.
Layers. You're saying
no, not talking about glares.
The different
layers. Yes, layers.
So
there is a infinite.
No one's doubting that. No one's doubting that.
Okay, so as you get closer to the surface, the pressure gradient is always going to be greater at the ground and go down as you go up. Temperature generally goes down as you go up, but in this one situation called temperature inversion, near the surface, the temperature is actually colder at the bottom, and that creates light to bend downward due to that plus the angle of incidence. Thank you for letting me finish that sentence.
Right. So I got to show you what's in my hand so you can see what I've been trying to get to. If you look, we've been talking about atmospheric refraction, which is totally vertical and usually dominated by temperature, but the temperature will also affect pressure at the bottom. You know, how much weight you have. It'll have different temperatures. So the gradient tower and everything we're talking about is atmospheric.
You said you double speaking there and you're confusing.
No, but I'm trying to finish with atmospheric above the surface stuff. I'm trying to finish with that. Do you understand? That's atmospheric, right? Then we have what I was calling, help me, Zanuck, help me. Then I was calling boundary refraction, but it's what someone else said that doesn't exist, and they're calling it transfer refraction, which is definitely the relationship between the surface and the air, not the air and the air, but the
Well, no,
surface
the air is
and the air.
creating a temperature in the
Right,
air.
but it's the surface and air relationship that's
The
causing it,
surface cools the air.
not the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, the air is
Not
atmosphere.
the thinning and cooling of the atmosphere. It's the relationship with it gradient to the surface. Do you understand the relationship?
No. The
Yes.
the pressure gradient.
Understand the type
pressure
of
gradient is,
refraction
you can measure.
that
You
I'm
can measure
trying
it.
to go through here so we could get on the same page. Otherwise, we're going to keep arguing about the types of refraction.
There's nothing to argue about.
Yes, there are many classes of refraction. It's not one word or one thing, dude.
Refraction is based on Snell's law and the differential version of Snell's law.
The differential version.
The differential version of refraction,
right.
yes.
The discrete and continuous. I know, I got all this.
It's progressive and continuous. And so we have the surface, which is cooling the atmosphere very near the surface. That makes it slightly more dense right near the surface.
Oh, but that's different than the atmosphere, dude. The dominant factor is the surface. Would you get with me here? The dominant factor there is the relationship between the air and the surface, not between the stacks of air. Do you understand that now? We're at number 2. So we got to number 1. We understand the stacks of air known as atmospheric refraction. Then you're going to have a relationship between the surface of the air. So there'll be another cause of refraction in itself. Second cause or class of refraction. That's before your density gradient, which does have to do with the overall temperatures. And that's could be a factor as well. In tune, what we call pressure gradient. These are different gradients here. So we've got the vertical gradient, the transfer relationship. When you were talking about hot and cold, that disturbance, waves on the surface, has to do with the hot wanting to go up and the cold rushing in to replace it. So you'll get waves on the surface. That's what that is. So that is an unstable gradient that light probably gets diffused and doesn't refract. That's there's probably another word, dispersed, diffused, but not refracted. It's not refraction. Then, of course, you got temperature, humidity, and CO2 gradient they're throwing in now. I'm telling you.
Dude, CO2 is
it's Glober shit. Dude, that's Glober shit.
400 parts per million.
It's Glober shit. It ain't my shit.
Well,
okay.
Nothing there that's going to affect refraction.
Right, exactly.
The density gradient caused by the temperature inversion near the surface. Period. End of story. You're getting way too wrapped up in the pressure gradient, the temperature gradient, the density gradient. And all points to the same thing. The density gradient is what gives you the
Do you hear us agreeing? Do you hear me trying to agree with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Bislin chimed in. Right? Bislin says, don't worry about the overall temperature. Don't worry about the barometric pressure. You need a gradient to bend light.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so if we're not in the upper atmosphere and we're down at the bottom of the gradient in the densest area, we've still yet to invoke any gradient because we're in one medium at the bottom. So we got to go on. We have to go on to number 2.
No.
Number 2 is the boundary relationship with the surface, right? We have to go to number 2 because the air to air isn't the factor. It's the second factor. It's the ground or the surface, right? So can we get a gradient from that? And in some cases, we've worked with even temperatures. Like you said, what if it was superheated? Well, we've not only done that at 63 degrees air and water, we've done it at 83 degrees air and water. Plus, we've had a mix of 84 degrees and 63 degree water, 84 during the day. So we've done this under a variety of different temperatures with the same results. So my suggestion is going to be, if in fact the relationship with the air and the water is calculatable or predictable on paper, we should check that out. But what I'm going to say is that the vertical gradient is now out. We're not talking about the vertical gradient anymore. We're down below that. We're measuring the transfer of air, and we're getting a new property for this at this time. Do you understand that there's more than one gradient happening and more than one class of refraction. So the curvature has to come from a temperature inversion, as you were saying. So all we have to do is predict this in any way. And so far, everyone's trying to tell me that a half a degree Fahrenheit is enough to achieve the 8 inches per mile squared. And I'm going, okay, where's that math? At what distance are you saying that? I don't know if that's all distances and in all conditions. I'd be surprised if it were, because that means all these numbers mean jack shit. So that's what I'm trying to find out. And
I don't know where that number comes from. I don't buy it either.
Is there really, am I at the bottom of the vertical gradient? And can we just understand that the next level is the important thing, the surface? And if we're getting a variety of surface to air relationships and getting the same result.
I think you misspoke about the half a degree. The half a degree will get you the standard refraction. That's the not 8 inches per mile squared. That is the standard refraction value, which is like maybe 0.02 degrees at 3 or 4 feet off the water, or off the surface.
And now I'm arguing
you might have misspoke on that one.
Well, also they're telling me I'm wrong when I think that you can have standard refraction across the way instead of it being part of the vertical gradient. I think it has to do with the measurement of the thickness of air in general.
No, because if you're shooting the air, you're shooting light through a gradient. You're actually
there
at
is no
one level. You're at one layer, and this is an
there
infinitely variable layer. Then you're not going to have any refraction because there's no angle of incidence. The whole idea, Dan, is to have a angle of incidence that's going through, and it's a differential form of Snell's law. It's not just Snell's law. You're not going.
But we're not going through anything. We're in one medium. We're not transferring.
No, because if we have Earth current, and this is presupposing the Earth current, but it makes sense because we can measure the effects of a differential form of Snell's law going through a constantly changing angle of incidence, which gives you the standard refraction.
Can you explain angle of incidence, because it's different than temperatures and it's not really something I can see in my head, because I think I'm shooting level across something level. You don't use those words, but I don't have an angle. So what angle of incidence, I don't know what you mean.
Because picture if your bottom forearm could bend downward, then you would start to be shooting upward into the atmosphere and point down to the denser atmosphere.
We don't know that this is anything but straight. We're looking at it. We're seeing two straight things, and you're saying, hey, that bottom one's bent, so the top one must be bent. And I'm saying, by what mathematics? Because it's not gravity. It's new math. It's a different math. They're bent for different reasons.
You're going up into the atmosphere at an angle.
We're not going into the atmosphere, my friend.
The atmosphere is everywhere. It's up, right down to the surface.
Would you believe that between 70 inches and 2 inches that you could measure or predict the difference in atmosphere at that point? It's certainly right. So do you think that's enough to change the path of light?
Of course, because of the differential.
Well, it's not. We've walked through it. We've started at one, moved down with a flashlight, and you go, I can still see it. I can still see it.
Because if you use the differential form of Snell's law, you will determine that light can bend downward. It'll follow the curve based on this differential of gradients and the shape of the surface, and it will loom up. And that's why you can see the oil rigs above the surfer's head when the viewer is the same height as a chest. That's impossible on a flat Earth or even a round Earth. It'd make a concave Earth. Why do we see the oil rig above the guy's head when we're at his chest level with our camera? That's not possible mathematically, Dan.
Right, and it only appears that way. It's not there.
It's looming. It's the black shark, as I said and posted the little meme about the black shark. This can't happen on a flat Earth.
And downward laser is the same as looming upward, because
it can be down or up. It's still going gradient. It's still cutting through a differential gradient and following a angle.
Where am I getting this gradient that you're claiming? Where is it coming from again?
Well, the hydrostatics gives it.
No. I'm saying what do you really think is happening between 1 and 2 meters
It's always going to be
that you can talk about?
it's always going to be Dan. The light will always be bending downward over the curve. The different. This is probably
There,
part you missed.
you
Hold on,
keep saying
hold on,
curve.
Dan.
We're
Hold on,
talking
Dan.
about
Dan,
the
Dan, Dan.
properties of light. You got to stop
Dan,
referring
hang
to the
on.
globe.
Hang on. It's
No,
always
it
been
doesn't make any
Dan.
sense to me,
So let me
dude.
finish the sentence, Dan. Please.
I'm just
Come on.
fucking
So
empty
we
on
got
this.
you got here's an example of this. So we always have the density gradient downward. So light will always bend downward somewhat with the curve. The difference is we get extreme refraction, like at the black swan, because the density gradient gets even worse because you have a temperature inversion, which is now colder near the surface than what's above it, 6 to 10 inches, a few feet. And that's why we have the oil rigs on a 65-degree ocean day, on a 100-degree day outside, bending the light downward, looming things in distance upward.
Okay. That has to do with open ocean and the black swan. It doesn't have a lot to do with stuff I've worked on.
Yeah, it's same thing. It's going to happen
No,
at this
it's not the same thing. I told you we had equal air and water temperatures.
And you still have refraction due to that near the
Due
water.
to what?
Due to the gradient, Dan.
The radiant what?
The gradient of pressure, of density.
No, sir. We're at one level. There is nothing that you can do to evoke anything but horizontal density.
Yes, I can. The reason that we have light bending downward to loom things up to make it appear flat.
Again, say that in relation to what's going to cause a bend. I understand what's going to cause a lapse rate straight, but you need an uneven lapse rate.
You said that you saw the lasers bending downward. There's your clue right there.
I'm asking again, by what cause would make the vertical behavior that you're expecting? Where is the temperature gradient now? In other words, I think I've eliminated the density vertically. I believe I've eliminated the I believe we can eliminate the barometric pressure differences at 1 and 2 meters as to be.
How do you eliminate the barometric pressure differences?
By going and testing it and finding it doesn't mean shit and it's not important. Right?
Well,
that's
that
what I'm trying to
do.
Well, we've already finished. We've done it. I'm saying you could do so. So what if you want to evoke an atmosphere between 1 and 2 meters, you'll have to just go ahead and use your numbers and show me how that makes a difference. See, it doesn't make a difference. 2 meters won't make a difference. Not in the measurements that you're asking.
My answer to you and everybody that has posed this over the years, I've done this, and this is what I'm up to this, 6, 7 years now. You got to do one step further. No one's doing it, and I'm just laughing to myself why you're not doing it. Differential measurements. You got to take your measurement, Dan. Go up 10 feet, 5 feet, whatever. Go up 10 more feet. If you have a building close by, go up to to the third or fourth. Do 4 or 5 measurements of these known objects and you get a theodolite so you can get measurements, and you can see by the change in the position angle and the known distance, that will determine what the refractive value is at any height, because it'll give you a plot, it'll give you a curve, and that curve has predictive qualities, and you can test it as well. And you're not doing that. You're just saying, I think it's straight, or I think it's level, the shore is level, we're level, it's the same height. No, it's not. So you have to be able to do differential measurements, and then you'll have your answer. So next time you do this, Dan, do me a favor. Bring a theodolite or something you can measure level with or with respect to level, and take the measurement at 4 different heights. I do more personally.
I can appreciate that. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If we're achieving something like a line of sight with, let's say, a mirror, and it's 10 miles, and it may or may not be questionable because the Sagita's 16 feet and our height is 16 feet, right? Plus a tripod. So we may be making not a big a deal as we think at 10 miles. But if I am, let's say, switching over to 17, and I'm up there at that same 20 feet height, and I go, dude, take it down to the water, see if you can still see it, the camera.
Right.
If I stopped every foot and wrote it down, 18 feet, still have confirmation. 17 feet, still have confirmation. we didn't write it down, but we did do it. So I'm thinking, fuck, number one, is that a measure of gradient? And is it a measure of us walking through the vertical gradient with the same results? It isn't recorded on paper, but it is what we experienced, And what I realize now is when we get down to try and pull this off, that all of a sudden we have to be a little more concerned about the width of our beam, because if our whole thing is now within a few feet, and my beam's 100 feet wide, it's going to be pretty weird. So,
yeah, well, the answer is the differential measurements, and you're doing the right thing, but you have to measure the angle at which that object appears in the distance.
There is no angle, period.
There is an angle. You can go get the angle to the object in the distance based on a flat surface, based on a curved surface. Doesn't really matter.
That if I think I'm level over there, do you call that a 0 or a 90?
You get 0. You can't do it that way, though. You need to measure it. You can't just say that's the same height as I am, so I'm going to call it 0. No, you got to measure it. And then you raise the observer's point. You can go up the shore. You have the roads. You have the parking lot. You can go up 15, 20 feet, take 4 or 5 measurements along the way, and then measure those angles accurately as you can along the way. Go up, and then you'll find out what the deviation is. And by doing that, you can determine what the refractive level is or value is at any altitude.
Between each level. Exactly. You're right. But my point is at the bottom level.
It changes, like you're measuring the change.
But my point is at the bottom level, it's consistent. And I'm going through one medium at the bottom. And I agree with you. We should check those angles of incidence. But the first one has no angle of incidence.
You've measured it, so we can't even talk about it.
All right. I don't feel like arguing the rest of the night. Thanks for engaging.
I just want you to, the next time you go out there, try to do some differential measurement. If you can do it with accuracy, a level gauge will be something rudimentary or something sophisticated like a theodolite or a total station. And get that value, and you'll see by measuring higher the same, you'll get a change. That change, rate of change, not just the change, but the rate of change for the 2 or 3 different measurements will tell you a curve. And that curve will have predictive qualities as to the refractive value at any level of the surface.
Wow, that's really informative, actually.
Thanks, Anna.
Yeah, no problem. I wish people would do it because it'd be the most interesting. Trying to do it, I don't have the right tools, but when I do it, I'm going to start matching my observations with respect to level for everything. You have to do that, otherwise, it's kind of mean.
Hey, can you go to Vegas?
I'd like to.
You were voted the most fearsome flat earther. Baller, the most fearsome baller.
I should go down there. It'd be kind of fun to meet you guys down because we're all kind of family.
But you were voted like the most potentially dangerous.
The baller, feared from north to south.
I'm a feared baller. I'm just an ordinary guy, man.
No, you're extremely tenacious, and you've also proven to go after things in real world. Like physical challenges, competitions, things most internet fucks don't do, but playing their fucking dick in their games, their joysticks.
Right. No, I'm definitely competitive to a fault. I gotta see somewhat about.
And you're fucking obsessed, so you'd fight for death.
It's a bad combination. It's not good for relationships or anything else.
Oh, I see what you mean by joysticks.
Why do you say it? Yeah. Why do you say it wouldn't happen over a flat plane, though? Like the same phenomena. Like you say it's looming over a curve. Why wouldn't it just loom up over a flat plane?
Well, there's going to be some. Well, first of all, you get some scattering, which you could have some refraction on the dispersion of light, the fanning out of the light, if you will. But you're taking a collimated light source like a laser, and you're shooting it directly through whatever gradient level you're at. Let's say you're at 1 foot, and that gradient is the same all the way across the water to the other side. Then there's really no angle of incidence. You shouldn't see any refraction. What refraction you do see is because some of the light disperses and it creates an angle of incidence through the gradient going up and through the gradient going down.
No, but you're saying, I'm not talking about just the laser. I'm talking about refraction itself, the different types of refraction. Sinking and lumen being the two, major ones that I'm thinking of, but there's others. Why would you say that couldn't happen over a flat plane?
Because you're not really cutting through the gradient. The roundness of the Earth is causing this gradient to be curved, and the curved gradient gives you a
but that's assumed.
An angle of incidence, a progressive angle of incidence. The progressive angle of incidence we're talking about. Now we can do that by doing these tests.
So
now I would say these refracted. Right? I would say these things are happening before the curve. Like, there's not enough curve in what we're looking at, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles to cause these effects, and they're happening. I mean, it can't be the curve causing it when they're happening before the curve would be enough to make anything happen. You can see the bottom of the bridge, right, on a certain day, and then on another day, it's not visible. So obviously something's happening. Nah, I don't know. To say that just makes me not believe you on everything else. Like, how can I trust you on other things when you say it can only happen over a curved Earth at this radius? Like that's
because, like you said, you're sending the laser through a standard gradient level. The gradient level is not going to. There's no differentiation. There's no angle of incidence. Unless there's an angle of incidence, there's going to be no refraction. So that's the point. If you angle it up and down, you'll get some curvature of the laser. And so that's why it wouldn't happen looking straight ahead. Doesn't mean things in the distance can't be refracted. I mean, in other directions, eyeball, because you're looking up through it or down through it. But a laser cutting right through it would be refracted. Or something at your eye height would not be refracted.
But looming is just coming from assuming that we're on a ball. So when you see something that you think shouldn't be seen, you're like, well, that's loomed up. What about when you see that same thing almost every single day in the relatively same spot? Maybe different a little bit here and there.
Well, that's why we see things at Santa Barbara. Those oil wells are always being cut in half because they're 8-9 miles away. One's 4.5 miles. They're always cut in half. But on some days, like these temperature inversion days, when it's very hot out and the water's still cold, we have this looming, and then things are raising up so much so that it becomes not even possible for flat Earth. It's certainly not round, certainly not flat. It's got to be concave. And we know the Earth isn't concave because the next day, and we can measure this. And we can, the key thing to do then is then start raising your measurement point higher and higher, like the beach chair, and then the beach, and then maybe the lifeguard tower, and then if mountain close by, what you do, and you can do this differential measurements, and then say, oh, now there's no refraction up at this height, at 30 or 40 or 50 feet high for this 4.5 mile away object. And as we go down, here's the angle changes. Then you could say, here's the refraction value. We actually can determine the value by the rate of change, not just the change, the rate of change.
So basically, you just presuppose your rate of change in there, or you presuppose your equation in there to say, okay, well, that's this much curve.
I don't see how it's not more refraction because you're going up where there's less refraction and angling down your view towards the ground where there's more refraction, like it's more dense. So you're going through more layers. Mm-hmm. So the light should be actually more refracted then. Because like Dan is saying, when you're shooting across at a constant level, like 1 foot above, you're not changing that much. It's the same medium.
Well, it's counterintuitive, but I'll give you an example I give to the kids when I start showing. I always like to have them take things to the extreme. So if you're straight above the oil reel, we all would agree that position right below us is where it is. You start going down like a big circle. If you had a big circle, like you're 3 miles up and you made a big arc to the shoreline, as you started going toward the shoreline, the position would not change. As you got closer to the surface, the refraction would be greater and greater and greater. Now, according to your logic, which is a little bit flawed, if I'm looking straight down or even a little angle, I'm going for a huge gradient. I mean, going all the gradient straight down, but there's no refraction straight down. Even at a 45-degree angle, at 45-degree angle, still very little refraction. Most of the
Okay,
refraction
leave
is going
out
to be caused at
refraction.
the surface.
Okay, screw refraction. Just look down a railroad track and it appears to merge. Like,
That's a whole different.
okay, yeah, but that's how we see in the distance, right? So turn that railroad tracks where the track is, bottom and top, and it's going to convert. It's going to appear to merge into a point where you can't tell even what it's a railroad track anymore. It just looks like ground or sky or both. I mean, just forget refraction. Just take in that account, and it proves what we're seeing.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, what? You think railroad tracks don't appear that way?
That has nothing to do with refraction. That's
okay, what does it have to do with? That's what I said. Leave out refraction. What is that?
Strictly has to do with rise over run perspective.
Okay, great. So perspective, which is what I was saying, causes a ship to appear to be obstructed bottom up. Because the top of the ship is higher than the top of the railroad track. Where that point where the two railroad tracks converge at your line of sight in the distance, the top of the ship is above the top railroad track. But anything beyond that point, you can't make out. So it appears to be obstructed. Thank you very much for supporting my perspective.
Forgetting about the position. You're forgetting about
I'm
the
not
position
forgetting
change.
about anything.
I'm telling you are. You're forgetting about the position.
I'm
change.
telling you the boat is on the top of the railroad track, the top portion of the railroad track, and there's a bottom railroad track. And as that boat goes down the railroad track away from the viewer, it gets to that point where the two railroad tracks converge, appear to become one. Then once that boat that's on the top of the railroad track goes beyond that point, it's going to appear to be obstructed bottom up, and you can only see the top of it. Thank you very much. How does that feel? That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I feel sorry for you because you're not.
No, that's an appearance. That's an appearance. The railroad tracks don't converge. The bottom of the boat isn't obstructed. It just appears to be.
But
you
the
can't
angle position change is predictable and trigonometrically represented by basic rise over run.
Okay, so do you agree that the two railroad tracks appear to merge together and you can't tell the difference? There's no space in between.
But they don't disappear.
I know that. Did I just say that?
Their position change. Their position change in your horizontal field of view.
But the object would.
The
object would once it goes past that point. Yes, it would.
That's funny. I like using that because that rams my point home. Just like horizontal, we don't see things do that, but vertically we do. That makes no sense. Oh, because the ocean's away? No.
The reason you couldn't just answer my railroad track position, just take the boat out of it, because you know it happened. So it gets to that point where you're at. Yes,
it goes to a point.
Yeah, and then what happens beyond that point? You can't make out anything beyond that point, right?
Right.
Okay, so when the boat reaches that point, the bottom of the boat is going to reach it first, so you can still see the top of the point. But then it goes beyond that. What's going to happen?
Nothing, because the bottom of the boat is the same distance. Can I finish the answer, please? The bottom of the boat is the same distance. The bottom of the boat is the same distance as the top of the boat. It makes no sense that it would be hidden.
The angle to the viewer is different, though, and perspective is a thing. Your angle changes.
The angular size of the angular resolution of the bottom of the boat is the same as the top of the boat. Yet we can see the top of the boat. Why can't we see the bottom of the boat?
Yeah, but it's
God damn
to
it,
the ground.
Rakia, would you stop it, please?
You know you're busted here because
I'm not. You're not letting me finish the answer. You're scared. You're
I'm not
your
scared of
boots.
anything.
You're not listening. You're just talking.
No one wants to have a conversation here.
The point of that railroad track merging is where the bottom of the boat is on top of the track. So that point is where you lose. Yes. You don't agree with perspective?
No,
then you disagree
because the angular size of the bottom of the boat is no different than the top of the boat. We see the top of the boat. Why don't we see the bottom of the boat?
Because it's a different angle to the viewer, Zan.
No, that's not it at all.
Oh,
you're missing a crucial point of what you're saying here. Unlike the railway tracks, the boat doesn't disappear uniformly. The railroad tracks do.
Are you talking to me?
Exactly. So we know it. We know because we can still see the top of the boat very clearly. Its angular size is within our angular resolution based on our aperture size, wavelength of light, and the angle to it. So we know that we should be able to see the bottom of the boat because it's much bigger than the top of the boat. The smokestacks are only maybe 10% of the height of the entire boat, which is 280 feet. Well, the 200 feet is gone. All we see is the 80 feet of the smokestack. Why will only see 80 feet of the smokestack? Angularly, it's near the surface. It shouldn't be there if there's a boat underneath it. And underneath the boat should not be underneath the water. It's just not angular resolution because, again, back to square one, we should be seeing it because we can see it because of the angular size of it.
Okay, so your eye level is with the same distance above the ground that it's right at the water level, right? What's more dense? What's more dense, the layer next to where the water and the boat meet, or the water,
measure it all at the bottom of the water too?
Yeah. What's more dense, the layer the viewer is looking through at the water level, or the layer that the viewer is looking towards the smokestack?
Near the water is the densest.
Thank you. What would you think would disappear first, just due to that?
The whole boat,
Just do
not
that,
just
nothing.
part of it.
Density doesn't obscure your vision. Density
of the layer you're looking through doesn't obstruct things, make things distorted.
Gases are invisible.
But the turbulence that you're looking through is what's causing the vision, the reflected light, not to get back to the viewer. The angle of incidence is another thing.
Now.
I'm not making up anything.
This is where you just start making up things.
I'm not making up anything. You think the closer to the ground,
the denser
everything
medium
just blinks out in your.
Not enough denser, or it has a density level where there's turbulence or any kind of obstruction that would be affecting your vision to these objects that are 3 miles away. I'm sorry, it doesn't work
just
that way.
state to the audience: if the Earth wasn't curved, everything would just get to a point and blink out. No matter if you were high, low, whatever. You're so full of shit.
Your angular resolution is 0.02 degrees, roughly.
So tell everyone that everything would just blink out, no matter if you were 1 inch above the ground or 100 feet above the ground. Everything, no matter its size, would just blink out at a certain distance.
It just gets smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
Right, and just blink out, right? Right?
Yep. It just gets dimmer and dimmer, and you can't see it.
There you go. I'm glad you said it.
Yeah.
I hope you stand by that.
That's due to angular resolution. And we still are left
never just one thing.
It's still left with the fact that the angular resolution of the bottom of the boat is the same as the top of the boat, yet we see the top of the boat and not the bottom of the boat. And
to tell people to go up in altitude so you get away from the effects of not being able to see, and then saying that everything, unless it's a curved Earth, would just blink out no matter what the distance above the surface you are.
You're confusing
is either blatant, is either cutting me off right when I'm going to make my point, is either being really deceptive or really dumb.
Well, let's defer to your last option as a little bit of reflection and projection, because I'm telling you right now that we have the same laws of perspective, same laws of angular resolution horizontally as we do vertically, and there is no logical reason you've given me so far.
You forgot a few things.
There you go.
Forgot it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, don't let me talk because you might get the answer you don't like.
I'm not going to let you mangle what I said and misrepresent. I didn't just say those two things. You got to talk about the density of the medium you're looking through and the viewer height. If you don't believe that affects how you see over distance, then why are you in this conversation? Because that is two main points, which you actually teach, because you tell people to get above the refractive effects that's caused by the more dense layer closer to the ground.
Oh God, you've got it wrong again. It's the angle downward to the surface that we're looking at, not the angle going through. A little less atmosphere, but not much. The main thing is we're trying to do is get through a different angle of incidence that has less of a refractive value.
What if you don't have an angle?
Keep on missing the point.
What if you don't have an angle? What if you get so low to the ground over a flat piece of Earth? Like on the sphere, you grade out a flat piece of Earth that's horizontal, and you get really close to the ground. What are you going to see further? The top portion of an object or the bottom portion? What's going to disappear first?
Where do you think the greatest refraction happens? Looking down.
Can you answer my question before you ask me? Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Just make a horizontal plane somewhere. Get on the surface or put your camera on the surface and put an object and make it go away from you. Which part is going to appear to disappear first?
Nothing will appear. If I go to the slack,
Bullshit.
if I go into slack and I
Bullshit.
get something on the surface, I will see it over 2 miles at the 2 mile
What about 3 miles?
until I can't see
What
it
about
anymore.
what about 4 miles? So it's all just going
You'll
to
see
blink
it. You'll
out
still see it. It's
at
not going
once.
to be hidden by anything.
It's not going to blend in with the ground quicker than it
No.
blends in with the.
It's
It's
called
not.
that's called the Rayleigh criterion.
Bullshit.
Rayleigh criterion.
Sure
The Rayleigh
it does.
criterion. Fucking A, dude. The Rayleigh
Yeah, different
criterion.
colors do
Seriously,
different.
dude. Seriously.
Yeah, seriously. If you paint something a different
can't-
color at the bottom than the top, it will blend in with the ground quicker. Or if you do the opposite, right? Like if you put a tree that's as tall as a bright water tower, the tree is gonna disappear first. It's gonna blend in with the sky quicker. So if something is shiny at the surface and you put something on it, it's gonna disappear at a different distance if you put something that's like absorbs the light. And you're telling me that a 10-foot stick, you're gonna be able to see all the stick until it disappears if you're 1 inch above the ground? I'll take that bet. Hell, that's been proven by your own guys.
Zanuck, at some point, you got to assume, was it Occam's razor? You know, if we're looking at the images I posted, we're looking across the water. We're going, okay, are the water and the beam at least appearing equal? And you're going, okay, but that must be by different properties. So you have to really double check what you're thinking there, because it's supposed gravity that's keeping the water at 8 inches per mile squared, but you don't have the mathematics to keep the light at 8 inches per mile squared, particularly when as soon as I change the conditions, you got to redo your math. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do that. Because whatever calculations you come up with under whatever conditions you think work, all we got to do is change the distance and you're fucked. Because if your calculation's wrong, that laser is going to go over the head of the target. And if that laser's wrong if that calculation's short the other way, the calculation's wrong the other way, it's going to nosedive into the water or the surface. It won't make it across. So to make it point to point at those points that you don't believe that we can prove are equal, it has to be a perfect calculation. And at that point, the slop is going to be the size of the beam, the divergent beam, which could be pretty big and could negate a lot of experiments in real life, because we are going to get down to some smaller numbers. Either way, the bottom-up shit has been shit from the beginning. You guys admit it's the noisiest area. So there's many reasons, including all the types of refraction, all the types of inversion, and all the types of mirage. And I don't think mirroring even came into that, into the term of mirage. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we didn't even get halfway through the reasons why the light would go above the viewer once the viewer gets low to the ground. Depends on the source of the light source, the reflective angle, how shiny the surface is, the heat and cold difference. I mean, he's already agreed that that's the most turbulent, dense area. That's where all the gases are established and start mixing. It's obviously the most turbulent area.
Then they flip-flop. They argue refraction, but what they mean is curvature.
Yeah, it's aggravating to deal with someone like this, because he's the one who tells us to go up, and now he's telling us that's just to change the angle. No, you don't have to change your angle. You can see further when you can go up.
Zanuck, you did get fucked when you said that, because you proved my point too, is that the primary position has no angle.
No, that's not. You missed it
Yes,
again.
it does. And you should show
again,
that
that's why
test.
looking
Whatever
straight
you're
down.
saying,
Looking
somebody
straight
should
down.
do.
Hold on.
You're right.
Looking straight.
Somebody
Stop
wanting
it.
to prove
Oh,
refraction.
between
can
you
do
two
that.
are obnoxious. You're obnoxious. You are. Let me finish my sentence. You look down through air into water, no refraction. Straight down. That's the most amount of gradient you're ever going to see. You're going from a refractive index of 0.0003 to 1.4. So it's a huge difference in refraction. Yet there's no refraction looking straight down. Now, as I go to an angle to the side, it gets greater and greater. Okay, so yes, refractive value is based on, especially in a curved glass on the outside, you can
So
the
what
angle we
you're
want to
saying
become
is
larger.
it's
Dan, one more
dependent.
thing.
No, it's dependent on the angle of incidence, is what you're saying.
Of course, that's what Snell's law is based on.
But
The angle
we
of
don't
incidence is the
have
most.
that. You're assuming that.
Yes, we are assuming that because it seems
So
to compel
if
a
you
chance
want to know or finish assuming, you can move through those levels and look for the variables. Guess what? I explained this to you at the beginning. When we start at 20 feet and we move through your angle of incidence all the way down to 2 feet and don't find any change in the observation, this means something by your standards, not by ours. Do you understand? We've moved through both your gradient, through pressures, densities, and maybe even temperatures, and we've moved through your angles of incidence. But we didn't see an effect of light. And if you're right, it's now because of our beam being too big to really clearly measure. But it's not due to any of the crap you're talking about.
I got a question for you, Zanik.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If we shone a laser at the black swan locations of those two different types, and a laser beam follows the atmosphere to whatever refraction is it there at the time for each of those locations. So what we're saying is if the light for the laser for the normal where there's no refraction, I'd have to show the images, but the one with the bendy crane, the laser would show an upward path, and then the other one would show a downward path. Would that be right?
One more time.
I'd have to show the images. The one with the bendy crane. If we were to shoot a laser out at that instance, would the laser show an upward path when it hit as it hit the oil rig?
It would show a curving downward path because that crane is much higher than it normally would be, which is a artifact or a consequence of the bendiness, the towering. Those effects are consequences of not always. Sometimes you get a clear day where you have some looming, and sometimes you get some squishing and all sorts of other.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is we see the oil rigs where they're bendy with our own eyes. That's light. It's coming off the oil rigs. So if we shot a laser, if we're shooting a laser with our eye path going to those oil rigs, the bendy oil rigs, wouldn't that laser show an upward path as it hit the oil rigs? Because we're seeing the oil rigs raised above the surface where the horizon was in compared to the bottom one, the bottom image.
The laser would be bending downward.
Wow. Okay. Even though the oil rigs are refracted upward.
They've moved upward in your field of view. The refracted downward. Refraction is downward refraction. That is the light bending downward.
Okay.
The light bends downward, that looms things up. It's like seeing around a curve.
Do you have proof that would bend down, that the laser would bend down? Can you actually prove that that's what would happen?
Yeah, by differential measurements, which I've done.
I don't care about mathematics. I mean, prove it by actually doing it and showing the laser bending down.
I haven't used a laser to show the bending down, but I think you may have pictures of it doing that.
No, you don't.
We all know that mathematics isn't reality. You can just make up whatever mathematics to fit whatever you want it to fit.
No, it's not mathematics. It's just reality. We can go to areas where we know we don't have and see the laser's path, and then we go to a curve path and see the opposite effect.
Yeah, we all know that with mathematics, you can virtually make anything happen. Right? So just saying that, okay, well, a bunch of people have already worked out that this is the rate that if we see this, then this is the rate that it has to be curving at. So we just put in that bit of mathematics and boom, there it is. See, it's actually this far below, but we're seeing it right there. That's just math.
You know, we need math, otherwise we wouldn't be able to use something as a representation of what we're
The problem is
doing.
the math is good. Then you do a demonstration. Then we move to a different position. And if we get the same results and didn't, in other words, all you got to do is move through the gradients like he's talking about, and we'll be able to tell them it's not substantial enough. You have to have a substantial gradient, like cold water, hot air, cold, hot ground, cold air. It has to be substantial. The angle of incidence is an interesting point because we're saying exactly as flat earthers that we're not shooting through any angle of incidence. Therefore, refraction is not what we're dealing with in that direction. No vertical refraction. So
I'd like to see
no atmospheric refraction.
I'd like to see a theodolite's measurement of the two black swan images, similar observations. That'd be interesting to see.
That's how you should do it. You need to do this kind of test
To prove your globe.
Prove the globe.
Why don't you
just confirm the shape of, or to determine the determination of the shape of the surface as well.
And if we look out and see a flat Earth, which is what you see, why is it our job?
We see a concave Earth sometimes too. We also see a. So I don't know what you're talking about when we see all three. Which one is correct? The one is correct is when you can back up. You can back up the correct one by using the simple observations and measurements. Measure where these things are. You know how far they are away. That's the advantage you have over an oil rig. You know how far they are away. All you have to do is measure where they are in your field of view, and that determines what best suits the model.
They're out of sight mathematically to begin with.
They're not out of sight. No, they're very, 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 very. Terry posted the exact. How funny, Terry. He put the exact same.
I already had that image floating around.
I didn't even see. Yeah, I didn't. I just posted this next. I thought good. I was looking at my oil rig file and I said,
Yeah, we debunked the black swan years ago.
Well, you really did because you did actually. There you go. Or this kind of picture is actually kind of good because then it talks about.
That picture doesn't mean anything. The picture doesn't mean anything.
Wait. Is Chad like reading my mind? Chad's reading my mind. He's like, come on, man.
But the water blocking the.
That's weird. That's
oil
almost spooky. What?
The water blocking the oil rig means nothing.
Yeah.
Oh,
it doesn't mean that the Earth's curved. That just means that on that particular day you have
it's sinking,
the water going up higher.
Yeah, okay. And so we have some upward refraction on that. It's possible. So all you need to do is take multiple measurements on both days, see what is actually valid. It's not a hard thing to do, but you have to
show
take
me
the
where you
measurements.
did that. Show me where you did that with your airplane. Show me where you took all of these measurements that you're saying that we should be doing when you took a photo of the airplane that has the inferior mirage. You just took a photo and then you went boom, Earth curve. Where's all the measurements that you're talking about?
Every time I've gone there 5 to 6 times, 7 times maybe, and every time I go there, I see the same exact effect. Now I haven't I've done the differential measurements too. In fact, I'll give you a picture. I didn't do it for the picture of the differential measurement, but I did. I took a measurement, saw the boat hull missing, then I went up 6 feet, took another video, then went up another 6 feet, and then looked and saw the entire boat. And it was in front of the miraging line, which is on the coast 15 miles away. But I saw the boat, and I went back down, and the boat was missing. All you could see was the mast. There's no miraging. It was all Earth curve based on.
Jesus, you changed your angle by going up.
You're just pre-assuming that.
Well,
And
you
you
can say
changed
that.
your angle and you got out of the distortion. You got
Okay.
above the
Sure.
miraging. What's causing the miraging? You got above it.
There was no
You even
miraging.
teach it. No miraging.
There
You
was no
can't show.
miraging in this
You
picture.
cannot show one picture that's not an optical illusion caused by the conditions.
All
That's
right,
what a mirage is.
I'll show you one right now. I'll put a picture up as well.
Every single picture,
No,
every
you
single
can't zoom
footage
out
taken.
Every day I've been to this park, this is exactly what you see. I'll post it in a second.
Yeah, because just like b-ball, your conditions are probably similar, and your viewer
Every
height
day,
is similar.
winter, summer, spring, no matter where I've been here, I've always gone to this park, and I've never seen anything other than this. That
You
Mount
see
Rainier,
whatever you see due
Mount
to
Rainier,
conditions.
Mount
I
Rainier
don't
is
care what you
always
say.
below Mount St. Helens, and at peak should be at the top.
Jesus,
Should
man.
be in
Does
line, and it's not.
perspective not apply?
No, perspective is
Then
explained.
the
The
rig in these pictures
Okay.
y'all are
Have you
posting.
noticed when I'm talking that you do this?
Yeah, I noticed that you try and leave out things that I say, and you know I've said them for years for some reason. The oil rig in the back is always lower than the one in the front, and then sometimes it's even lower. Like either the viewer height is changing or the conditions are changing. Earth curve isn't changing.
No one said it was.
Well, the two pictures are different.
Yeah.
What changed? The condition? What changed?
So we can't. You know how perspective works. Does perspective make things go down with distance?
It makes things appear lower. Yeah, I know. The same height object, like a pole, a light pole, will appear lower in the distance to a viewer.
So
just
that
like
by your
all
logic, Rakia, giving me a headache and I'm losing my voice. So listen to me very carefully. The top picture with water chop showing the air is mixing shows this perspective that as things get further away, they go lower. So the top picture looks like it's more valid, more legitimate than the bottom picture, which shows the further 5 miles further away, almost double the distance, is the same height as the closer oil platform. That, if I was a betting man, I think you too be betting man. You've gone to those river casinos. You'd say, you know what, the bottom picture, I'd bet that's probably the one that's loomed up and is not reality. Now, if you don't agree with me, you're bullshitting yourself.
Which bottom picture are you? Bottom of where? What?
Chad posted it, and I posted the exact same picture. And Chad, why did you do that? Maybe like within a second, he posted the exact same picture I posted.
The bottom picture appears to be what now? That appears to look more normal to me.
The bottom one, really?
The one 1106. The top of that picture.
You just got done saying as things go, light poles, as they get further and further away, they start getting lower and lower, which I would agree. So I would say the top picture represents reality better in that picture because that picture shows the further oil rigs being lower, like you just said. The bottom picture shows them even. Rakia, you gotta stop it, man. I'm coming after you. I'm gonna poke holes in your boat.
Oh, you're saying that the bottom shows that they're the same height?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense with your perspective idea.
Okay, hold on. Look at those two pictures. The distance from the ocean to the bottom of that first oil rig is different from the top to the bottom. So on the bottom one, you've got stretching of the image. The image is like actually being stretched up.
Yeah,
it's
artifact. A consequence of looming.
The top image. So therefore, then the oil rig is going to appear. The front oil rig is going to appear higher than what it should be appearing compared to the backup, compared to the rear one.
Well, due to perspective, also the water is trying to rise towards eye level to the horizon.
You talk yourself into a hole here.
No, I haven't. I'm telling you exactly what I said earlier. I'm just repeating it.
Well, you're wrong because you've already gone over this and you've just gotten to telling me that things in the distance of the same height will appear lower in the distance. So the bottom of that picture shows them the same height, which is in stark contrast to what you were saying. Because it's in stark contrast, the upper picture more represents what you said. Now you're going to contradict yourself? Come on.
But they're not at the same height. And like I just said, the front one is stretching. So there's atmospheric conditions going on.
So it appears to be rising out of the water to this maybe higher than eye level.
I think we're talking about different.
That means we're seeing it because it's been pulled up due to downward refraction.
I'm talking about the pictures at 11:06. I don't know what y'all are
Yes, me
talking about
too. We're both
because
talking
that
about the same picture.
There's two
closely
sets of
matches.
pictures with the same timestamp. Two sets with the same 06.
Yeah, but they're the same picture, and then the one
No,
above
they're
that.
not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
The
are.
ones I'm looking at are. Oh, I see. There's more at 11:06. I'm talking about the one right below my shrimp boat, which is another example of just think of the shrimp boats of being those two oil rigs. But the only difference is the shrimp boat in the background, in the further away shrimp boat, can't be over Earth curve. Like impossible. This because it's not far enough away unless you live on a.
It is. My God,
No,
it's not 10 miles away. It's
No,
10
it's
miles
not.
away.
I'll
No,
take
it's
that
not.
bet.
No,
The
it's not.
island's only 7 miles long, Zanuck. And I'm at about the 4 mile mark, and the shrimp boat's at about maybe the 5 or 6 mile mark because there's a state bridge down there on the end, state park.
You know, it looks
Please
like.
don't tell me. Please don't lie
for
to
the
me
love
about
of
the picture that
God.
I took. No, don't.
For the
lie to
love
me.
of God, there is a swell. That, I just noticed it now with that picture because it's better resolution than I've usually seen. You have
you
swells.
found an excuse. You found an
Don't
excuse.
you have swells?
You found an excuse.
Why is the Anne Marie? God damn it, Dan! Why is the
What?
Anne Marie?
Why do
half
you got
gone?
against the 3.2 mile horizon, dude? It's fucking mathematically there,
I'm
but never
talking
there
to-
in any pictures ever, dude.
Listen,
You
blowhard.
never see
you
the fucking
goddamn blowhard.
horizon.
Put a cork in it, Rakia. I just noticed this. The Anne Marie. How far is the Anne Marie from you? Looks like probably less than a mile.
Yep.
Yeah. So now we have the answer to your problem. Why is the shrimp boat in the distance being hidden? Well, because we have swells that are blocking half the hull of the Anne Marie. And of course, do the simple math, however far that other boat is based on your radar, it could be almost completely engulfed by the angle of which you, with respect to the farther shrimp boat. So that's why it's hidden.
Nice try. The front of the boat is taller off the water than that where the white and blue is at the midship. Because the back of the boat is really low to the water. No, not right. There's not big swells here. It's very, very light. Like
I can see him. Why is the Anne Marie hidden then? Why is half the whole Anne Marie hidden? I can only see a little blue on the Anne Marie.
The blue is above the water line in the front there, genius.
That boat is sitting that deep in the water.
Yes, it's a shrimp boat.
Show me a picture of that boat in
You're seeing it.
Level water.
You're seeing it.
Looks pretty. That's a lowrider, huh?
Yeah, it is a shrimp boat, very low at the rear because that's where
I'm looking at. Wait, I see.
catch in. Now the boat rises up.
Oh
yeah,
my God,
I know
dude,
you don't know much about shrimping now.
You got some. It looks like you got like 3 or 4 swells there. No.
So the swell is just hiding the rear of the boat, not the front of the boat.
No,
or do you think the water line mark?
Come on, you know both know how boats work.
I know how that boat is painted. I took the video.
And I don't think the blue is the water line for the back of the boat.
It was so far away that it had to be Earth curve. Now it's big swells you're talking about. Do you want to go to see
swells? Show me.
You're looking at something you have no clue what you're looking at because
my voice.
You didn't take the video. The point is the rear.
Show me the video.
Boat, yeah, the rear boat. I've posted the video many times. The rear boat is almost all the. Oh my God!
Just post
for the audience, not for Zanuck, because he can't shut up while I'm trying to explain my photo that he's been,
Big Kettle Black.
My photo that he's been trying to explain for 20 minutes now, stating that the boat has to be at least 10 miles away. When I'm on
show me the Anne Marie. Go ahead.
Long.
I'm going to go look for the Anne Marie on line out.
So, audience, the rear boat is only about 1.5 miles from me. I'm about 8 to 9 feet above the water.
We don't know for sure that's true.
Who is this guy? Who the fuck are you calling me a liar?
You know who I am.
Yeah, I know you're a lying bitch now because you kept trying to tell the audience that you know that this shrimp boat must be at least 10 miles away because you see it obstructed. You don't want to be honest with the audience and say these phenomena. Hey, dum dum.
I got a picture of your. I got a picture of your fucking Anne Marie right here in my pants. You want to see it?
That these phenomena happen before your horizon point or Earth curve would take effect.
Are you flipping kidding me? Look, Dude, I'm
I'm not kidding you. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, you know what? Can you be quiet for like 5 seconds, and I'm going to show you something. All right, put it in the chat, and you're going to go, "Oh shit, he busted me." That's what you're going to say right now. Here we go.
I doubt
Here we
it.
go. Save as. Come on. Desktop. Rakia's death. Rakia. Back.
I don't know why we're arguing about this, Borzani.
Okay, here we go. So you guys tell me, everyone but Rakia, tell me what you think about this picture. Ready? Here it comes in the chat.
Okay.
Now, also look at his picture. Oh,
It's identical.
Yeah, I already
look at the-
posted. I already posted a shot of what's going on.
Look at the boat in the water. It's not on.
Yeah.
It's not on a hydro hoist, is it? It's in the water. Look at the water line. Look at the size of those swells.
It's empty.
Yeah, it's in the trough. It's in
Oh,
the trough
come
of the
on!
swell.
You gotta be friggin' kidding me! You think filling that boat up with fish is gonna make it sit 6 feet in the water? Full of shit is what you are.
No, it's in the
Boats
trough of
don't
the
sit
swell.
that low in the water.
Doesn't take much to
Show me
sit
the
in a
video,
trough.
Rakia. Come clean, man. You're smoking crack. Down the water, man. Look at that. Those two boats. You think that's the same? That's full. It's sitting that low in the water. That boat's not designed.
It doesn't matter. You're still talking shit. You're saying there's a swell. You're saying there's a curve. Make up your mind.
Yes. No, I'm not saying there is. If it's 1.5 miles away, I was trying to determine why that other shrimp boat's hidden. And now
That's
I
the
know.
other- yes,
because
the
the
other shrimp
swells
boat.
are hiding the boat. The
Yeah, but
swells
not the other
are
shrimp.
hiding
The other shrimp
the
boat's
boat.
hidden by the curve.
You see the picture of the Anne-Marie. You know it's there. Now you have your answer.
Yeah, the other boat must be really in a really big swell, or it's sinking.
It's in a swell, or it could be sinking. You're right. So we finally busted Iraqi on his stupid shrimp boat picture. And now we know why the other boat's hidden, because the swells are hiding it.
You are
just like it's hiding the
delusional for
Anne-Marie.
thinking you busted anyone right
Just
now.
oh, come on, it's golden. This is a glory
You
moment for me.
completely busted
I
yourself
am
wandering through explanations.
Nothing better than
You
showing
wandered
Rakia
through
the blowhard
explanations,
how
but
fucked up he is.
decided double speak was good enough.
Go
So,
ahead, go find an Anne-Marie somewhere else. That's not being
what does
tossed
it
around by
have to do
5-foot
with
swells.
shit? Where is the
5-foot
fucking
swells.
3.2 mile?
5-foot swells.
Show
Go to hell.
dude.
5-foot swell. Go to hell.
Can y'all give me a minute here? Because everybody that can look at the picture that Zanuck just posted, tell me how much taller where the white part, where the anchor is, than the white part on the back of the boat where the shrimp are.
Dude,
What's the shrimp? Is that a prawn?
The front tells it all. If you have 5-foot swells there, that's going to hide that boat in 1.5 miles away.
Anybody want to answer what I just asked? See where the anchor is?
You're busted. You're
see how
busted.
much-
Get over it. You're
Dude, will
busted.
you shut up. Where the blue is above the water where the anchor is, and where the blue is in the back portion. How many feet difference is that? See where
It doesn't matter with the back of the boat. It matters the swell in the front. It matters the swell in the front.
The waves were
covering
so small
most
there.
of the bow. Most of the
Yeah.
bow is being.
The waves are so small there, right? It's not covering the back boat.
Look at the boat. It doesn't.
It's not a wave. It's a swell.
Look at the front of the boat. How much taller
Yeah,
the blue
5
mark
feet are
is?
missing off that front of the boat. We should be seeing the red. The red
5
should be
feet.
plowing through the
The
chalk. We're not
red
even
is
seeing that.
below the water when it's out on the Gulf with shrimp in it. The red is not the watermark.
Yeah, the shrimp are all piled into the bow. Yeah, the shrimp are on the bow. They stuff it in the bow of the boat.
Okay. Do you know about? I mean, I'm not going to say
Yeah, I do
anything else. Like, do you know if that boat is weighed down or not? Like at night,
dude. I can see the way. I've never seen a boat anywhere, and all the crabs and all the freaking shrimp boats and stuff they have out in San Francisco ever, with people in it, even ever that far close to the colored part of the bow's waterline.
What are you talking about? How far is it? Because I see a lot of blue up front. You can't see the red. I agree. I'm not saying there's no waves.
Dude, it almost have the water is almost at the Anne-Marie. It's like 2 feet below the Anne-Marie. 3 feet below the Anne-Marie.
2 feet? What are you talking about?
3 feet. the water line, water we see the chop. It's a pretty choppy day. Looks like the water is actually at the water line behind Anne Marie, right at the side of the boat, right on the port side, on the starboard side. On the starboard side, look at the water is. It was matching the water line. That water is up at the white of the boat. There's no.
You see the back of the boat? Just zoom into the picture.
No, just look at the side.
Back of the boat, you can see the blue.
Forget about the back of the boat.
No, the back of the boat where you can see the blue.
Okay. You're fighting. You're trying to get out of a paper bag and you can't get out.
I'm not fighting anything. I'm just looking at the same picture you are. And you're posting a picture where the front of the boat is so much higher than the back. But even in the back in the picture that you're claiming I'm lying about, you can see the blue. And the blue mark in the back is not as wide as the front. But you can still see the blue above the water. And now what are you trying to say? Who's busted now?
Keep on making shit up. The side of the boat.
I'm not making shit up.
Cannot see. That's 5 feet missing. That would be enough to hide the boat a mile and a half away.
So it's not Earth curve.
No, that's not Earth curve in this one. Now you've shown me the answer. We found it together. I've been looking for the reason. Now I finally got a picture and looked at it carefully enough. Now I see it.
So what is it again?
Waves.
How big is the wave?
Well,
5 feet.
A 5 foot wave can block a boat that's a mile and a half or 2 miles away from.
Yeah, if you're only I don't know.
The duration of each peak of the wave can block that from this distance.
Absolutely.
So it's waves, not Earth curve.
It's waves in this case, yes. If it's 1.5 miles away, that'd be the reason I'd bet my money on that.
Did you guys take into consideration that the boat isn't straight across? The bows are higher in these things?
Of course. That's why we see the blue in the bow when we don't see it.
The anchor part is way higher than the back.
If it was a glassy day, it'd be a whole different story. But Racky likes to, just like the rest of you flat earthers, like to find the shittiest days possible and say, "See, Earth is flat." Find a clear picture, man.
I'm just showing a picture that relates to the oil rig. This isn't the picture that I show that's 3.2 miles away. That I've shown you multiple times.
You got the Emery. You got the Emery. Show me. You'll find me a shrimp boat that sits there that low in the.
Plus the oil rigs aren't zoomed in that far too.
Say it again.
The boat's not. The oil rigs aren't zoomed in to see the boat. That's the same.
So why can't it be a wave again in the oil rig? I mean, I'm glad he said it's a wave. I can even agree with that. Why couldn't it be a wave in the oil rig? I see white caps in the oil rig picture.
Those aren't waves, though.
The white caps aren't waves?
No, that's just chop.
What?
That's just chop. And you can see the live, dude, you can see the live video of that the change in the bottom of that oil rig does not change due to the swells. This you can see. In fact, I got another picture of a fully loaded Anne Marie, and it's still above that gray, the red line below it, where they painted it. I'll put that right here in it.
Post it. You see the blue in the back, right?
Fully loaded. Same type of boat. I don't know if it's the exact same. It may be a different Anne Marie, but here we go, buddy. Read them and weep.
Different Anne Marie. Read them and weep.
There you go. There you go, tough guy.
Where's that boat based out of? The one you posted at 11:19.
Your Anne Marie, 11:19. That's your Anne Marie from your picture.
Yeah, where does it say the one you post? Oh yeah, you're looking at a different boat now.
Yeah, it's a little different boat, but it just shows that this boat is fully loaded. Look what it looks like. It still sees that gray. Still see that gray area underneath the front bow. The boats are not designed. I know this in the boats. They're not designed to sit there that far below the water.
This one's sitting about the same as the other one. You see that runner on the side?
Come on, man. Why you
see the hole?
Like that? The Emery, if I was Coast Guard and you were telling me the truth,
Are you listening? See on your red boat you just posted where that runner is, where it keeps the waves from coming up, and those holes are where the bottom of the deck is to let the water off the deck. See how the back of the boat goes a little higher? So if it was painted differently, the middle of the boat would be at the water line. The top portion where the line is, where that rib comes up, would be way above the water. And at the back of the boat, it would be above the water also. Now go look at my picture and see how
Why are you
similar.
arguing with me?
I'm not. I'm stating a fact. Where
But
the
you're-
blue is painted underneath that rib, and you can see the blue in the back. You can't see it in the middle because it dips down closer to the water, and then you see the blue in the front. And then that
Waves,
red,
dude.
and then
Those
that
are
red
big
part
swells.
on your red boat. My red line is where the black is painted. There,
All
it's
right.
just
Well,
painted different.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah, I know you tried to deceive. No one said there wasn't waves, by the way. But to say that boats don't have different levels of riding in the water when they're full of fuel or full of shrimp or whatever, that's a dumbass statement. Because mine's about, I would say, 8 inches difference when I'm full of fuel and not full of fuel. Nice try.
He's right. It was a fucking excellent try, Zanuck. You're a brilliant opponent, but you didn't win like you think you won at all. As a matter of fact, you crumbled every inch of Glober argument during it. Piece by piece, you dismantled every hope of curvature explanation.
Monegal, New Orleans, Rakia. Monegal.
And now you won't admit a boat sits heavy in the water.
Not like that, knucklehead. Come on. If you're a Coast Guard, you'd say that boat is sinking, dude. Where that water line is, that's like 12 feet above
You're
the hull.
so full of shit. You
That's
see those holes in all about midway? That's the deck holes that lets the water off the deck. It's above the water line, even with the waves.
Yes, you're right. Exactly. That's why it can't be that low. The bottom of that boat where that red stuff is on your boat, that's at 12 feet. There's 12 foot of boat beneath it. That's how low it sits in the water. It's not going to be sitting there near the top of the bow. Crazy. Okay. Just look at
now.
Okay, well, you want to know where
you're going.
Okay, let's just change subject. If they're out of Canagal,
I don't know where this. I mean, I know where.
I found a picture of a loaded boat.
Highway 55, 101, Highway 55, Louisiana.
Yeah, that's where they're
Monegal, Louisiana.
I'm going there tomorrow.
There you go.
To New Orleans, Metairie.
Yeah, you can go see. Show them that picture and say, I mean, anyone like half a brain can see where that water is almost near the opening where you can walk off the side of the boat on the starboard side.
No, it's not.
There's a door there to walk off the boat.
No, it's not.
Is that
the holes at the blue mark where the white is where the water comes off the deck.
Yeah, that's right. But anyway,
Yeah,
you
that's
can see
above the
you
water
can see
line.
anyone with half a brain can look at that boat and say it's sitting either really deep in the water due to being sunk, or it is in waves, and it is in a wave. Okay, so that's simple as that.
Well, I would say
And
it's
you're gonna have to.
definitely
If you want to
I
prove
never
me
said it
wrong,
was slick
knock yourself out.
I don't know
boat
who
sits
said
that
it
low
was
in the
slick
water.
other than you. It's definitely in waves.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
How am I crazy by saying? I'm just
You are
saying it's
crazy.
not waves
You
hiding the back
you
of my.
can't swallow your pride and say you're right. I am right.
I don't think you're right about much.
You know I'm right.
Right
That
about
boat is
what? You're
that's
saying
a fucking,
this
what is
boat
that, a
looks like
tugboat?
it's sinking.
You got a tugboat? That's not a fishing boat. That's a tugboat.
What are you talking about?
That's a party boat. That's a leisure boat.
The one Terry posted?
No, I think
Yeah.
I posted the wrong shit. You're right.
It's like a crab boat or something.
A tugboat.
I don't know what. They ain't a tugboat.
If it's a crab boat, it should be going
It's a shrimp
sideways.
boat,
Yeah.
but it ain't a big one.
It's not a tugboat. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's the same picture that Terry posted, the white one with the
No,
guy
it's
sitting
I'm joking around. It's a pirate boat. Pirate ship. Anyway, it's not no comparison. the boat is in waves, and that waves are sufficient enough to block the shrimp boat beneath it. So it makes sense if you said that was on your radar at 1.5 miles. I would agree, and the waves are blocking it.
No,
So
that's not the one I had. That was talking to the captain. That's the total, not the same boat.
All right.
I was just posting this one as two boats that look like oil rig. The oil rig is closer, you can see more of, and the one in the background you can't see more of. This is a picture of boats that look similar.
But you know what the difference is between that, Rakia? Is in the oil rig
big
picture,
waves.
Both, no, not only that, they have the tower. Look where the position, again, the angular position of. Look at for their boat where that oil hole contraption is. The netting contraption is on top. That's below the arms of the closer boat. So all these things you have to start looking at when you start making determinations of where you think boats are, distance wise.
We call them prawn trawlers over here. I don't know if that makes any difference.
We don't have any wallabies over here. If that makes any difference.
You're a wallaby.
That was a pretty good answer.
Wallabies in the UK in zoos.
The correct answer was your mother is a wallaby.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll remember next time.
So I understand there's no taming the large male kangaroo.
Haven't you ever seen the TV show Skippy?
Sort of remember it, the images of it as a still. I don't remember him as a character. Was he a pet?
Semi tame, I'd say.
You guys want to just look at the first 3 pictures that I just posted?
First 3.
Yeah. So they're all posted in a. They're all together. But the first 3.
Okay. What are they there? I can't make them out.
Can you click on them and have a look?
A little bit blurry in my eyes.
Okay. The top 3 are the same ship. Right? About 3 hours apart. So the very first picture is about 12 o'clock or maybe 1 o'clock in the day. And the next one was more like about 10, and the one before that was more like about 9:30 in the morning. Same ship, same day.
It's a nice clear one, that the last one, the third one.
Same day.
A little bit of refraction, but not a lot.
No, there's an inferior mirage in that first one.
What's going on with the bow shape in the first two shots? Wait a minute, these can't be the same shit.
Yeah, they're,
Yeah,
terrible atmosphere, the first two. I do have that one. I've got that image. They're probably the same image, actually.
same ship, same day. About 3 hours apart, or from the bottom image to the top image. So the one that you can see the most in, that was about 3 hours after the one that you can see the least in. And if you go to the next one, you'll see it says the 4th of January, 20-footed ship that's 10 nautical miles away. You're seeing over 50 feet missing of that ship when there should be 17 feet missing. The next picture, which says 7th of January, the same ship now have a superior mirage forming on top of it. That is from 6-inch camera height, the exact same ship, same distance, just on a different day. Go to the next picture, which says the 9th of January. That picture is taken from 2-foot camera height. Okay? So there should be 53 feet of curve, but we can see, if you zoom in, you can see the bow of the ship at the front, and you can see the angle of the bow of the ship coming down, which means that we're seeing probably less than 30 feet of that ship is missing when there should be 53 according to the globe. Go to the next picture, which is the 12th of January. Same ship, now from 20 feet. Okay? Again, there should be about 17 feet, maybe 18 feet missing. We can see the bow of the ship at the base of the bow of the ship, demonstrating of that ship. Okay? We all know that when you see that curve of the ship, you're getting right to the base of the ship. So, virtually nothing of it missing that day. That's from 20 feet. See the way that is changing every single day? Notice how it's changing. It changes hourly. It can change daily. I have hundreds of these showing this. I can actually show you the screenshots of where the ship location, the day that it was. I've got the videos of the day that it was. So I actually have the evidence, which is something that nobody else seems to supply. They just show a picture and go, there you go. But then when we'll show the information, and I will also put in there, when I do it all, I will put the temperature of the day, the humidity of the day, what the temperature of the water is. The only thing you can get from the temperature of the water is the monthly average. They can't give you the exact temperature of each day of the water. So let's just take as an example, right? Let's say I went out on the very first moment, and that ship that we see, the very first ship, we see it, and we can see the entire ship all the way to the bottom, right? Now, imagine if I'm watching that ship go away from me on that particular day. Now, that ship, I think, was already at about 12 miles. I have to look at it. Okay, so that's already 12 miles away. Okay, now it's going to keep going and going and going, and maybe that one gets to more like about 25 or 30 miles before it's completely out of view.
Can you use
But
kilometres, not mile?
oh, okay, sorry, I just took mile, even though I'm Australian. So like 30 miles would be about 45, 48 kilometres. So the ship is that ship is about 20 kilometres away as is there, right? But then if you go to the third image, and you can see on the third image of that same ship that there is a slight inferior mirage there as well. You may not be able to see it, but there is a slight inferior mirage. But on that at that moment, imagine if I watched that same ship go away from me. It's going to disappear. I mean, it's already 12 miles away, and it's 3/4 disappeared. Right? So now as I watch that one go away, that's going to disappear at more like 14 or 15 miles away. Oh, sorry, 24 kilometres away. Right? But whereas this ship 3 hours later would have disappeared at more like 40 kilometres away. So you see how we're going to get different levels and the distances on it where it disappears? Okay. Now go to the other images where you can see the one that says 4th of January and that ship which is closer to 50 foot missing. Obviously, if that was moving away from me, another 10 kilometres at the most, that ship's gone. Right? You won't be able to see it anymore. But then we go to the very next image, which is on the 7th of January, taken from 6-inch camera height, not 20 foot, 6 inches. Okay. And if we were to now watch that ship go away from us, it's going to take multiple kilometers more to disappear than the other one. And we will see it be disappearing bottom up, right? Because that's just how things disappear. So we're going to see that one disappear at a completely different rate. Because that's from 6 inches. If I went up 20 feet, which I'm pretty sure I do have footage of that one from 20 feet. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of my footage from January when my computer crashed. But so that one there is going to disappear at a completely different rate. And if I went up 20 feet, the other ship was 50 feet missing from 20-foot observer height. If I went up 20 feet, we would see the horizon for miles behind this ship right now. Are you starting to see that the conditions change? The conditions that tell us how far we see and what we see and how we see it. This is like tiny portion of what I have. This is like not even 1/4%. I have more than 500 screenshots ready to go, but and I've got thousands more to do. But so can you guys see how it changes constantly? It's never the same. How do you make predictions on that? You can't sit there and tell me what the refraction is for that by just looking at it. Yeah, if Zanik wants to do this, okay, I'll go out tonight, look up what the temperature here in Adelaide is, Grange, South Australia, look up what the temperature is, look at the wind conditions, look at everything, and you tell me what the things that I film are going to look like. Is it inferior mirage? Am I going to get superior mirage? Is there going to be no mirage? Am I going to get a really high horizon? Am I going to see really far? Tell me what the conditions are. If you think by knowing the temperature and all this, you can tell what the conditions are and how far you can see, by all means do it. I'll go out tonight, I'll film it, and you'll be able to see the timestamp on the actual video, so you'll know that I'm not lying. It was taken at that time, and I will post it tomorrow, and we can go over it. So if you're still there, Zanik, go through, have a look. Grange, South Australia, and I will look and film tonight, and you can tell me what I see. When you come back and you say what the conditions will be like, whether it's inferior miraging, superior miraging, whether there's no mirage, how much am I going to be able to see at a particular point, right? Then we can start talking like, then I'll start thinking, oh shit, this your ability to mathematically predict what's going on, then I will sit back and listen to you. But if you can't do that, then it's all just balls. Like it just doesn't mean anything.
So now, instead of Earth curve, it's waves blocking it. But when it's longer distances, it's Earth curve, right? Because stand the reason, like if there are waves, which there were on that day, I found the video, right? But the waves of the boat is closer to me. The further it got away, the more the same wave would obstruct, right? So then look at the picture of the Lake Pontchartrain, which there's usually always waves, but it's 24 miles, not 2. So waves now or Earth curve?
Yeah, there wasn't much swell in that video that you posted back here. There was a little bit of swell, but not a lot. But there was a good inferior mirage going on.
Yeah, he said 5 or 6 foot. That's not 5 or 6 foot. I'm
Swells?
doubting that he even goes out on boats now. Yeah, he said that was 5 or 6, if I read it right.
No, that's definitely not 5 or 6 foot swell. You would have seen that boat raising.
Maybe he wasn't the one that said that. I'm trying to find it now.
No, he did. Yeah. No, Zenix said 5 foot swell.
Yeah, that's not 5 or 6 foot.
Yeah.
I never claimed
You're
it
seeing
wasn't.
5 or 6. You're seeing 5 or 6 of the boat hidden. It's clearly shown. The picture I showed, the picture you showed as well. You see, at one point when the boat rocks to the point where it's coming up, where
Oh,
actually is at its water line. Let me finish my talking. You don't have to talk over me like every single time. And then it comes back down, dish down, where you barely see the bow, almost completely covered. That is about a 5 to 6 different feet for difference. That's how big that boat is, and that's what I'm standing by. That's more than
You're saying the swell is 5 or 6 foot, or what's missing is 5 or 6 foot.
What's missing is 5 or 6 feet.
So not 5 or 6 foot swells, because you type 5 or 6 foot swells.
Well, you know what I mean. It's close. It's close to that. That in order for that to happen, you have to
No,
have
it's not close to 5 or 6 foot.
Well,
I would
it's
say
pretty
at
close to
the
5 feet.
most, and you're seeing the waves like close to the beach, but maybe 1 to 2 foot swells, maybe 1 to 2
No,
foot.
the waves near the beach are 1 or 2 or 2 or 3. Those are 2 feet swells. As you go further out, they're much larger, and those are. I've seen. Look at that picture of the boat. God damn it! It's almost all gone. You can't even see any blue.
Yeah.
That should be running along the water line of that red area, like the picture you cat and the picture I captured. That's where it should be sitting.
Yeah, it is sitting there. It just goes up and down on the swells.
Up and down about 5 feet.
That blue part where the holes are, where the deck is, which
Okay,
goes
3 feet.
missing,
Either
isn't
way,
5 or 6 feet.
either way, enough of it is hidden, so they would actually, if the other boat is farther enough away, it'll be almost hit. It's enough missing of the first boat that anything behind it at any distance at all is going to be pretty well obscured.
Oh,
And that's what
okay.
we're seeing.
Well, how high is the viewer? You would say the viewer is above the waves or below the waves?
Probably the same height of the wave. It's probably 3 or 4 feet viewer. I mean, I don't be standing there. You only back out to the beach for a few seconds.
Well, yeah, but I'm using my tripod.
3 or 4 feet. It's not. We're not shaving hairs here. You made your point. I'm
so
saying
either way, I'm above the waves, right? Yeah,
What?
I'm above the waves, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. I'm not. You can see the boat, so obviously I'm not below the wave. Right? Like I zoom out, like I'm on the beach, so I'm above the water.
You're above the wave. You're above the waves, right? Great.
Yeah. So now someone above the waves at short distance can be something in the background can be obscured by a wave that's lower than the viewer height. Is what you're saying. Now, I hope you are saying that because, well, bye bye Earth curve. Because once you increase that distance, even a smaller wave would have blocked more. Man, seriously? Obviously, that's the start of a mirage. I posted another video, but it won't post. It's actually a oil rig that's stationary, so not bobbing up and down in the waves. That's blinking in and out like second by second because it's right at the mirage line. You can't even tell it's an oil rig, but it's just blink, don't, and it's there and it's not. It's there. It's right at that mirage point. Shit happens, man. I don't know why y'all deny it. I have videos of it. Now you're saying it's waves hiding that distant boat, which isn't that far away.
That could be waves and earth for that particular picture. I thought this is your original one where you claimed it's only 1.5 miles. This could be a little bit of both.
That is the one I just posted. That's like 1.5. But the picture I usually talk about.
No, the 1.5 was taken from your boat. You said you had on radar. You're sitting on the shoreline.
No. See, you and B-Ball don't listen. On all of them, I'm on the shore. Mr.
How far away they are.
The captain of the boat told me he was 3.2 miles away from me.
Okay, that makes sense. And those waves being 2 or 3 feet, probably more like
not
4 or 5 is further out there. It doesn't matter. I know it's not. You said both of them. Okay, forget it. You know what? And you got some inferior miraging going on that picture of the one you said you saw that where the picture you always show. You got a video of it. I appreciate you putting it away. That shows some serious inferior miraging on the right at the tip of the bow. And I took a picture of it, put it in the chat at 43 after the hour.
Now miraging. Right.
Well, that picture has a lot of miraging going on. It's different than the picture of the video.
What about the boat behind this? The shrimp boat behind this boat? It's mirage and back.
No, that looks like it's hidden by Earth curve and waves, both.
look at the thing going out the outrigger. It's all mirage. The whole boat is mirage. Look at the video.
There's some that's not bad. I can't really tell. It's
Are
really
you
bad
freaking
picture.
kidding me?
I can't tell. It's
because
blurry.
it's in a mirage. It gets blurry because it's being mirage.
Well, then if the whole bottom of the boat is mirage, then that could be mirage as well. I don't know. I can't see it. It's fucking terrible picture, dude. You got terrible pictures.
Yeah. So first,
it looks like it's very mirage. The bottom of the boat is very mirage.
So not waves then. Not waves that are lower than the viewer.
All three. The trifecta.
He's so full of shit, man. So just repeat that a wave below the viewer height can block something in the distance. Just say that one more time. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Maybe take a mulligan on that one. I'm gonna let you off on that one. But if you want to repeat it,
the Earth is not flat.
Well, no, I mean we're really not talking about that right now. We're talking about a wave that's below the viewer's height, obstructing something in the distance. Yes or no?
The waves on the shore, the waves further out could be much greater actually. The waves crashing on the shore are about 2 feet. They're 2 foot waves, maybe larger, maybe 3.
Dude, I'm at least 8 foot above the water. So you're saying there's 8 foot waves 2 miles away? Is that what you're going with?
No, I said it's a combination of waves, miraging, and both.
So not Earth curve.
Everything. Earth curve included.
Oh, everything. 2 miles away, Earth curve is obstructing the bottom of the boat, along with waves and miraging.
I don't know how high. I don't know how high.
So mirages can obstruct.
You're probably about 4. You probably look like 4 feet off the ground. I guess.
Yeah, I'm higher than that. But anyway,
yeah, I can't go on, man. You're killing me. I can't do this. I'm tapping out.
But I like the fact that you admitted again that miraging can obstruct something bottom up. Maybe repeat that one more time.
Just the distant one in the bottom, and the one where you've got both ships, both boats. That's definitely the inferior mirage that's making that one disappear.
Yeah, it's mirage to hell and back. Real close, like 2 miles.
Yeah.
He admitted it a couple of years back, and then he took it back like last month or month before, where miraging can't do it. Now he's doing the trivector, where miraging and waves and what was the other thing? Shit, man. Amazing.
Yeah, I thought waves were meant to obstruct things. I mean, wasn't it meant to be one of our arguments? We were like, yeah, I mean, the waves in the distance can also make things disappear. Oh, no, that's not possible. But now
he's not only saying that it's waves, but it's waves that are below the viewer height. Crazy times we live in, fellas. I think it's perspective along with some miraging, some type of optical phenomena, but perspective I would call a mirage also, right? Because if you define perspective, it's saying that the foreground appears to rise up. So that's basically an optical illusion because you're seeing something not in its actual position. That's what I call an optical illusion. Seeing something not actual. Right. So a mirage definition is an optical illusion, right? Seeing something that's not actual caused by conditions, right? Not temperature, not just this, not just that, all conditions. Angle of light, viewer height, temperature of the water, temperature of the air, particles, this, that, and the other. Mirage.
I think that literally everything that we see is 100% due to the optics of the day. The conditions of the day, like literally everything, even looking up, looking down, left, right, doesn't matter. So actually I've got another really cool video which I was making where I'm looking towards the land, and the land had an inferior mirage, like quite a strong inferior mirage, and then I turn and I look at the ship, which is let's just say I'm looking at the land at 90, and I turn maybe about 120 degrees, and I'm looking at a ship. And that ship has 0 inferior mirage, and I can see almost to the bottom of the ship, right? But it's about, maybe it was like about almost 20 kilometers away. and I was 5 foot up. Right? I was on the beach. So I'm looking at one direction, huge inferior mirage, and I'm looking the other direction, no inferior mirage, and a ship that's almost completely visible. Just the conditions of where you look is just totally different. It can differ from me looking left to looking straight in front. You know?
We ate the rest of that. Made short work of that. Thank you so much, baby.
You're all right, Mike and dude. Yeah, I believe I say the same thing you do, and I think a lot of that has to do with the angle of the light source. So the way the reflected light is coming back to you determines the distance where the mirage starts. But I think a lot of it has to do with perspective also. Under normal, like I don't want to say normal, but your standard conditions of your area, perspective is the main thing which creates the horizon, that appearance of the land or water rising towards your eye level, and then anything beyond that is in its if it's normal conditions, anything beyond that is in its normal position, which would be lower than that apparent position. So it appears to be obstructed. It's not obstructed. It just appears to be.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense to me. And then on different days when you have more extreme conditions or conditions that aren't normal, you're going to see differently. That's why I say we see as far as the conditions allow us, which is viewer height, angle of light, and all that. We don't see over anything. We see through the horizon, not over the horizon.
Yeah, check this out. I had a debate with Sean G tonight on this topic, and real quick, he no-showed because I mean a couple days ago I was discussing him, about the LIGO and all that, and I told him that I made a presentation, but that's exactly what I made the presentation about was about the visual, and in the presentation, which I haven't released yet, but I will. But I show Skunk Bay the time lapse, and if you look at it, you look at the mountains, and you could watch them in the background drop as it gets hotter, like toward 11:30, 12:30 in the afternoon, and then 1, 2 o'clock, like the hottest times of the day. You literally watch, if you pay attention, you see the background drop and the foreground start to rise up. It's like, dude. And remember, Rocky, remember when we was telling George a long time ago that we see the that sometimes we see the horizon above the crosshairs and shit, and he was denying it. But then when we were telling him that, we were telling him that sometimes the damn horizon's above the crosshairs, and he's like, I don't think so. And then when Tim Osmond and Jesse Kozlowski went out to Great Salt Lakes and all that, and seen the same thing and reported it, then he all of a sudden he's like, oh really? Then he sets up for his measurements and says he's seen it all the time. So I put that in the
He's already had that photo, and he was just lying to us when they were calling me a liar because I said I saw it at Lake Pontchartrain with my theodolite. Well, then he shows a picture of his, like bragging on it, shooting over his frozen lake, and I snapped it. I was sitting on my boat in Grand Isle. I remember I was sitting in my chair and finally got him on Jose's to share that picture, and I was able to take a snapshot of it. But now, like Jesse Kozlowski and Jesse Gordon show the same thing. It's just an optical phenomenon.
Me and you were the first ones preaching it, and they were telling us we're full of shit. And we're like, dude, the shit moves around, and in fact, sometimes it's above the crosshairs. And because I've seen it a few times, and it's usually miragey, but still, this was way back then. I found a recording of him saying that I don't think that would happen. This is even before he did his measurements, when they were doubting us, and then he did it for himself and realized, So the point is I showed a bunch of examples of the shit moving around in the background like Skunk Bay, and then my point is anybody saying that they're measuring reciprocal zenith angles or spherical excess is horse shit, dude. You could make observations day long, in the evening, in the morning, in the afternoon, and you could show whatever you wanted. You could show a certain time of day where it appeared flat. You could show where it's concave, convex, and that's the truth of it, man. And it was just crazy putting all this together, man. It's probably one of my best videos yet, man. And you were mentioning there because, yeah, I said, if I'm not mistaken, that Rocky also was telling them way back then that this happens. It's a phenomenon, and this is back when they were denying it. But yeah, it's a good presentation, man. I'm gonna put it on my channel probably in the next day or two. fact is you don't, you can't look these long distances and prove anything. We've been crying that at the rooftops, and they always want to look up at the stars. When we're measuring up close and local, we're not measuring curvature. We can extend this line out. That's what we do, and they try and show us these long distance.
Yeah, I just posted George's picture, but they all called me a liar for saying I saw it through my. Now, I didn't take pictures of it because I didn't have it hooked up, but they all called me a liar for years. And then George posted it. This is his, where the horizon is above the crosshair.
Then next thing you know, he comes on. He's like, "Yeah, I've seen that plenty of times." Yeah, I thought we were liars, George. But rest in peace. I'm not trying to speak ill of the dead, but this is just facts. He called us dishonest, and until he's seen it for himself, and then he just changes his whole tune. Like, yeah, it's a normal phenomenon. I've seen it plenty of times. Yeah, that's funny because a couple months ago, you were denying it and calling me dishonest. It's ridiculous.
What's up?
I'm ago. I still got it on a video, like one of my oldest videos.
The second one I posted is Jesse's. Jesse Gordon, I think his name is. He said he got the horizon above his crosshair on a hot day.
So if you're measuring and you're trying to do, that's when it happens. I mean, that's, and the shit in the background will drop. So think about this. If you people don't know how big of a deal this is, Rakia, but if they thought about it, if you just had a camera, if all you had was a camera and you got the horizon in the mid-ground propagating upwards above the crosshairs, like with Jesse Kozlowski and Tim Osmond, then if all you had was a camera, you're going to think that you're proving Earth curve. Like, look, half the mountain's missing, proof of ball Earth. No, but when you look at it through an auto level, and you're going to recognize that a lot of the time that's happening, there's nothing missing. The damn foreground or the midground is rising up. So that's the point. Is these photographs that they try and push on us ain't proving shit, man. If they had auto levels or theodolites, they'd be having to claim concave Earth. You know what I'm saying? There's
proves miraging. That's all they're proving is optical phenomena. It does prove that because you capture that on your camera, the optical phenomena. Whatever optical phenomena is happening, I call it miraging. You're capturing that on your picture.
That's what I'm saying. Like, literally, everything that we see, no matter what it is just due to the optics. I mean, you just look and you have one day everything looks squished, and then 4 hours later it's clear, and then the next day it's all hazy, and then the day after that everything's clear again, but you got a really high horizon, and it's just there's no way to determine it.
To me, it's always when and they say this is the best time to survey. Yeah, if you were trying to prove a globe, if you're going to go in the heat of the day, like they say that they don't do these shots early in the morning or late in the afternoon, they like to do them in the midday. Yeah, of course you do. Look at, like I said, Skunk Bay. It seems like when the surface heats up and heats up the air, then even if it's cold out, it's still that sun's hitting the surface and heating it up, and then all of a sudden you get these effects. I would say that it possibly happens more in hotter climates, but still, it doesn't have to be a hotter climate. It could, in fact, you could argue that it happens more on ice or something. When you get a layer where the sun's hitting the ground. And it's the same thing as when dude opened the garage door, Pebbles in the Pond. He opened the garage door and let cold air in, and the light right in front of the camera disappeared. The one that Jim, what's his name over there? Jim Panda was saying, she just said, that ain't happening, and left the channel. It was hilarious. So in other words, you're letting cold air in, and the floor is still warm. And so you have a little layer right by the floor that's warm with a little cold air above it, and you start getting obstruction. Doesn't mean the Earth's curved. So this shit's starting to unfold, bro.
I think with combinations of everything that we've got and what you guys are showing and stuff as well, that it's unfolding pretty fast. So on Saturday, hopefully I can get onto. I'm planning on going onto Speaker's Corner, and I'll show about 6 or 7 different videos of an area that I've got, and you'll see like it's like 150-foot swing in the difference in where the water level is. So it's like,
I'm
I'm
interested to
generally
see
never going. Yeah, it's like I said, you've got a 6-inch camera observation, 6-inch high camera observation, seeing basically to the 24 kilometers away, seeing literally just a couple of maybe 6 feet hidden to 150 feet hidden on a different day. That's a massive swing.
Yeah, it is. And just Skunk Bay, like, how are you going to try and use reciprocal zenith angles? Like, just look at Skunk Bay or a couple of other examples I gave, and there's no way you couldn't do it. Yeah, maybe if you went right in the heat of the day and did it and did it a few times like that and averaged it out. Yeah, but that's not honest. But, dude, I joined right here to ask Zanuck where he was Saturday and Sunday. We were supposed to go to LIGO and everything. I joined to ask him where he was because and all of a sudden I joined and he drops. And same thing with Sean. I started bringing that up, and Larry joins MMM Discord and starts attacking me. I'm like, I'm not listening to this bullshit. And then he doesn't show up for the debate tonight. It's like they're running.
Yeah.
It seems like they're really don't want to discuss these results.
Yeah, well, think of that example that I just gave, right? So imagine if on the day when at 24 kilometers away, only 6 feet is hidden. If I'm watching a ship go off on that day, that ship gets to 24 kilometers away, and from a 6-inch camera height, is only 6 feet hidden. But then on the other day, from the same camera height, at the same distance, even a container ship, which is probably about 130, 140 feet tall, would be 100% out of view. I wouldn't be able to see it at all. It'd be completely gone. Like that's huge. I don't even know how to put that properly into words. To think that you could then have a container ship sitting in that very spot and it would be completely gone, and on another day have it sitting there and be completely visible. That's just massive.
And yeah, I appreciate the work you've been doing, man. That's but like, and we've been telling them the whole time that shit, the earth ain't breathing. And
It's not breathing, exactly.
Obstruction. You're not proving obstruction by showing us shit like this. We've all seen it. Any of us who went out there and looked at it, we've seen it. It happens a lot. And but then we see it every other thing and in between. We see it the opposite and everything in between. And like that should at least raise curiosity that, wow, I thought it was Earth curve and here it is the next morning. And I got a clear line of sight on it. And usually the irony is when we see shit like that, it's always on a nice clear day. It almost never fails that on a nice clear day, if there's not an intense miraging going on, that you see a long way. Them are the days, you have that feeling, you're going to see far. And they have to claim that's when all the shit's happening in the atmosphere. Like on the nice clear days where we have all the clarity and can see forever, that's the days they have to claim is the most refracted, and that should go against common sense.
Yeah, well, at the start of this week, probably the first 3 days of the week, it was clear, but there was a huge inferior mirage. In fact, one of the days, I'm at 30 feet high, and I can see, like, it's like the inferior mirage was it was in different spots. You could see mirroring on the ocean in different areas, but not, like, it was at the horizon as well, but it was well beyond, like, well in front of the horizon. You could actually see patches of where there was the mirroring happening. And they were only probably about a mile away, and I'm 30 feet higher. I found that really interesting. I took a lot of video of that. You could see one little fishing boat, just a normal boat, and that was probably maximum a mile away from me, and you can see a little inferior mirage on it. But from 30 feet, the horizon should be 7 miles away. This thing's a mile away. It's already inferior miraging a little bit, but then just beyond it a little bit, there's no inferior mirage. You could see this mirroring happening in different areas. It was really interesting.
Travis is able to get that. He calls it the ether band, but sometimes it's above the water. Like, there'll be I think I just saw a video that he put out that was really good. Like, he gets some really cool videos of miraging up close and personal, and then sometimes it has a layer from the water up to the sky that's not miraging, and then all of a sudden a mirage band of like the top of a ship will be a mirage, but you can see the bottom. So, or like vice versa. But he gets some cool videos like that.
Yeah, I've got one that I got maybe 2 weeks ago now, and the Fatima gun, like this entire land section, which is probably it must be like 18 or 20 kilometers worth of land. The entire thing was superior miraging, but I mean to the point where like it was fading in and fading out. The ocean was like fully lifted, and you could see through. So there were parts where the ocean was lifted, and you could kind of see through it. It was really bizarre. But the unfortunate thing is, I've had to take that video for when I do those videos. I have to be on a jetty. So when people are walking around on the jetty, it's just a lot of vibration. So I've spent about 4 hours so far trying to get the video really smooth, and I've still got about another 20 minutes of it to do. But yeah, the effects on that day, the Fata Morganas and superior miraging was just crazy, absolutely crazy.
Fata Morgana almost sounds like a hot chick's name. I don't know why. I always think of a woman whenever somebody says Fata Morgana. What are you gonna do? You know what I like about you, Rakia? You're stubborn, but in all the right ways, huh? The good kind of stubborn.
Hey, Kersho, scroll up in the text chat and then have a look at the photos that I posted.
Women?
No, they're ships. Not that exciting, bro.
Well, looks like
Don't
Zanny
let you.
posted Rakia had a dumbass fucking I'm sorry, like a shrimp boat picture from a long time ago. It's interesting, but you posted some. Let me find them.
Yeah, if you just scroll a little bit up, it's not too far. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pictures.
I see Terry's got a boat. Oh yeah, Fata Morgana's. Yeah, I see yours now. Okay.
There's no Fata Morgana there, but
No, there's not. That first picture kind of looks like the Flying Dutchman sort of thing. No.
yeah, almost. No, it's definitely on the water. You can see the water there. It's almost like
I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, but so the first picture, the second picture, and the third picture is the same ship on the same day, 3 hours apart.
Okay. You finally catch the guy?
Stole half the ship.
You chasing after this guy? What are you doing?
What's the timestamp?
It's 11:36. But 36 after the hour, about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Hey, Rakia, you're not a Taurus, are you?
Leo.
Oh, okay. My friend, she just passed away recently. But yeah, she was a Leo, so all right. Not that it matters. My girlfriend's a Taurus, and I'm a Taurus, and she's extremely stubborn. And like I said, you're stubborn, but in a right way. I don't want to take away from your shit plane, so Go on. What you were saying, Plane.
No drama, man. We were talking about this earlier. No, I just wanted you to have a little look at them and see what your thoughts are. I also show there's like 4 or 5 other shots of the same ship from different elevations on different days,
Well, you
showing
said it was the same
different.
day.
Yeah, but then there's 4 or 5 other shots there as well.
Oh, different days. Okay.
Yeah, of a different ship. So
I
that
got news.
one, you got news?
This is a disappointing thing about this is because Rakia brought this up earlier about how the horizon can sometimes be above or below eye level when you're on the water. The thing about being on the water is you can have, you have this kind of variation. Like this kind of variation exists when you're on the water taking observations. So there's much for me to say about this.
Yeah, but so it's all very good and well to say, oh, we can have variations and blah blah blah, but that's not what we've been told for the past 8 years. We've just been told, oh, you see a boat over the horizon, that's Earth curve, right? No if, no but, no nothing. And now we're actually starting to prove through multiple observations that, well, it has nothing to do with Earth curve. You can still claim Earth curve if you want to. That's not the reason why things disappear.
Yeah. That might be an old argument that Globers maybe used to say, but modern ballers will tell you that indeed, if you're on the water, you have a lot of variation. So much variation, in fact, that from at least from my standpoint, I can't make a conclusion. If I was a Glober, if I was a flat earther, I wouldn't make a conclusion based on an observation taken over the water. Because you can have so many different effects take place. You can have so many different results. And so I wouldn't base my conclusions off of those results because of that fact that it can be so variable.
Man, you better not base your observation on no little piece of a segment, nothing damn way above the water, over a mountain, up in the sky. You better go around the whole thing, and then that's what you base your map on, what you know it to be. Thank you.
I agree with you, Coach. That's what I say. I've only proven that it can be an optical phenomena. I don't use it as flat Earth proof for sure. But when I know that it can be something other than Earth curve, and I go try and measure curved water and can't, I start putting the puzzle together. Because I was told by the Globers that it was definitely Earth curve making the ship disappear bottom up. And then even today saying things can't disappear bottom up due to anything but Earth curve. Just like 20 minutes ago. It's troublesome, man.
No, I tell you, I'd be on the fight with you. I'd be on your side of the fight. It sounds like we're all in agreement about that fact that anybody who's using this type of evidence for proof one way or the other, they'd be mistaken. However, I must say that there are ways to take observations that are like these and make them viable. So, for instance, if this was a large ship, then you could say a thing or two about it, right? It's a little bit different because it's just kind of a smaller ship or a boat, maybe, and so there's not much you can say about it. But there's ways to make statements about observations similar to these. Yeah.
Also, my pictures are large ships. My pictures are bulk carriers and general cargo ships and chemical oil ships and cargo and container ships. That's what I'm filming all the time. So all those pictures that I posted, they're all like 180, 200 meter long ships.
I don't know if there could ever be a level of the pictures, distance pictures, that in a segment that one way or another can really be definitive. I mean, I think, a whole is stronger than a segment, and I think hands-on, tangible, like instrument to the ground, tip to tip, end-to-end measurement. Like, even if it's in a segment, that's fine, but like doing some force the line stuff is way stronger than any photo or whatever you're ever going to get.
Definitely, because you can't really argue with those results.
You know,
Different
before I dig it up,
arguments, at least weaker or different. Yeah, go ahead.
before I dig it up, I mean, you guys, I know Ricky has seen it. Don, who knows what he remembers, but I don't know if you guys have seen. I just messing with you, Don. That cruise ship one, the one where there's a cruise ship in the distance. It's like a carnival ship, maybe, and you can clearly, and it's got like the smokestacks. You can clearly see the full thing, and you clearly see it. Eventually, you just see the smokestacks. Have you seen? Yeah, have you seen that one playing? I know Ricky has seen it.
Yeah, possibly. I think I might know the one that you're talking about. But so, just as an
The one
example,
Zanuck posted earlier. You know, boats
Let me
going
find
over
it.
a curve.
yeah. So Kosho, like I mentioned earlier. Okay, so I've got footage of the same areas hundreds of times now. Now I've got footage of one spot, and I just told this, so people are probably going to get pissed. But so from 6 inches, looking at a spot 24 kilometers away, only about 6 feet hidden. On another day, looking at the same thing from the same height, and about 150 feet hidden. So if I was to watch a ship go off on either of those 2 days, I'm going to get drastically different results. One of them's going to get to there and be completely hidden, 100% gone, and the other one's going to get to that point and be only 6 feet gone.
Hey, yours are tricky because they seem like big ships. How far away are they? Do you know?
Those ones there are about 11 and a half to 12, maybe 13 miles away. The ones that I posted just before, like 4 of the pictures, it's only just 2 different ships. All the pictures that have the text on them, that's the same ship. So they're all 11 and a half miles away. And the other one, I think, was about 12 to 13 miles away. I'd have to go through and look properly. I didn't make any proper screenshots for that one yet.
I see Xanix's picture. I don't see a GIF. I don't think he's posted a GIF. Let me see. I'll dig it up. Hold on.
But yeah, I'm just at the moment doing one, which is I'm getting together about 7 different videos of the same area, and it's that area like the 2 videos that I just talked about. They're a part of it, so I'm going to have about 7 different videos from that. And one of them is on that day when you can see 6 inches. You can see about 6 feet, so only missing from about 14 miles away. I've got the same footage from 20 feet high, from 5 feet high, from 3 feet high, from 6 inches. So, and I'm just including the ones that go from 5 feet and then 3 feet and then 6 inches, and then including different days. You know, so Zanuck said before, oh yeah, you need to go up a different height. Well, I film from 30 feet, from 20 feet, from 5 feet, from 2 feet, from 6 inches. You know, like I'm filming from different heights.
Xanix's a smart guy.
He's not stupid. No, I'm not going to say the guy's stupid. He's, you know, he's right up on his anything to do with the math and all of that kind of stuff. He's far more on that than anywhere near that than what I am. But when it comes to things just disappearing, I mean, Zanuck's a classic, just posting the picture of the plane, and one day he tells me he told me it's 6 miles, and I'm going to have to go through the whole scroll for days looking for this. He told me it was 6 miles away. Today he said he was 8 miles away, and when I checked where he said he was, he couldn't have been any more than 6.7 miles away. But today he said he was 8 miles away. And when you work out, let's say 6.7 miles away, only 12 feet of his plane should have been missing, but yet there's probably more like 25 feet of the plane missing, and there's an inferior mirage. So that's not proving anything, but he uses that as proof for Earth curve. He's like, yeah, look at this. He posts it all the time. But that's not proof of anything. So, you know, smart people can do dumb things, you know?
Oh, yeah. Hell, I think a lot of you guys, some of you guys are pretty smart. But you guys come to this incredibly wrong conclusion. So I think
I wouldn't call myself super smart. I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not dumb. But
yeah, but
I look.
you know what it's like to talk to most people, right? When you talk to most people about this subject, they don't even care. So the fact that all of us are like even engaged in it says something. Like we're actually even just searching for the answers kind of sets you aside from like the average Joe.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's for me I'm just looking, going, well, sure, there's evidence on both, but when you see so many times, like an insane amount of times, where say someone like Jaren from Jarenism points something out, and then it gets changed, and then he'll point something else out, and then it gets changed on the net. Like you got to sit there and wonder to yourself, like, why, when one of these things get pointed out, all of a sudden you look 3 weeks later and it's been changed. Like he kept pointing out the null school. He kept pointing out the null school thing with the flat Earth map, and then all of a sudden they just took it off.
Yeah, I've wondered about that one. That's like a private group, like it's a couple of dudes, or it's like a small group that even puts that on. But I've been wanting to reach out to them and just kind of find out what the reasoning behind that was. So I agree that does happen with that, but there's a lot like that also does kind of get blown out of the water a little bit. Like it gets blown up a little bit more than it actually occurs. Like sometimes it's not them like pointing it out and then them changing it. It's just like the fact that they changed it. I think like with the SpaceX thing, he had a SpaceX. Do you remember the SpaceX launch when they landed it, and there was two shots that were like identical or whatever. Like both the cameras were identical, and then they changed it so that it was like one of the only live videos that YouTube actually changed. It turns out actually though, if you have enough views, like if you have enough subscriptions, they actually allow you to change live footage. And it turns out that they actually made a mistake and they just corrected the mistake. So it's like all of it. Like I said, I don't have an excuse for the null school one because that one is kind of weird that they stopped using that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember the others, but he's pointed out probably a good half a dozen things of when he's mentioned it. Oh, there was an interesting one where he pointed out how is this not Stephen Hawking's? Yeah, Stephen Hawking's? He was the guy that was had ALS, wasn't it?
It was what?
Yeah, it was Stephen Hawking's that had ALS.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like he pointed out that why isn't he put down as one of the longest lived people with ALS? And literally a week later, there he is on the website.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that too. I remember that too actually because this was back before 24/7 was on YouTube. But they used to say stuff like that, and it's actually they have a lot. That's what makes the flat Earth community kind of interesting and probably appealing to some people is they bring shit up that's valid. You know what I mean? And I remember thinking that was kind of interesting, like because I didn't know that until Flat Earthers brought that up that he's actually the longest living person with ALS. I didn't know that. That's actually pretty interesting. Although that's not necessarily there's easy explanation for that. Like if there's somebody like Magic Johnson, I don't think that I'm just saying it's easy to explain it to be the case that these people are surviving with these things because of their status and their riches. Like they have enough money to be able to survive with it.
Why are you making shit up, bro? You can't have a certain amount of subs and change your live feed. You could add shit if you have a certain amount of subs. You can't replace shit, bro. That we call.
It was all those.
They don't even know how
they
don't even know how that happened.
added to his longevity. That's probably what it was. Take me
What'd
to
you say?
I said it.
Flat pussy.
What'd you just call me?
I'm fucking with you. What'd you say?
No, that's just something usually all the Gem Panda people do. I just was like, wait, what? I didn't even realize it was you, Coach.
I'm a Gym Panda person too, man, but we're buddies. I haven't seen you in a while, so.
Oh wait, do you hang out over in Gem Pandas?
What? No, I'm saying what's up, dude. That's all. I'm just saying what's up. I don't mean it in a bad way. But
Kosho,
no, but yeah,
why do
what'd you
we
say?
not expect dominant foreground looming? You know, from any like standard refraction model, even on a flat Earth.
What?
Like, why would the foreground not automatically dominate the background? If it's the shortest path, if every piece that we see in front of us out to the horizon is going to be loomed up a little bit based on like standard refraction, why would we not expect the foreground to dominate the background? And then how can we validate these horizon drop measurements of such a tiny little arc second? Like, shouldn't we just validate the drop of the
You watching
pieces in front of
SVU?
us? No. Oh, maybe, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, Don. You just stepped all over Flatty's.
Man,
I was gonna call him flat pussy
my
again. I
bad,
didn't mean that in a
my
bad
bad.
way, but I was
I
gonna.
thought y'all were
You stepped all over his
philosophizing.
bullshit, Don.
Don't see what you just did. You called it. I'm sorry.
No, you stepped all over. I'm just saying. I don't even mean it's bullshit. It's how I talk. Okay. What I'm saying is that and yeah, Don. It's simple explanation. There's more atmosphere, right? You wouldn't expect it to be. You wouldn't expect that to happen. It can happen, but you wouldn't expect it.
Well, like, I expect it to happen. When I see the sugar tank demonstrations, I see it happen, but it makes that middle ground that is looming up. It does make it be at a what do you call it? A higher elevation relative to the observer height or crosshairs. You know, like it'll be less drop. Like it'll start off like, you know, you're looking through the middle of the fish tank, for instance, and you know, the bottom of the fish tank is like 2 inches down or at the bottom of the screen. And then as they start doing the effect, the bottom of the, you know, tank like raises up towards the middle of the your screen more.
Here's the issue, bro. Is you're talking about like extreme refraction. And when I say extreme refraction, I mean the conditions are so variable in so many different places that anything can happen, and it wouldn't be that unexpected. This is why it's kind of not really valuable to take observations like that. Like those type of observations aren't valuable, is what I'm saying. Like they can be valuable, but in this sort of realm where we're trying to come to a conclusion one way or the other, it's not that valuable. The only value that it has is that it can make it vary so much that it can be interesting to look at, but it's not useful to make conclusions based off of. So
Okay, but what's one of the things that we were told proves the Earth's a globe?
boats over the horizon.
Boom.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Smart people have said that. That's one of the first flat Earth or globe Earth proofs. I think Aristotle or somebody like that, Plato, somebody. And it's not necessarily untrue. However, I agree with you that that statement alone, it's not 100% fact. Like I'm a baller. I'm a glober. I believe the Earth's a ball. And so I do know that boats can go over the horizon because the Earth's a ball. But I also know that boats can disappear in the distance because of their angular size, or they can disappear bottom up in the distance because of the atmosphere. So because of that, it's not a useful evidence. However, that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen because the Earth's a ball. You know what I mean? Like that's just that to me. That's just one of the reasons. It just happens that there's other reasons too, so it's not useful.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, but you're literally the only person that I've ever heard say that. Yeah, even in this server right now, virtually every single person who is what we would call a baller will tell you that boats going over the horizon is proof of Earth curve. Every
I
single one of them.
promise you. There's, I mean, maybe I'm biased. Maybe you're biased. I promise you, that's not the case. Like I honestly, I hear a few people every now and then. I think they're naive. I hear them say what you're claiming they say, but most of the people I hear on my side, they say what I'm saying.
Coach O, you're really a lemming underneath it all, but you'll take the opportunity to pose as the cake boy. Is that what it is?
You keep
Like,
calling
come
me a
on.
fucking cake. The last 3 days, you've been calling me a cake boy, dude. And I'm gonna tell you, when I see you, I'm gonna punch you in the stomach. I'm gonna knock the cake out of you, okay? Because I don't know what that means. I don't know what a
It
cake boy
means
is.
you want your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. You
You
know,
want
I
to hang
used to
out
hate
there.
that expression until I knew what it meant. And even now that I know what it means, I still kind of hate it. It's like a stupid expression, I think. But I
It's
get
the
it
most.
now.
That's a great. Come on, that's a great analogy. I mean, it's
Yeah, it's like you want to have
come
it's
on.
like you want to have this thing and also enjoy it, and then it's gone, sort of thing. Yeah.
You have to balance. Not enjoy that it's gone. It's and use
No,
a
no, enjoy it.
disposable
It's
item.
like
It's a
you want to
disposable
have a
item.
blunt. You want to have a blunt and smoke it too.
Yeah, and you have another. And look at how pretty. No, it's like you want to admire how pretty that weed is forever. Or look at the beautifulness of the bud. Or
But you want to smoke it also. I get it. I get the whole thing. But anyways, and
What are we
I
talking?
don't understand the relevance. I don't understand the relevance. So
you want to say everything about the globe is right and this and that, but then you know you'll stand up for all. But then at this instance, you gotta kind of be with the cool kids and be like, nah, they shouldn't do that. I mean, this isn't the perfect application of that analogy, but I mean,
no, it's true though. Depending on the company, oftentimes I'll feign, you know, I'll feign a little bit more agreements than actually I have. But regardless, um, let's just get back. What were we talking about? Talking about
Jeremy
the.
had John Grader. Go ahead.
I haven't been
Boats over the
drinking.
horizon, the philosophy of the ballers overconfidence and such.
I haven't been drinking, dude. I just ate a bowl of chili actually.
Shit up, bro. Why would you make it up? Talking about if you have enough subs, change the middle of a live stream. That's not the case. You can add
Because
and
it was me. It was
subtract
me,
shit.
and let's say Witsit, me and Witsit, or me and another one. Replace Witsit with whoever. The reason these things, the only reason I know these things is because I've argued these things with people before, and the two of
Call
us,
Google.
me and the counterpart, were researching it in real time, and I've learned these things because of the depth of information I've researched.
You call
And
Google.
I've researched that there's a difference in the people who have different amount of subs and a different amount of
I just told you.
views and stuff like that. They have different rights. YouTube places them in a different category and allows them to
Yeah,
do different
I just
things
told you,
for
bro.
live views.
I literally just told you that what you can do if you have a certain amount of subs.
I'll
You
show it to you,
can't
bro.
alter. Okay, dude. Fucking dude. Jaron called YouTube and multiple times, bro, and they didn't even know how he was able to do or even subtract shit from a live stream. You can't replace something from a live stream, bro. The people at Google or YouTube.
I
But
found it. I mean, I found it, dude. I'm gonna show it to you. Hold on.
yeah, I know what you're going to show me, but that would make any live stream from any popular channel worthless. You know, there's a
What?
power in the. That means it was live, and you're going back in history. That's just taken away from that. That void any authenticity of any live stream. If then we never know what we're watching. But when he called YouTube, you know, multiple times, and you know, they didn't even know how. They did say that if you have enough subs, like I think it's 1 million or something, 2 million, like you can.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not even a specific number. What they do is they have a different. And I honestly I don't want to look it up right now, Brian. So I look it up because it takes for research and stuff.
I already know
But
what you're
yeah,
gonna
what they do
find,
is
bro.
they put you in a they put you. It's like a subscription status. It's like it's a status, and so it's based on the number of views and subs, but they can give it to you just from being somebody. So let's say it's
Yeah,
like
they let you
Obama or
add
something
shit
like
on,
that.
bro.
They'll,
I know that.
they'll put you in that status group, and if you're in that group, you have those permissions to do different stuff. And that's what I saw um, was the case with Elon
All right,
Musk
see
and
me,
SpaceX and stuff.
I can change title. This is what I could do, like, or not me, but any like a small channel, whatever. You can change titles, that, and then if there's certain categories, but if you have I think I thought it was based on subs, but so that's kind of or subtract shit. But nobody can go to the middle and there's no amount of sub count. I think what you'll find if you found another day, man, we'll pull it up. I don't feel like looking it up either, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to do that shit. It takes so much time. It's boring. To sit here and look shit up.
Leave it off now as you being full of shit, and we'll check it out tomorrow, dude.
Okay. Okay. Or we can do it the other way around. Or we can just do it the other way around. Right? Whatever. You're the full of shit person until we find out more. Who knows? We do either one. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'll be in the middle of working on something that somebody else asked me to do, and then somebody else is like asked me to look something up, and I'm doing that instead.
Yeah, like if I go to look them up, certain people, it's like, dude, I've heard you came in. We've looked up stuff and showed them. Who come in every day. You're like, let me see citations. Go and dig it up. Come back and change, or you show them and they don't even acknowledge it. Oh man, that's aggravating. It does get tedious and pulling shit up. That's why it's good that when we do see something, we talk about it, agree to it, and back time and enter. So we'll do that one of these days this week and see what's accurate, and we'll ride out with that, back each other up when the topic gets brought up.
Yeah, here's the thing. Also, man. I mean, because I already agreed. Like, there's weird shit. I don't know how to explain it when it comes to the Jeranism showing shit and then them changing it. The only thing is, I know that there's been cases where that's been exaggerated, and there's cases I can't explain. So, for me, I just write off the ones I can't explain as
what did you just say?
They're being exaggerated. Go ahead, Flatbush. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you. I couldn't. I think it just cut out. I thought you said something else.
I probably did say something else.
You've been drinking?
No, what? That's what Don said. No, I hadn't actually.
Really? And you kind of slurred. It sounded like you were trying to say exacerbated and exaggerated at the same time.
I didn't say that shit either.
You did say that, Don. You said I was drinking. You said that.
I didn't say.
No.
I asked if you were.
Fuck. No, I didn't say exacerbated. I do have bad enunciation though.
That's okay. Me too. I have a bad stutter as well.
No, I don't have a stutter. I never heard
I
you.
don't have any enunciation. Where do I get some of that?
You have pretty okay enunciation. You're a clear speaker, actually, Rakia. For a Cajun person, you actually do speak pretty clearly.
I'm more Indian than Cajun.
What classifies somebody as Cajun? I call people from Louisiana Cajun. So
That's a good question.
I'm not an expert. But I did have a lot of chili today. My girlfriend, I was farting a lot all night. I don't want to change the subject, but I just put a lot of beans in that chili. And my girlfriend ate it and she passed out. So I think there's something in it that just makes you sort of lump over and get lazy. It's probably why I sound like I'm a lazy mouth. Hey Don, did you see my proof from earlier? My glow proof? Hey Flatpush, you're a controversial person. What do you've been paying attention to what's going on in Israel?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I was just being honest. I haven't.
So do you even know what's going on? What are you talking about? You don't even know what's going on, or?
No, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. What do you want to say about it?
Well, not just. I mean,
Hey,
he's. He had an
sorry,
opinion
Kosho.
about it.
Kosho, just quickly, one thing. Before 1948, what was all of that country called?
Depends on when you mean when before 1948. Do you mean right before 1948 or
Yeah.
40
Yes.
or 30 years? Because 30 years before 1948, it was part of the Ottoman Empire. But I guess right before 1948, it was Palestine.
Okay. And then after 1948, how much land was given to Israel to create the state of Israel?
Well, none of it was really given to them, but not that much, I guess. Not that they didn't claim that much. You have to remember, in 1948, there was only one country that recognized Israel at all, and it was America. For a long time, America was the only country that even recognized Israel. And so that was probably for like 10 years, until the 60s, probably, that people didn't even recognize Israel as a country at all. So.
Yeah. And so then what would you say they were given, like 10% of that land ended up becoming the state of Israel, or 20%, or?
Yeah, I think it was a lot less. It was a lot smaller that what they were claiming back then. They're claiming more and more all the time now.
Okay, so I'm just asking you that because I was asking an Israeli guy who was on here the exact same question the other day, and he did everything he possibly could do to not answer the question. He was like,
I mean,
"Oh, my grandma bought land," and blah, blah, like he just kept going into all this other stuff. He could not just answer the question of like, okay, yes, Israel was given land. It didn't exist as it is now before that period of time, and that's all I wanted from him, just to say like, yeah, okay, that. But no, he just could not say it.
Yeah, but given land is kind of a weird way of saying it because it's like they, they claimed the land, and then they eventually got recognized as owning that land. Basically, it's not really
But they
necessarily
didn't
like
just claim. They didn't just claim the land. I mean, the UN through England and so forth, because England was basically the supposed controller of the land, and they said, "Well, yep, you can have the section of that land, right?"
Well, after World War One, when that whole area was being divvied out, yeah, they claimed part of the land. It was a Balfour Declaration, and yeah, and then after World War II, like I said, 1948, 1949, America was the only country that when they fought for independence or whatever, or they claimed independence. America was the only country in the world that recognized them as an independent state. So, um, like I say, I don't think it was like they were given anything. They kind of just claimed it, and then eventually people uh, take them seriously, like they were actually going to keep it.
Yeah. So then, if they just claimed land that wasn't actually theirs, then what would you call them inside that land?
Occupiers.
So then, if another country comes and occupies you and starts doing atrocities within your country, and they're occupiers, what do you then have a legal right to do?
Depends on what you mean by occupying. Like if they're occupying you and abusing you or something. But if they're just occupying you by means of buying up the land, then I don't know. It's hard to say. There's Chinese people buying up our land, but we wouldn't necessarily start killing them because of that. So it's kind of difficult to
Yeah,
say.
that's a little bit different though, because your government's allowing them to do that. The Palestinians were obviously never happy about what was going on, and not to say that the Palestinians are, they haven't done some bad things, but at the end of the day, when you have someone come to your land and try and take over a section of your land, you actually have a legal right to fight those people.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily a legal right because there's not really.
Well, no, it's actually classified as a legal right. So let's say you live in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine if Iraq just invaded America, you would have a legal right to fight and kill any Iraqi soldier. Even as a civilian, you'd have a legal right to do that because they're an occupier on your land.
Legal right under my law. But if somebody comes and occupies my land and then they make the law, it's their law, then I have a legal right under my law, but that's not really worth anything anymore. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to
But you have a legal right.
occupation and stuff,
Yeah, but you
I
have
don't
a
really
legal right
consider it
under
legal
international law. So under international law, you have a legal right to fight an occupier. It's recognized in all international law.
I mean, it's I guess it's kind of it's like a what do you say? It's not it's like a gray situation. Because like I said, I don't really condone Israeli occupation of Palestine. I don't really condone any of it. But when I look at any sort of country at all, any country that exists today, they became a country because they occupied the land that they were on. And it's not like nobody ever lived on that land. They occupied somebody else's land. So it's just like, that's just the way the world works. Like, that's the way every country,
Agreed.
works.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. That's 100% true. But so then, like, back before probably the current what's just happened, where Hamas seems to have gathered a little bit of extra firepower. Beforehand, when they would fire off rockets, those rockets were more just projectiles. They weren't explosives. So if they landed on someone, they'd kill them. If they landed in a house and anyone was in the rooms, they would obviously kill people in those rooms, which is obviously not good. But we know that the retaliation of that was Israel going in and bombing an entire section and ripping down a whole bunch of houses and then just taking that section of land.
Yeah. So it's like in that situation, I don't think there's any good guys or any bad guys, but there's smart guys and there's dumb guys, because it's pretty dumb to fight somebody who's got a lot more power than you do, and you, as the guy who just got attacked, if you have more firepower, you now have like almost like a justified reason for taking even more land. So that's sort of kind of been what's happening. Is like for a long time is they've been attacking them. Honestly, what smart people eventually do in these situations is they stop fighting them and they try to combat the situation in a smarter way. But that doesn't seem to be the case, or seem to be what's going to happen. But that'd be the kind of the way that it have to be done. Because if you keep attacking Israelis, then you're going to give them justified reason for attacking you, and the outcome is going to be that they're going to take more land. And that's actually going to definitely be the outcome of this. It could go a different way, but they're probably just going to take more land and maybe even take over Hamas completely, or the Gaza Strip completely. Yeah, who knows?
I mean, they've been constantly taking land the entire time. So, I mean, there was one situation which was when shit erupted again about probably 6 or 7 or maybe 8 years ago, and there was footage that came out of an Israeli attack helicopter from there, literally just destroying a bunch of kids playing soccer on the beach. What does that have to do with anything to do with Hamas? Like, they literally just murdered about eight kids on the beach.
I can tell you.
I mean, and I don't agree with, I don't agree with war at all from any side. But, when things like that are going on, I mean, what do you expect the people in Palestine to do when no one else is helping them? None of the rest of the world is helping them. They're getting literally murdered almost daily by the IDF. They're getting oppressed daily by the IDF and by the Israeli government. I mean, what do we expect them to do?
But it's like, in a situation where you have like a cop and you have like an unruly, maybe like a person who got, detained for lack of a good reason, just detained, and that person lashes out at the cop and like attacks him, tries to attack all the cops in a vicious way, whatever, and then the cops just demolish that person completely. Like, who's in the right and who's in the wrong in that situation? It's kind of like everyone. There's a lot of shitty actors in that situation, but I'm just saying, like, tactfully, by attacking viciously the cops, you might feel justified in doing that, but you're really just doing yourself a disservice because the cops now have a justified reason of easily demolishing you, and they're probably just going to do that. So, it's like I said, it's a situation where it's hard to choose sides and and you know, I tend to. I used to be more on the Palestinian side, to be honest with you, but uh, stuff like this happens, like last week. It just makes it hard to feel that way.
Yeah, it's all
Damn, it
horrible.
must have been whatever happened must have been nuts for you to switch sides. That's crazy.
Well, I didn't say I switch sides. I'm not going to sympathize with them.
So I just saw a video the other day, which was shown on The Last American Vagabond. He just did a 5-hour show on the atrocities of basically what Israel does to Palestine on a daily basis. So it was a video of just a couple of guys walking, probably about, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 meters away from the fence. And you hear a bunch of the IDF guys just talking and laughing and pointing a scope at him, and then they just shoot this one dude in the head and just started laughing. The guy wasn't doing anything. He's just walking along. They just shoot him straight in the head and kill him, and then laugh about it. And that's what the Palestinian people put up with on a daily basis.
And that video was made public. Who published
Yeah, I don't know
it?
how. I don't know how it
reported it?
became public. I have no idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Why would they?
I hear
That's
these
crazy
stories
that
from
they
you,
do.
and I don't know I don't know what to believe in that, and when I hear that, so
Maybe
see.
I don't know. Maybe he was holding rocks or something. Who knows?
He's going to throw rocks at him.
Yeah, it might have. It might have been. I mean, well, David and Goliath, dude, didn't Dave? I mean, they know how powerful rocks are, so they're probably pretty scared of rocks.
Yeah, but this is making a judgment off hearsay, so that's something I'm not going to do. I mean, it could be exactly what you're saying, plain, but yeah, it could also not be. It could be misinterpreted or whatever. It sounds unbelievable because it sounds like that would easily be something that's not justifiable and would easily get public scrutiny. They would scrutinize that against that, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
I mean, the IDF just recently, what was it, like only about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6 months ago, shot an American journalist, killed her, dead. Obviously, killed her means dead, but killed her, and no one really said shit about it. The Americans didn't give
Why
up
did
in arms about it. No
why
one
they
said
do
anything.
that?
No one did anything.
Someone was like, "Hey, a journalist was killed," and everyone was like, "Oh my god, who did it?" And they were like, "It was the Jews," and they're like, "Oh, yikes!"
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Whoa, whoa! Don't talk about
And I
it.
think at that same time, there was a video that Richard Medhurst showed of I don't know if I think it was part of the IDF. Literally just went into a mosque and just started stirring shit up in the mosque. They smashed windows. They started beating the people praying. Like then they were like outside and they're like bashing women trying to run away, like smashing them in the legs with batons.
Well, you're familiar
I
with
mean,
what they do to
this is
like what
a daily thing.
it's very common for Jewish people in parts of Israel to spit on Christians. You heard about this?
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Yeah, dude, that video's wild. I couldn't believe that. It sucks because I would love to go there someday, but I don't want to get spit on.
They just try and play it off like, oh, it's a tradition. We don't mean anything by it. We just spit. Like, okay, yeah. Spitting in someone's general direction is never classified as a good thing.
It's probably not safe with all the diseases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the Middle East, but I'm sure it's really sandy over there. I'm gonna pray for both of the sides. And I'm gonna pray extra for the people caught in between who don't really care and just are trying to live their lives. Don't want to have anything to do with a war. I'm really gonna pray for those people.
I don't really think any of them really want war. It's governments. I think people just need to realize that governments are the problem. Until we actually can all knuckle down and just accept that governments are the people that wage war on another government. As people in America, you guys don't give a crap about Afghanistan or Iraq. Your government went over and started a war with them. You don't care about Syria. Your government went over there and did that and started killing people in Syria. Your government went and killed people in Yemen and 50 other countries over the past amount of years. Nothing to do with the American people. If you guys had a choice, you'd be like, don't do that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Government.
I pray for all the presidents, dude. I want everybody to succeed. I want everybody's leaders to be in good standing and to do the right thing. It's a crazy world out there, but I even pray for Joe Biden, dude. That crazy dude guy. He's my leader right now, making the laws and running the country. I hope he does a good job. But yeah, I hear you. Governments do a lot of bad things.
Well, when you think about every single bad thing that pretty much happens, government legislated it to happen.
Well, yeah, it says I'm seeing that there's a lot of claims that these journalists were targeted.
Yeah, big time. Journalists have targeted all the time in Israel, man, or Palestine, all the time.
Where they say that's what's even NPR is saying that there's a pattern of this targeting of journalists.
That sounds.
That's
yeah.
Are you sure that's
not good.
NPR and not the KKK? That sounds awfully anti-Semitic.
Listen, man, I got just do me a favor, man. It's not easy having conversations with you when you're like this. Just it's hard to be in the same side. It's hard to be with the same side in the same side of you about something when you talk like that. But yes, NPR. NPR is saying that. But before this, I was reading it from Al Jazeera, and they were saying the same thing. And that journalist was actually from Al Jazeera. But yeah.
Yeah, she was an American citizen, and the Americans didn't say anything about it.
I never even heard about it. That's crazy.
If that was an American journalist shot in Iraq, I'm sure, mate. Oh, hell would have broken loose.
It sounds like there's been orders, like been higher up, like orders, like almost like I said, like it might be even like say it's like a pattern. So it sounds like, and there was no Palestinians nearby or anything, and they were wearing press vests and everything, and so it says they were targeted. So it seems like there's like a, it's like orders to kill these people. So that's even more shocking. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw another video of where I don't know if they were the police or if they were IDF. They were just walking through and they just grabbed, I don't know what the context was at the end of the day, but they were literally just beating this woman, dragging her by her hair, and I don't know what she did, but maybe she spat on one of them. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be nice for
like I said.
Sorry,
the thing that makes this difficult to have opinions on is what I said before, that like the example I gave of a cop and a person, there's not really any good actors in this situation, is one. And two, and I'm not sympathizing with the Israelis on this. I'm just saying that we have to remember that we're not part of this conflict, and it's different being a part of a conflict and the what it's go through what they're going through, and the actions that they take because of that. So it's like kind of like being armchair quarterback sort of thing, where there's probably a whole nother perspective to this that we just don't have. But at the same time, I'm not justifying this at all, because it really does sound like there probably is this targeting of of people in the press, which is obviously not a good thing. That's malicious, you know.
Then you got to think as well is that if they don't care that much about just shooting the press, how much do you think they care about shooting Palestinians? Most of them are
Like
proud
I
of it.
said, that's
They're
what I'm
happy.
saying. No, it's not. But you're talking about them like they're aliens. And what I'm saying to you is that the reason I said that a second ago about we're not in this situation, we don't know what it's like. I was in the military, and I worked with people who were in the Army and the Marines and Air Force. And I've heard all sorts of stories. And there's people who tell stories about when they're, in Afghanistan or something, like in their groups, they'll go around and there'll be a dude or a couple dudes in that group that will just, just for no reason, just shoot a dog, like just start killing things, start killing this, just for no reason. And so it's not necessarily like it's like I don't, it's not a different type of people kind of thing. It's just like when you put people in that type of situation, there's going to be people who do dirty stuff like that. And
Of course.
yeah, so I can't blame. I'm not blaming the Israeli people for that. It's hard for me to even have an opinion about, like I said. So
I get it. But so as an example, that gentleman that I was trying to get to admit that the land wasn't originally Israel's, he was like, oh well, we should just cut off their electricity and their food and everything because we run everything that goes out of there, that goes into there. And it's like, yeah, exactly. How would you like it if you were in control of someone and they had control of whether or not you had electricity or not? They had control of what food enters there, what medical supplies goes into there. They control everything that goes into your area. You have no control of that at all. Like, I mean, the Palestinians barely get 2 to 3 hours of electricity a day.
yeah. Hey, Flatbush, I'm
Yeah.
sorry for snapping at you a minute ago, by the way. Plane, I was going to ask you, have you ever been in a situation? Because I've been in a situation. I'm not going to give you because I'm going to bore you with specifics. But I've been in a situation that I felt like I was put in, where I was everywhere. It felt like no matter which decision I made, it was the wrong one. But I had no other choice. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like that. Like even just like a, you know. I could be more specific to make sense of it, but I'm just saying, like,
Oh, yeah, I get what you mean.
this seems like one of those situations where this is why it's hard to pick sides and hard to have an opinion about it, is because it's a situation that's happening now. It's like this is it. Israel and Palestine is a situation that it's in, and I think that what's going to happen is that Gaza and the West Bank are probably just going to get further occupied by Israel. Hopefully, there's 4 million Palestinians still in those two places. So hopefully, not in a way that completely destroys those people, but probably in a way that just unifies Israel. Like they're going to feel justified in doing so, or whatever. And I think the sooner that happens, or even if Palestine completely got unified, the sooner that one of those things happens, the less conflict that's just going to be there. But until that happens, there's always going to be this like stuck between a rock and a hard place sort of thing, where no matter what anybody does, it's always the wrong thing, you know?
Yeah, I think we find that a lot of. I agree with you. Just think about this. So even Palestinian people will sit there and tell you, like, we lived next to Jews and, like Christians and everyone, we all lived together for the past 1,000 years. Like, and, okay, it wasn't Israel, but, Jews were living in those areas and it was relatively peaceful. I'm sure there were little bits and pieces that happened. Right? But it was peaceful for all this time. It wasn't until
100 years ago.
the state of Israel was created when all this stuff really started happening.
Yeah. You know why they live there too? Because like in the last 1,000 years, like that was actually one of the most peaceful places. Like the Arabs and Muslims were actually some of the nicest people to Jews during all that. Like where most people were they're being persecuted in most other places. The Arab Jew relationship was actually better than the Jew versus whatever anybody else relationship for that time up until like what you said. It wasn't until about 100 years ago, leading up to the creation and independence of Israel, that that kind of changed, you know, like you said.
Yeah, so I mean, couldn't we come up with a whole bunch of conspiracy theories on, you know, maybe they wanted this? Maybe whoever decided to allow this to happen knew exactly what would happen?
It's one of those tough situations. But you know what? Are you a biblical guy? Are you like a biblical
No,
sort of
not
dude?
really.
I know
Okay.
Platypus is, but this sort of thing, I almost think like the problem with prophecies is that people know about them in advance, and so a lot of this seems like almost like self-fulfilling prophecies because
Mhm.
there's a lot about this that's prophetic, but it's also from the standpoint that it's been like these prophecies are known prophecies. So it's like if you have the power to force these prophecies into play. Actually, I want to hear Platypus's opinion because I know like I said, he's more into this religious stuff. So it sounds
What's the
like it looked
question?
like you were going to say something. Well, it wasn't a question. I just well, okay. Do you think that the creation of Israel and the current state of Israel is almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, like a forced, like they're trying to force the prophecy almost?
Mm, yeah, kind of. Seems a little bit like it, I guess. I don't really know what happened recently, but I mean, yeah, it's
You really don't know what
been.
happened. I mean, honestly, I learned about it from Discord too, man. But if you really want to be caught up, the Palestinians they gained like a ball sack and a lot of weapons, and they broke down the gates in Gaza Strip, and they started like attacking supposedly indiscriminately. Plain might say differently, but they were indiscriminately attacking Israelis, and they killed. You know, some people say upwards of 1,000 Israelis, injured upwards of 3 or 4,000, 5,000 maybe, kidnapped a bunch of them. They were pulling women and children out of the house. So indiscriminately killing women and children and old people, and they were doing it pretty sophisticatedly. Like they had sophisticated tactics and weaponry um, and that kind of thing. They were coming in like parachutes and speedboats and lots of bombing, like mortars and shit like that. And they even took over a base, an Israeli base. So they took the Israelis really by surprise. But the part that's really um, that I condemn at least is that they, from what I've seen, they were indiscriminately just like when they broke through the gates, they were just going house to house and just killing just innocent people and stripping women naked and taking them hostage and all that kind of stuff. And so
Oh, it
Israel
sounds
declared
barbaric.
war. Yeah, it does. It does. But it's not just Israel's report though. They had reported a lot of this stuff themselves. So it's not just like and there's some pretty crazy footage. Like they're coming in on glider like machines and like very sophisticated looking stuff, drones and all this kind of stuff. So but yeah, I agree. As I said, so I'm glad that you can condemn that act at least. Like I can sympathize with the Palestinians and still condemn a lot of those actions. So
I don't sympathize with either of them. I don't know anything about it. I've never been there. It's really none of my business. But whatever you were just describing, like raping people and killing them, that's horrible.
and Plain maybe has a different perspective on it than I do because I think he said that they weren't indiscriminately killing, but from what I saw, the claims were that they were indiscriminately killing. And so Israel declared war on them. And like I said, it makes sense that Netanyahu, that the result of this is going to be him justifiably, like him feeling justified and being justified even internationally in just you know taking over more, like occupying more of Gaza basically, which will probably just be the outcome.
I mean, hasn't that been the trend though for like the last 60 years? They just gain
That's what I
more
was
and more
saying.
land. So yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying though, is that's that's the silly thing about it, is that the Palestinians are foolishly attacking them, even if it's justified that they're attacking them. Attacking them is like attacking the cops. Like you attack the cops, you're giving them a justified reason to apply force onto you, and that's all they're going to do, and they're probably going to win. So that's just, I mean, it's true that Israel has been doing that, but they've been apparently justified in doing that because it's been, by being attacked by this weaker force, which are obviously going to win against.
I mean, I don't know what they thought was going to happen. It doesn't seem to me that they did this attack thinking that that wasn't going to be the outcome. Right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
We probably all agree with each other about 9/11. Like, I don't think it was Osama bin Laden. And one of the things that I definitely like that tells me it wasn't him is that whole motivation doesn't even make any sense. Is because it doesn't make sense for somebody to attack you and kill like 2 or 3,000 people, just to be completely demolished and attacked for a long time by a much greater
Jesus. Did you
force.
guys just hear that?
No, I heard there was cars near you, but
You guys don't hear this right here?
no, it's happening.
Damn. Somebody's fucking shooting a gun.
Yeah, I heard
I'm
that.
on the fucking 4th floor. I'm fine, but he's Louise.
Are you in the city?
Yeah, I live in the hood, dude.
I live in the country, dude, and I heard the other day, I heard like a couple shots, and then I heard like a fucking rapid fired like machine gun. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think somebody just got killed. I just saw a white car drive. Oh, man. Do I have to report this?
I don't think so.
Jesus
If
Christ.
you don't, somebody else. If it's like a legit gun shooting or you in LA?
Yeah.
Oh. You like it over there? Oh, is that the guy?
Dude,
Or is that
there's
just
some
some other
shit
car?
going. No, there's like multiple cars just dipping out right now. Whatever just happened, people are not trying to be there.
Hey, stay safe, man.
Dude, I'm on my high up above everything. I'm good. Man, what were we talking about? You were saying something about 9/11. Like we agree on 9/11, and then
Well, no,
there's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I was just okay.
gunshots.
Yeah, sorry, man. I mean, we can change the subject. I was just saying that one thing, like, because you were saying about how it doesn't make sense, or you don't know what they were thinking, like what they thought the outcome was going to be from doing the act like this. But I was saying that the thing that I don't get, like, we probably agree about 9/11, about like the truth about it, whatever. And one thing I don't get about the story that's expressed to us that we're supposed to believe, the one thing I don't believe about it is um, the motivation of people like Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden being like, you know, I don't know what they were thinking to attack 3,000 people, which is pretty damning, just to be attacked and easily demolished. You know what I mean? Like be killed. Like they know they're going to be attacked, and it's not going to be a winning battle. So the motivation doesn't make sense to me. But
Well,
even though even though I believe that
Osama
was
bin
fake,
Laden, dude, Osama bin Laden
yeah,
made public statements that his aim was to bring the United States into a long, drawn-out war within the Middle East, so that it would ignite the Middle East in jihad, and that is exactly what happened. That was a
yeah,
that
I guess
was
that's
a
true.
that was a plan that checked out, regardless of whether you think he did it. Like,
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't think about. I didn't, okay, that makes sense. But okay, so do you think? Okay, so does that make sense in this? In this,
no, not at all.
I think that's their same goal though. That was the whole point. Is that they're saying
The
that
problem is
his
Palestinians
he
have
called
nothing to
us he
offer.
no, but no, wait, who?
Palestinians have nothing to offer anyone.
Yeah, I
Like
know, but the
they're
leader had. Go ahead.
well, I was just say they've got like no bargaining chips. You know what I mean? Like a senseless attack doesn't make sense when you don't have any bargaining chips.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. The motivation that you just described in Osama bin Laden and like inciting the Muslim world and jihad and stuff like that. The guy who runs Hamas, he had said something very similar where he was saying that he wants to this is the start of like a. It's called flood something. Basically the base. Basically the Temple Mount. I forget the. But it's called Flood the Temple Mount. That's how it translates to basically, and it's basically the start of that campaign. So he said that event that he had incited was to start this campaign that's supposed to last a long time, and the goal is to destroy his. It scared the hell out of me. My door just opened, and I didn't see anything. It was my cat. I was like, okay. Oh. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I mean they're always saying that kind of stuff, though, aren't they? Like,
Yeah, but
my only question
when they act
is:
on it
are
in this
gas
kind of way,
prices going to go up? That's all I really.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're a Trump guy or not, but when I was looking at all this, because I'm not really in the news either, and so I was looking up a bunch of stuff about this, and then I heard Trump talking about it, and I was curious, like where Trump sits, because he was like, "Oh, I'm up in the polls." And I looked at the polls. He's he's way ahead of any Republican, and he's actually even ahead of Biden in the polls, and that's like shocking to me.
Yeah, I think politics is super
I mean, it's
gay.
crazy because it's not the first time. Hey, I mean, sure, whatever, but I mean, it's still interesting. I never thought like somebody being indicted would have a chance, but he's the favorite right now, so it's kind of crazy.
Well, what didn't he write a book called The Art of the Comeback? So that would make sense.
Wait, did he? Was the art of something? Art? No, it was like the art
yeah.
of the deal or something. Art of the comeback.
No, he made he wrote a book called The Art of the Comeback. I've read excerpts from it. Look it up.
Are you sure it's not called the art of the deal?
I'll bet you $4.20 that he wrote. But he wrote 2 books. He wrote 2 books. Both of those titles. Both of those titles.
I would take that bet.
It's okay. Even if I won that bet, I wouldn't make you pay me. I don't want.
All right.
Not
I was
like
gonna say I would only
like
take that bet if he didn't have one called the art of the deal. I got you. Witsit bet $20,000 that NASA.
Dude, Witsit said that zombies were going to show up. Oh, dude, you know what? You're lagging super hard. I'm not trying to talk over you. I'm going to reconnect.
You're good, man. It doesn't sound like you are, and I probably am lagging.
Hold on.
No, it's probably me, man.
I think my Wi-Fi sucks right now. It's probably what they shot at. They were shooting at my router.
It's 100% me. I can see it, my thing lighting up at wrong times and shit. So, just give me a minute. If I'm back, I'm back. If I'm not, I'm not.
Okay.
Kosho, what did I miss? I dropped off for a while.
He had to go for a second. He said he'll be right back.
Okay, he's bailed.
I think his cat needed something or something. I'm not sure.
His girlfriend called him. He's a good guy, Kosho. I actually like him.
I like everybody.
Well, I like him a little more than others. He seems very reasonable.
Oh no, I discriminate as well.
Sorry?
I said I also never mind.
Make a bad joke. Didn't land.
It's all good. So what's happening? I'm stuck in traffic at the moment. What's everyone else up to?
Well, it's 11:35 where I live in the evening. I got home from church about an hour ago, and I just smoked some weed, and now I'm eating jam out of the jar.
Jam. You need to make jam toast, man.
You don't know what's
Jam,
messed up?
tuna, toast. What's
I
up?
don't
No
have
bread.
no bread while I'm doing the jam.
Dang.
I know.
Ooh.
I know.
Remember when I was like 15, 16, and then, do the old 420, and then just between me and my mates, we'd go through like 1 or 2 loaves of bread, just jam and toast.
Yep. It's quick. It's easy. It's delicious.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah. But I can't do that too much. I'm done. No more. Where you headed?
11:20. Headed home. And
Nice.
then after I get home, I'll grab my cameras and head down the beach
Very good.
and see what's going on. See what I can see or not see today.
Which coast are you on?
South Australia.
Okay.
So I think we call it the Fluoro, not the Fluoro Peninsula. Oh shit! How useless is that? I don't even know what the area is called.
Don't worry about it.
I should know, considering I'm out there looking at it every day.
You still have to be jabbed to go to Australia?
I don't think so.
Ooh, that's nice. There was a time where I really was just like, yeah, I'm never gonna leave America. If this is the new thing forever, like, okay, yeah, I'll just never travel again. It's like heartbreaking. I'm so glad that I'm gonna get to go to like other countries again.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I was the same. I was exactly the same. I'm like, well, look, looks like I'm never going anywhere now.
I know,
Even to
dude.
the point where, like, yeah, I meant to be going to Japan in November, and I was saying to the person I'm going with, like, what are their mask mandates? What are their mask rules there? 'Cause I'm like, because I'm not going if they're going to tell me I got to wear a mask.
I feel like you just wear masks in Asia. Isn't that just a thing?
Yeah.
Like, haven't they been doing that for a while? Because I went to Indonesia in like 2012, and I wore a mask there for some parts of it because it was dirty. It was just dirty.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
yikes.
for the smog, it almost
Yeah,
be something that you'd want to wear.
yeah.
Remember when what was it, the 2008 Beijing Olympics were on? There was some newscasting going on, and where one of the news teams for Australia was, they were literally in a spot where they were overlooking, that big bird nest thing that thing they nicknamed the bird nest, and there was
Yeah.
so much smog you couldn't see it. It was gone. It was literally
Yikes.
like a really heavily foggy day, but it was smog.
Yeah. You guys are kind of close to China, huh? Not too far.
Yeah, I don't think we're too far.
You're
Still
further than I
a
am.
fair distance.
Is it
Yeah, it's
like
still a fair
standing close
distance.
to a flame?
Yeah.
I just know they're just everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. They're in Africa. They're in Canada. I know they're doing some stuff in Australia. It's wild. Kind of fascinating, honestly, because I don't really talk to Chinese people ever. I don't know any.
Okay. Yeah, well, I did kung fu for 17 years, so I was
Oh,
around a
dude,
lot of Chinese people.
I studied under Hawkins Chung. I don't know if you know that.
Fucking
He was he hung out with Bruce Lee. I don't even know if he's still
Okay.
alive. I'm a bad student.
Yeah. What style was that?
Wing Chun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, I trained under Grandmaster Felix Leon.
Oh, cool, man. I don't know who that is, but
Yeah, he's so he trained under a gentleman named Sum Nung. Have you heard of Sum Nung?
sounds a little familiar. Who did he train under?
Sum Nung was a famous Gong Sao Wing Chun instructor. And then he also trained under a guy named Pan Nam, who was called Blackface for Fatsan, the Fasan style. And Pan Nam was quite a famous instructor as well.
Very cool. Yeah, I have a
Then,
lot of respect for the Chinese martial arts. It's not all song and dance. There's some real fighters out there.
yeah, well, Felix actually was a bouncer for a number of years in some of the roughest places here in Adelaide, and at the roughest times as well. You know, so he certainly earned his stripes amongst those people.
Yeah, and that's a whole part of it too. Is like a martial artist needs to become a part of the community, but not as like the guy that like beats everybody up. It's not how it is. It's not how it should be.
It's definitely not. But you know, what can you do? Some people, everyone has a different mentality.
Oh, some people need to get punched in the face. Otherwise, other innocent people will be hurt. I understand that.
Yeah, here in Adelaide, where I'm from, there was another instructor named Jimmy Fung, and there used to be a lot of problems between their school and ours. It was really stupid.
Yeah, some of the guys that I've done a couple different martial arts. I did jujitsu for a while, and some of those guys, man, they were like in gangs. They would go do crimes and hurt people. No good.
Brazilian jiu-jitsu or Japanese jiu-jitsu?
Brazilian.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about getting back into martial arts. It's been almost over half a decade now since I've
Okay.
really done anything. But the getting older, you know, I'm like pushing mid-30s now, and I want to be a little more like I still skate. Like I eat shit on concrete ramp, half pipes stuff. I can still take a beating. Don't get me wrong, but I would like to minimize that beating, and so I think I'm gonna get into judo because I know how to hit the mats, and it's like I just don't want to get punched or kicked in the head, and I really don't want cauliflower ear. I got cauliflower ear in my right ear, and I did what I could without having to do surgery, and you can't tell, but it was a freaking nightmare, dude. I just did not. I don't want to look like that. Sorry, I like my ears the way they are. And I can't.
We got a blue belt in judo.
Oh, do you? That's cool, man.
So yeah, it was actually quite funny. I helped as I'd been training with a friend in judo, and I'd been doing a lot of wrestling and stuff for a number of years earlier. And then I actually helped a friend of mine. I wasn't ranked in judo at all, but I helped a friend of mine go for his black belt. And that was something that you're not meant to. I think you've got to be at least a blue belt to do that. And so the judo instructors there, they weren't too keen on me doing it. So then I went there a few times, and then they just ended up giving me basically an honorary blue belt because because I've been training for like probably close to 35 years now. And so when I went there, and that was after I'd been doing, because I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu probably for about 4 or 5 years. And that was all before that. And then I was doing wrestling over that period of time as well. And so then when I was helping my friend do his thing, they just went, yep, no worries, just go through these syllabuses, show us all of this, and we'll give you your blue belt. So basically, it was kind of like an honorary blue belt because I wouldn't have been able to help him do his grading if I didn't have it.
Nice.
It was quite funny because there were some of the guys there who were like second dans who were going for their second down belts, and in the actual kata and stuff that my friend had to do, it was like my break falling was better than some of the first dans that were there going through that. But maybe I put it because I didn't want to look like an idiot, so maybe I just put a lot more time and effort into practicing, making sure that I helped my friend out right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really good art, judo, man. I quite like it. I quite enjoy it.
Well, if there's anything I learned from practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's that I never want a street fight to end up on the ground. I mean, that's just the last place I want to be. Somebody just comes up and kicks you in the head. Doesn't matter how good you are at Jiu-Jitsu. And I mean, I always say, like, I've trained a bunch of martial arts, but I have a black belt and running away. But that's going to be my main strategy. If I can, without while keeping my.
Yeah, most people can't handle being thrown on the ground. You know, when they hit the deck, they're they're winded or something's got damaged. You know, they dropped an elbow on the ground instead, or they put their hand down so that they just got a broken wrist or something. You know.
Oh, for sure. I've seen Nagi'd a couple people pretty freaking hard before. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah.
I've
So I've been
never.
doing Wing Chun since I was 19. So I'm 50 now. So
Wow, that's awesome. Sure, it's
I was,
taught you a life of humility.
yeah. And then I was training and like I've been teaching as well now, probably for about sort of 20 years for teaching and training.
Nice.
I did have a big school at one stage, but then after the government did all the shutdowns, it kind of really destroyed it. And it never really got back up. And now I just teach a couple of guys in my shed because I just can't be buggered anymore.
Well, maybe that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's nicer that way. I enjoy it more.
There you go. It's for the love of the art. And you guys are training Wing Chun in your garage?
Yeah, predominantly, but like I generally do a mixture of things, just as a general rule, because like I did a reasonable amount of training with friends in Japanese jiu-jitsu as well, so I incorporate a lot of locks from that too. Then the kung fu instructor that I trained under, he also knew eagle claw and tai chi and tiger crane and white crane style. He knew some praying mantis. So it kind of like, here you go.
Sorry, have you ever heard of Dynamo Jack or Mopai Nakong?
I think I've heard Dynamo Jack, but
He set a piece of newspaper on fire in front of a film crew in the 80s, and it made it into a documentary, and a bunch of people tried to go find him, and he turned a lot of people away. A lot of people didn't find him. He was pissed when he found out the footage was like shown to the world in a documentary. I don't know. He seemed to be pretty legit. He did some amazing things: pyrokinesis, telekinesis. In my journeys to try and find people that knew him or met him, I even went to Indonesia to try and find him. Did not find him. He actually died a few years ago. Anyways,
in my travels, I saw some stuff that was pretty unbelievable as far as martial arts goes. So I was just curious if you've ever heard of him.
The Indonesians have got some pretty good arts. I like a lot of the Indonesian stuff.
Well, he's not Indonesian. He was in exile. Well, excuse me. His master was in exile. He is Indonesian. His master was in exile from China. Taught him this Chinese art. Mopai
What was the actual
Nekam.
art called?
But
Mopai
Mopai
Nekam.
Yeah, Nekam meaning
Mo-
I think 8 ways thunder boxing.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a lot of standing meditation, sitting meditation, and then internal alchemy, which is very dangerous. I don't know if you've ever looked into any of that stuff. Like you can hurt yourself. You can give yourself a heart attack, literally. Your mic just cut out. I don't know what you said.
Did it? That's all right. I just made a stupid joke. You said I can give yourself a heart attack, and I said, "Oh, sounds like the jab."
Yeah. No, it's definitely like a very wooey subject. You know, I said pyrokinesis, telekinesis, stuff like that. But I think, I mean, my martial arts career has definitely like sent me down a very spiritual path, and I think that's because true martial arts is like incorporating like the certain spiritual aspects and supernatural aspects about our bodies. It's I think it's one of the last links to like the real forgotten side of ourselves, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it, your attitude towards martial arts is determined by the instructor that you decided to train under. I think obviously you were more, you felt more of what's the word for it? Like you felt more drawing in a way towards that side of things, which shows that you're obviously that sort of person. Then you get other people, maybe they go off and they do something like Thai boxing because they just want to be a fighter. They just want to fight. They just want to beat people up in general, like it's. I think you don't find it as much in the general martial arts as what you do. You find a little bit more thuggery style in things like Thai boxing and boxing.
Yeah.
Not to say that that's what I mean, that's not what those arts promote. Obviously not, but they seem to draw a lot more of those style of people. Whereas general arts like like what you were just mentioning, and if you go to do Tai Chi or something like that, you're not generally going to go learn Tai Chi so that you can go smash people's faces in.
Right.
Maybe. So I'm probably going to hot mic. I might have to take off now, dude.
Yeah, it's probably a good time for me to take off too. There's not going to be anybody else in here, anyways.
Take it easy. Nice chat.
Yep.
See you, bro.
See ya. Have a good one.
Panic. Why you dodging me, man? This weekend. You can't hide forever. Gus, your speech. Your speech at Flattoberfest.
Do you do that thing with Sean, Brian?
I think he ran again.
Okay.
Anyone around? What are you doing?